Listen to me, guys. I'm going to quote the great Sun Tzu for you guys. I'm totally lying. I just want to make sure that everyone's very clear on that. Sun Tzu says that the most selfless thing you can do is to think selfishly. Okay? Now, this is not a Sun Tzu quote. This is a me quote. Okay? But as a tank, the most selfless thing that you can do 99% of the time is to think selfishly. Your job as a tank is not to protect your team. Your job is to do selfish things that will indirectly support and help your team much more than anything that a selfless tank could do. The selfless tanks are stuck in gold. The selfless tanks are stuck in plat. The selfless tanks will never progress because their entire mindset of what tank is totally wrong. Tank's job is not to protect, it is to pressure the enemy team, force resources, secure kills, distract, bait attention, and then win the fight as a result off of that. If I am playing Winston and I'm only thinking about sitting here and bubbling off my squishy backline over in the flank here, you guys might have to imagine here, okay? I don't know if my face cam's cutting this out, but regardless. If I'm only bubbling off my squishy sitting in the backline, what I have done by doing that is I have allowed every tank and every DPS and every support on the enemy team to do whatever they want on any flank, on any angle, and they will be the thing that kills my backline. My bubble isn't strong enough to justify using it in a defensive format. The best defense is a good offense with 99% of the time in tanks. Hey guys, hope you enjoyed this full tank seminar on how to play every single tank hero in the game. If you want something a little bit more in depth about each hero, specifically talking about the micro, the macro, and how the hero is actually executed, I highly recommend you check out my Spilo 2 channel. The link will be in the description as the secondary channel, or you can just look up Spilo 2. If you're interested in supporting me more, check out my Patreon, link also in the description. And if you're interested in getting one-on-one coaching, link in the description. Enjoy the rest of the series, and holy cow, was this a really, really fun and very tiresome thing to do. And don't just aggress brainlessly. You have to factor in three things with your aggression. You have to, number one, value of the 1v1 that you're going for. In other words, if I am Winston, I like 1v1s versus squishies, not versus tanks, usually. I like 1v1s versus squishies that don't have a lot of HP, that have a lot of spam damage, but are very fragile, okay? If I am playing Reinhardt, I can 1v1 pretty much everybody. But I generally don't like 1v1ing heroes with a lot of mobility. It's hard to nail them down. If I'm a diva, I'm very flexible with my 1v1s. But again, I don't want to 1v1 necessarily a Zarya, for example, okay? If I am a, let's see here, a Junkerqueen, if the enemy tank is Winston, or if the enemy tank is Orisa, that might shift who I've got pressure or I prioritize. If the enemy backline is a Lucio Moira versus a Zenyatta, that might shift my priority of who I want to 1v1. So the next thing that factor in is who to pressure is you have to factor in the 1v1. Okay? Tanking is oftentimes a sequence of 1v1s that you selectively choose, and because you are not standing in your backline, but you're actively looking to go pressure these targets, not only will you potentially win the 1v1, and now that target is off, the factor is not pressuring your team, but more often than not, you chasing this target here is going to force this guy to look at you, and this guy to help peel, and this guy to look at you. And ladies and gentlemen, that's tanking. That's tanking right there. When you utilize your threat of taking a favorable 1v1 or 2v1 or 1v2 or whatever and bait attention to look at you, that is tanking. THK thinks to get this up. That is tanking right there. And you must, as a tank, understand that concept. You cannot protect your team without actively threatening the enemy team. You guys ready for this? What is a tank? What is a tank in the real world, right? Now I'm going to kind of get a little off my topic here, but what is a tank in real world? It's a big hulking iron gun. It is not a shield. It is a big iron gun that protects the soldiers behind it by causing damage and injury to the enemy team. And it provides pressure and threat so that the enemy soldiers have to put pressure onto the tank, otherwise they will get punished, and their attention onto the big hulking scrap of metal is what protects the people behind the tank. And that is your job. It's somehow we've shifted away into this mindset that a tank is like, it's like, I don't know if it's like an MMO thing where a tank holds aggro, but that's not how it works in Overwatch. A tank holds aggro by being a threat, right? A tank holds aggro by being an actual damage threat. That's why everybody hated tanks and deathmatch until their HP got nerfed, because they just won every 1v1. That's how it's supposed to be. Okay? So let's keep moving on. You factor in the 1v1 when you're trying to decide who to pressure. But that's not the only thing that you have to factor in. You have to factor in, number 2, the level of aggression. We'll just abbreviate this. Okay? Let's go back to our little drawing here, okay? Now, I'm not going to be able to clear this out. You guys are going to have to factor this one out. If I'm playing, you know what? I'm going to do this right here. If I'm playing, let's set up a custom game really quick. If I'm playing Winston on, say, Watchpoint Gibraltar, all right? That's a dive map, right? You got a dive map. Lots of high ground, lots of open space, okay? I have to make a very important decision, not just once, not twice, not 3 times, but continually throughout the map. I have to make the decision about who do I jump. The first thing you consider is, do I want to jump the Zarya that's standing right here? Or do I want to jump the Mei that's over here? Or do I have to jump the Widowmaker over here? I'm going to jump the Widowmaker. Why? Because she's the easiest 1v1. So that's the number one thing, right? I'm going to do more pressure and have a higher chance of getting the kill and therefore create more space. But then there's something else that you have to factor in. Let's say that there's a Cassidy up there, and there's a Zenyatta right here. Okay? Right here. Which one do I jump? Which one do I jump? Do I prioritize the Zenyatta here, or do I prioritize the Cassidy over here? Now, you might go, well, the Zenyatta because he's squishier, and that's true. But it's not just that. Which of these heroes is in a more aggressive, more dangerous position for me? And the answer is Zenyatta, because if I don't jump the Zenyatta on this aggressive angle here, he is more likely to kill my team or contribute pressure to my team than the Cassidy that's over here. So then let's pivot things up. This is where things are going to get really ugly. Let's say there's a Widowmaker all the way in the blue boxes. I mean, way far back, right? To where she's almost doesn't even have a sight line. And there's a Cassidy right here. Or you know what? A Mei right here. You heard me right. A Mei right here and a Widowmaker. I mean, you can't even see her. Way over there. I jumped the Mei, even though she's a worse target, because she is in a better position to pressure my team. Whoever's playing more aggressively deserves my attention. And there are times where you as a Winston will jump and bubble a tank because the Sigma's sitting on cart, but his backline is way up on this high ground. Why would you go fool the backline when they're not doing anything? They're not playing aggressive at all. Now, keep in mind that the way aggression looks is different for each hero. If the Sigma is playing here and the Widow is up on the high ground here, which of these heroes is playing aggressively? And the answer is both, actually, because a Widowmaker playing aggressively is not going to be playing in melee range. A Widowmaker having a good sightline is playing aggressive. She's peeking. That's aggressive. That's too aggressive. Ryoko, thanks for the sub. So for here, even though the Widowmaker is further away, I still prioritize the Widowmaker over, say, the tank, because the Widow is peeking close, and that's too aggressive for me. So there's a nuance here, right? There's a nuance. This is tough stuff. All right, so level of aggression helps you to decide as a tank who to pressure. And I know we're talking about Winston, but this applies to every tank. All right, who you shoot, who you prioritize on pressuring or controlling depends on the level of aggression. All right, now let's keep going, because there's a third and final factor in when you're looking to create space. When I'm looking to 1v1 or pressure somebody, I need to also consider the value of space. Now, what space is, when you create space as a tank, is you go, that position is dangerous to my team, or that person is dangerous to my team. I need to bait their attention on me so that my team can walk forward, and I also need to make sure that that high ground or that person on the flank gets pressured and doesn't get value, okay? So if I'm here as Winston, again, I can look at this battlefield and decide not just who's more aggressive, but which position is more valuable for me. Let's say that my Zenyatta and Ana are rotating right here, and there's like, let's say a Mei or a Reaper right here, okay? I don't need to create space here because my supports are rotating to high ground. They don't care about this part of the map here. Don't just indiscriminately create space. But which parts of the map are valuable? Those are the parts of the map that you need to pressure. You have to pick and choose. I like that 1v1, but he's not playing aggressive, so don't worry about that. I like that 1v1, and oh, I like that. I need that spot. Okay, my backline needs that spot. My Cassidy wants that high ground. Get out of here, Jack. Right? Okay, so for me, I would say screw Mei Reaper, even though they're playing more aggressively, because this is the space that matters if that's where my DPS are going. So I'm going to jump here, and I'm going to jump the squishies here, and I'm going to create space this way. And now all these people are looking at me, and my sweet little Zenyatta and Ana, what the sweethearts they are just going to walk forward and be able to take sightlines. Okay? So this is what we're talking about when we're creating space. Don't just go, I'm going to create space. Shut up, idiot. You don't know what that means. Find the parts of the map. Find the 1v1s. Decipher the level of aggression and decide who to pressure off of that. Okay? Now, I know that a lot of this stuff is a little bit confusing in theory. There's a lot of factors that go into this. But ultimately, that is all there is to tanking. So if it feels a little bit confusing right now, don't worry because it doesn't get more complicated. It doesn't. That's all there is. That's all it is. If you are able to master this, you will be Grandmaster on tank. Now, the challenge is how each tank does what I just described. With Winston, it's very simple. You jump it, and you zap it, and that's it. You've done your job, okay? But every tank does it in a slightly different way. How do they create space? They do it. Some tanks have different 1v1s that they like. Some tanks have different mobility. Some tanks don't have mobility, but are very strong in close ranges. Some tanks even allow other people to take space for them, okay? So you have a lot of factors to consider here, and so as long as we've established how we take space, you look for favorable 1v1s, you decide on the level of aggression of who to jump, like who's playing most aggressively, and how valuable that space is either for your team or for the enemy team, and then you assault in the way that your hero does it. Okay? Now, I'm trying to look through my notes here. Anything I forgot? Okay. Okay. Last thing that we're going to talk about here is, and this is everything tied in a tight little bundle, okay? So if we were to like to draw this right here, all of this in one tight little bundle here, okay? Just ignore this, right? Just everything is in here. Everything in Overwatch, everything that you do as a tank. So once you've established the 1v1, once you've decided on who you're going to 1v1 based off of how aggressive they are and how much space or how valuable that space is that they're on, how good is that high ground for me to do it on? The one Sigma male, super valuable thing that you have to be practicing and the way to apply it all, how do I know when to start doing it? If anybody in my chat who's been in my Discord or in my stream before knows, it all revolves around, let me get the right text size here, right here. Timing. It doesn't matter if you do the right thing. If you do it at the wrong time, it doesn't matter. If I am playing Winston and there is a squishy on the high ground, that is a threat to my team, but my team is in spawn. If I jump this squishy, he will get all the peel, all the support, and I will either die or be forced to back out as my team comes out the choke and then looks at me wondering why I'm standing here waiting for my bubble to come off of cooldown. Everything that you do has to be around your team's timing. And the way to decide on that is to go, is my team ready? Are we even here? Are we here? Okay, now I go and do my thing. They don't have to dive with you. They don't have to focus the same target. They don't have to heal you. They don't have to damage your same target. They could be off in La La Land, but as long as your team is engaged in a fight, that is the time when you want to be taking space. And if you're on defense and you're holding space, you wait for the enemy team to walk into your supports and DPS LOS before you do your dives, right? Now we walk here. I don't dive over here unless my team is also there with me. You will be a complete feeder if you do not pay attention to timing. You do not pay attention to timing, you're screwed. You could go in and do the best thing possible for Monkey, but do it at the wrong time and lose every game over and over and over and over and over and over again. And the reason why this is especially important for tank is not only are a lot of tanks cyclical, in other words, a tank like Monkey is very strong when he has bubble. So when he goes in, he has to make sure that this is a very good time for his team, because if he goes out, he is a useless hero. Right? Same thing goes with Junkerqueen Shout and Reinhardt Charge and Diva Matrix. Do not use your cooldowns. Do not create or hold space unless your team is in a position to help you. And the reason why that's so important as a tank, for the second point, is that as a tank, you are generally positioned not necessarily in the front line, but more forward. And unless you have eyeballs on your butt cheeks, which I don't know of many people who do, you will have a tendency to struggle to be aware of where your team is positioned. And so therefore it is easier as a tank to do the wrong thing in terms of timing. If I'm playing Ana, it is impossible for me to mess up timing sitting in the backline because I can see everything in front of me. So I'm not going to screw up because I can see my teammates. I know where we're fighting. I know when we're fighting, right? But as an Ana, or as a Winston, excuse me, I don't got eyes on my butt. So I need to take the time before the fight or before my engage to turn around, check. Okay, we're here. Okay, let's go. Right? Same thing in attack. We're turning the corner. Okay, we're here. Okay, let's go. Right? Okay, my Tracer's pushing in. Okay, let's go. All right, my Hanzo's walking onto the high ground. Let's go. My Moira's walking onto cart now. We're pushing cart now. Okay, now let's go. Right? You must be aware of where your team is positioned, even as a frontline hero. And you need to do that before you engage. When you have a little bit of downtime, you must. Everything is timing. Everything is timing. Everything is timing. And you are going to hear me say the timing over and over again. In fact, I have a little glass of water. Hear that? That's our timing bell, okay? And then we're going to have another glass here, which is going to be our don't shoot tank bell. Okay? And we're going to be hitting those every single time. Don't make me forget. If I forget to mention timing or shooting tank, and I forget to ring the bell, let me know, because you guys are going to be hearing those bells a lot. So, does anyone have any big questions before we start? General playstyle against massive countercomps depends on the hero. We'll get into it. How do I effectively bait out resources before we're going in on Winston? It's how you engage on Winston. For specific tank stuff, save your questions until the Q&A. But if you have something broad, I'm looking more for broad. Does life have meaning? What is consciousness? How do you know the proper timing with limited communication? Great question. You don't. The proper timing is my team is here shooting stuff. Now I go. That's the proper timing. You don't need to coordinate and synchronize pressure. You just need to be able to turn around and see that my Hanzo is putting arrows in the air. My Mei is shooting an icicle. That's all the timing that you need. Use your eyeballs. See that people are engaged, then go. The answer is very complicated and yet profoundly simple at the same time. To get the perfect timing is really situational dependent, but at a base level, it really is just we are shooting, so therefore it's good to go. And you would be surprised at how simple that is, but how many players screw that up. And maybe don't screw it up every time, but screw even top 500 Overwatch League players. Timing is a huge thing. Okay, let's oh boy, guys, are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? I don't know if you guys are ready. Let's get into this here. So shutting down paint, and I'm shutting down everything. We're getting right into it. Doomfist. We have a gold Doomfist. Let me get the code pull. Okay, well, you know what? Here's what we're gonna do. I forgot our order here. We're gonna go into the practice range and talk about Doomfist. So here's what Doomfist is. Doomfist is, like most tanks, a dual threat tank. Doomfist can do two things really well. Doomfist can assassinate and pressure squishies. Okay, very good at that. And the other thing that Doomfist does really well is he creates good AoE pressure. So what Doomfist does is if you have a composition where there are a lot of squishies split in multiple different angles, you can go take those 1v1s versus the Hanzos and Annas and Zens and Kirikos and Baptistes and Cassidys, and you can either kill them or threaten the kill on them when they're split to force resources. So if create a distraction so that your team can win the fight off of that. But what you're going to notice with a lot of dive heroes is that they will get frustrated at you doing that, so then they will group up. Chat, if you learn nothing else today, when you are playing a dive hero and the enemy team groups up, you have won. You have done a great job. So then what a hero like Doomfist transitions to is when they all group up, is it's a lot harder to get kills, assassinations one-on-one. But listen to me, chat, you don't have to. By forcing them to group up and not take flanks and angles, you've just protected your backline. Your backline doesn't have to worry about flanks anymore or high grounds anymore. You group them all up. And then now what Doomfist does is he transitions into what I would call a baity or pressure playstyle, where you're not going to be getting kills, but you don't need to. All you need to do is get them grouped up, hit a nice fat AoE slam. Hit a punch, do some damage, force a cooldown, then slam out. Hit some shots, bait some cooldowns subtracted you, get a nice fat AoE punch, bam, and then slam out again or play cover. And then build your ultimate, get a big AoE ultimate, and so you're not directly getting kills, but because you force them all to group up, you're still forcing cooldowns, you're getting good AoE damage, and then you're letting your team finish them off. Or maybe your team, or maybe you're finishing them off with a little bit of help from your team. So your job as Doomfist is to identify your favorable 1v1s, what angles or flanks are these favorable 1v1s are, can I pressure them, and if they're all grouped up, or there is no 1v1, let's say there's literally nothing that you could, no squishy that you can assassinate at all, then you just do AoE pressure. Keep him on the back foot. You see, one of the things about Doomfist is that he can do his cycles very fast. You can continually, over and over do pressure on the enemy team. Okay, so let's talk about cooldowns really fast. Now, once again, this is not going to be a huge micro in-depth playstyle thing. I'm going to give you a brief overview and focus more on what you need to be doing playstyle-wise and not as much with the cooldowns. Slam can be used as escape cooldown. It can also be used as a damaging cooldown. It does 50 damage at an AoE range and can hit multiple targets. The range is actually surprisingly big. Case in point, that hits all the way there. I believe the range is like 15-20 meters. For micro, I'm not the guy to go to. Check it out in the wiki. Okay? Punch, AoE punch, everybody's grouped up, does even more damage. You generate shields off of hitting your abilities, which allows you some self-sustain. These shields do degenerate over time. Both your punch and slam can be used interchangeably as engage or disengage cooldowns, and one of the most important things that you can do with Doomfist is to have game plans of how you're going to get in and how you're going to get out. Usually as Doomfist, unless you have your ultimate or have a good cover, you don't want to be using both of your cooldowns to engage. You would prefer to use a one cooldown to engage and another cooldown to disengage, okay? Whether that's slam or punch, very situational. We're not going to get into that today, okay? Block is simply a cooldown to charge a power punch, but even more important, that's right, more important than charging your power punch is using your block to buy time. Here's what it does. It reduces the damage that you take significantly from a frontal arc. So let's say you use both cooldowns to go in. Should have done that, but that's okay because look at block. You see how long that lasted? And now I only have a second and a half on my next punch. You see that? So slam, punch, block. And even if I don't charge my punch, I have bought time so that then I can disengage afterwards, okay? In addition, if you do charge your punch, if you take, I think, what is it, chat? 100 damage, total mitigated from the punch, you get your punch back, so you get your cooldown reset, okay? So you can actually not only block damage to buy you time, but it will reset your punch cooldown if you block enough damage and you generate a power punch, which goes even farther, stuns even longer, and does even more damage, okay? Now, power punch is not as strong as it used to be, but it's still very potent and important to use. In terms of your ultimate, generate cooldowns faster, does a lot of damage on the epicenter, and has a slowing effect on targets that get caught in the ultimate, okay? So if you get hit somebody with an ultimate, they move slower afterward, which means it's easier to kill them. Doomfist, and I like the way Jake Overwatch described it, is a hero that uses abilities to get in and out on squishies that he can assassinate, and he uses his abilities not just to do damage, but he actually uses his abilities to get close to people so that he can shoot them. With Doomfist, you're kind of using your abilities to go in and out, but the majority of your damage, I won't say the majority, but a really large chunk of your damage is actually through your shotgun, not your abilities themselves. So with Doomfist, think more about getting close to 1v1s, getting close to squishies a lot of the time, and using your shotgun to do the damage. You guys want to know how much shotgun does? Watch this. Okay? 2 shot. Bet you didn't know that, right? 2 shot. So, highly recommend with Doomfist using your cycles of your abilities to get in and out, looking to get onto people's heads with your shots, or at least create a distraction. Use your E to charge Power Punch, or use your E to buy time, and then do the same thing with your ultimate as well. Doom is a short-range queen with a Winston lead, pretty much. You go in and out with Doomfist over and over and over and over and over again. Much higher burst potential than Winston on the squishies, but he doesn't have the bubble to protect him, which is why he's a little bit weak to CC. So, from there, we're going to get right into the code. So we have an expectation of our Doomfist to use our cooldown cycles to get in and out, in and out, in and out. And then using your abilities to generate HP to put out pressure, deciding about whether this is a comp that I can assassinate or whether this is a comp that I should be doing just general AoE pressure on. And then from there, playing her life, continually putting pressure over and over and over again. So this is going to be Exia Guard. This is a gold Doomfist. Overhealth is generated per enemy. Yep. This is a gold Doomfist. Now, I want you guys to notice something right now. We're starting off with a composition to where there isn't a lot that we can assassinate. Right now, we're already going in. This is not a comp that we can assassinate. Look at Team Red. Moira, Winston, Tracer, Echo, Mercy. This is going to be very hard for us to assassinate here. So our solution, what we should be looking for to do is we should be, I'll fix it. We should be looking for general pressure, okay? Using our AoE of our abilities and then cycling over and over and over again. Because while we don't have any one squishy that we can assassinate, we can bully Winston, right? We can bully Tracer. You heard me right. If you slam a Tracer and shoot her in the head, she's going to have to use Blinks and Recall. We can bully Moira, force a Fade, force an Orb. So just because you're like, oh, there's nothing for me to assassinate, therefore I'm hard countered. No! You can absolutely, and you should absolutely adapt your playstyle and put pressure. Remember, the goal is pressure, guys. Kills are pressure, but the threat of a kill, even if you don't secure it, is also pressure. Okay? So here we go. Winston. Now, usually as Doomfist, you don't want to be focusing tanks, but Winston is a tank you can pressure. Missing our punch. We end up having to slam out. Good AoE slam. Okay, but by the way, this is the type of pressure that we're looking at. Now, I know that we're already down one right now, and we missed this punch. But watch this slam. Watch our HP and watch this slam. Bam, 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 bam. You guys see that? 3 targets hit by this slam. Our HP jumps up by basically 100. Right there. And look what that does. Tracer blinks back. Mercy S keys. Moira's now isolated. Winston also bubbles. Ladies and gentlemen, pressure. Your team will benefit from this. Now, your team has already lost this fight before it even started. But assuming that that had not happened, congratulations, this AoE slam onto 3 people while you were at no risk just created a lot of pressure and forced a lot of cooldowns. And this Tracer's backed up, and this Mercy's backed up, and this Winston's backed up, and that would otherwise allow your Ana Cassie to push forward. And now for you, you have now isolated the Moira. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if we punched this Moira, is this Moira going to die? The answer is no. But it doesn't matter. We don't care. We're punching Moira to force her fade. So then she's going to fade out, and now they've used a bunch of cooldowns. And now on your next cooldown cycle, maybe you kill the Moira. I don't know why we blocked there. I don't like being predictive with your block unless you see a lot of spam damage coming in. That's a habit that we want to look at. So we are going to be talking about very general playstyle stuff for the most part, but when I do see things like that, I will call it out. Like this, for example, is fine. Almost got it. Your team is still dead, so be careful. Now, what is the highest value pressure that we can get right now? Is this good, ladies and gentlemen? So here's a question. What should we be doing right now? Does anyone want to take a guess? Think about it. I'm not going to wait for chat to answer questions the entire time, not with how much we have to do. But yeah, we should probably leave. If we punch in right now, we've gone in too hard and we might die for it. Even though we'll create a lot of space, create a lot of pressure, we might die for it. And so we want to be able to continually apply pressure over and over and over again. There it is, right? And look what we just did. Watch the red circles. Watch them, guys. Watch the red circles. Look at where they're at on the choke, putting damage, and then look at where they go 8 seconds later. Oh, yeah, that's too far forward. Look at where they go. You see that? Now you got a cooldown cycle again. Bait is forced. Slam. Pick a target. Get a kill. Now, the only thing that would be better for all of this, watch this, ladies and gentlemen, is if when we did something like this, now I'm going back a little bit here, is if instead of running it through the choke where all the damage is coming in, a sneakier thing to do would be to slam or punch from the flank. Do you look at what's here? You guys see that? What would be more pressure? Going and jumping directly in the front line or taking a quick flank and getting onto the Moira Mercy immediately? You could use one cooldown, slam on the Moira or Mercy, pow with your shotguns, and then punch out exactly like we did here, but the pressure would be a lot higher because the threat of a kill on a squishy would be a lot higher. Now we know that we can't necessarily assassinate these guys immediately. We already talked about that, but the problem of what we're seeing here is because we're hitting on the front line over and over again. We don't have as high of a kill threat, right? That's one of the traps that you have to be careful with when you talk about, oh, I'm going to punish this monkey all the live long day. I mean, maybe, but maybe not, right? Maybe we would prefer to go for the Moira or go for the Mercy. Yes, you could take a flank, shoot the Mercy first, then use a cooldown, right? So this Doomfist is overextended. So remember we talked about like aggression, depends on who we shoot. Now I specifically picked this VOD because not only was it a low rank VOD, but it showcases when all you do, genuinely think of the gifted subs, mate. When you trade on the front line, you have a much harder time putting out pressure. Whereas if you're able to hit squishies, even if you're not able to secure the kill, it scares the enemy team and creates space. Very good, look at that. Now we just survive. Get healed up, go back in. Good, go for the Tracer. Nobody else to go for the Tracer. Look at this. Hit her, look at that, look at that, look at that damage, look at that damage. You almost got her, you should have gotten her. I would keep walking forward here. Okay, they're all focused on you. We get out, very nice. Get the Mega. Your team has focused point too much. You need to play your life here. Yeah, so like right here, for example. You're 200 HP. You really don't want to be punching in. I would probably punch back towards spawn, even. Or grab a health back, right? You need to remember, when you're dead, you're not tanking. You're not putting out any pressure. You're a dead weight. Literally, okay? Alright. Good. I mean, look at this, guys. Look. I get it. Tracer's not an optimal target. But if you hit a cooldown, bam, shoot, punch, slam, and you can use both cooldowns here because you're going to cover, right? You're in a safe spot right now. Look at this. Tracer almost dies. She runs for her life. Missed that punch. We need, obviously, one of our biggest things that we're struggling with is our mechanics. Be very careful about punching in there, but obviously this fight's lost. So what we're seeing so far is good. Okay, I wouldn't say good. Serviceable general pressure, but the way that we're directing that pressure isn't towards squishies consistently enough, and we're not playing our life. We're just using our cooldowns over and over and over again. Okay, so let's keep going. So I want to keep practicing our mechanics, focus on take slight angles so that we can go for different targets, and make sure that we're going in and out, playing our life. All right, so just like we expected, a gold Doomfist struggles at a little bit of everything, right? No one particular thing. Now, wait a second, guys. Why is my Doomfist focusing the tank? Is this our first don't focus the tank moment? I would say no. What? Ladies and gentlemen, how bad is a Doomfist versus a Winston in a 1v1? Not bad, first off. It's not amazing. Usually, you'd rather go for a Moira Mercy, usually. But not amazing. It's okay. But remember, the level of aggression. Look at this Winston in comparison to the rest of his team. His team isn't even fighting. This gold Winston is screwed up. Timing. He screwed it up. So, shoot the tank. You guys see that? In addition, this space is pretty valuable for my team, right? I need to get him out. And that's exactly what you do. And look at that. Now, who's our target priority, guys? You guys got any guesses? Got any guesses? I am taking that ding back. It's back. Okay? Who's next? Tracer, maybe? Well, Tracer. Well, yeah, punch Tracer. Force recall. Get her out so that my Cassidy and Reaper can walk forward. Not my Cassidy. My Echo and Reaper can walk forward. Or Moira, right? Moira's now walking forward. You see the Winston is a bad tank now because he went in by himself, did nothing, and now is out. And now his team is walking forward, but there's no tank. Imagine if we're coaching this Winston and the Winston jumps now. Now who does our Doomfist focus? Oh boy. Because that's what was happening last round. They were all working together as a team, right? And so now let's see what happens. Oh. Get her out. Get her out. Force Moira fade. Force the Mercy to go over and pocket. Right? 2 for 1. Moira Mercy out of the fight and fade forced. Nice. Next target. Who's next? No, we don't have any cooldowns, but we do have some HP. So let's get some shotguns going. Maybe shoot the Winston. Maybe shoot the Tracer. Yeah. Yes. Right there. And look at the space that we hold right now. Do you guys see it? You could visualize. Look at the blue space. We have our Mercy is under 0 pressure. Their Mercy is under a lot of pressure. We've got mega health pack room. My Reaper's got a good corner. The Echo's on the floor. We're doing it. Now, it's gold. You never know what's going to happen. This isn't a guarantee that we're going to win this fight. That punch is a little bit sad, right? Because here's the question. Once we force the Tracer recall and she's out, is she really the most aggressive target right now? The answer is no. The Crazy, thank you for the sub. Turn around. This is what we talked about, awareness, right? This Moira doesn't have fade yet, I think. Yeah, she doesn't have fade yet. And she's playing very aggressively. Heck, even the Echo. You could shoot the Echo with your little pew, 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 right now. This would be a perfect time to, right? So, not a good punch. Not a good choice. Now, thankfully, we salvage it because look at this. We try to slam out and we end up right next to guess who? You guys talk about Doomfist being the shotgun hero. Ladies and gentlemen, right there. Thank you so much for the sub, Jawa. Now, here again, who do you prioritize? Do you prioritize Monkey? Do you prioritize Mercy? I would probably say Mercy because don't peel. You hear me right? You heard me right. Kill instead. That's your best peeling. But we need to go now. We waited too long. You see that? You missed that opportunity to go. You missed that opportunity. You got turned around. You thought about peeling, at least for a split second. That being said, not too bad. So good execute. Oh. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what do you guys think? Look at this slam. Look at the pressure we're putting out with this slam. No risk. And is it at a good time? The answer is yes. Look at my Echo. Look at my Reaper. They're pushing in. We might get a kill here. Oh, unfortunate. Okay. We missed the punch. Sad. We are prioritizing the Moira, which is good considering how aggressive she is. And we're pretty good versus the Moira 1v1. Slam there is a little too early. Don't peel. You heard me right. Don't peel. Don't peel. Look at what happens when you stop shooting these guys. I want you guys to watch. We peel in the Doomfist, right? On the copy, right? But watch the red circles. When we turn around and leave. Do you see it? This is what we're talking about. They take the space that was left. Exactly. Exactly. As soon as you go to peel as a tank, this is what's going to happen. Thank you for the sub. So, if this was like, let's say, a Zenyatta in your backline, you're like, oh, I can kill that guy really fast. Maybe it's worth it to let these guys walk forward. But you understand the cost of what you just did. That Moira walks forward with no fear of getting her cold canceled. Tracer walks forward, ends up assassinating your team. And really, it's not even the copy that kills your team. It's everything else that you let survive. Good. Great job getting on the Moira. Good. Even Echo. If you can shoot Echo without a mercy pocket, great. Look at that. Excellent job. It's okay to peel here because there's nobody else alive. You could be capping point too, but this is all fine. All right, let's see what happens here. Now, is your team with you? Kind of looks like it. Yeah, nice. I would not have blind slammed there. Don't blind slam. Don't blind block. Don't blind slam. Don't blind punch. Don't just hit your abilities. Think about it, right? This Moira should already be dead. She doesn't have fade though, so that's good. You can do a quick punch on the Tracer too. Nice. Look at this. This is good. Look at that. Nicely done. Nicely done. Very good. Might not be able to stop that res. See, this is the timing problem. You guys got me? Watch this. We're going in to stop the res. I respect it. I understand it. But your team isn't in any way, shape, form, or fighting for this space at all. So, unironically, it might be okay to just let the res happen because you're at a huge risk right now because you are by yourself. You see that? It's a mess. And you end up dying for it. Now, if you had played the disengage better, that would have been probably maybe worth the risk. But even when it's canceling a res, you have to consider timing. That's why I put so much of a priority to that. You saw Red Team, despite being at a massive advantage, almost lost first fight due to bad timing. And we just won a fight and then lost a fight due to good timing and then immediately bad timing. 2 cooldowns too, so no escape. Yep. Okay, so things that were good. Mechanics for gold, not too shabby. Definitely need to not just use abilities for the sake of using abilities. Remember your cycles. But the number one thing for you is going to be taking good 1v1s on good targets and paying attention to who's playing the most aggressively with who to target. Now, ladies and gentlemen, get used to hearing me say that because we're going to be saying that over and 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 over again with every VOD review that we do, whether it's Doomfist or not. Okay, next VOD review we have here, we're going to jump ahead to a Grandmaster VOD review. It is on Circuit, and whereas this code was really, there was Moiras and things that we could pressure, but more about general AoE pressure, right? Not necessarily securing kills, but putting pressure out and then getting the kills afterwards. This one is the opposite. Look at the map that we're on. Look at the composition that we're on, right? Let's fix the rank here. So if we as Doomfist are not putting pressure and threatening kills on a soldier, whatever, they're going to kill our team. Now, Pharah Mercy, we can't touch, so they're a bad 1v1s for us. Sigma, not a terrible 1v1 for us, but it's not that Sigma is a bad 1v1 for us, it's that Ana Soldier are better. So we don't want to waste time with Ana Soldier most of the time. Now, what if the Sigma was here and the Ana Soldier were over here? Then we'd focus on the Sigma because he's playing super aggressively. Why would we not punish the Sigma? But generally, we are going to try and play around that Ana Soldier. Okay, Grandmaster Doomfist, let's take a look. A little bit of early pressure on the Sigma because we can't get to that Ana Soldier just yet. We're slowly waiting. Now, this is where we separate the pros from the scrubs. How are we going to get to this Ana Soldier without dying? The answer in this particular circumstance is I would like a slam, punch, shoot, block. And you would use both cooldowns because you are safer on this high ground. You can dodge and hide from Sleep Dart. And you have your power block to buy you time. Okay? So you might even use 2 cooldowns here. But now that you've blocked here, I would be careful about using both cooldowns here. You see that? So even your block can be part of your escape route. But we need to get on this Ana Soldier at some point here. So now we're going to use both cooldowns, but our Genji has already died. And because we don't have our block, This is where we're in real danger. Yes, punch, cancel, slam is fine. Yes. But do you see the danger now? We've had to use 2 cooldowns to close the distance, which is usually a big no-no. But it's especially a big no-no if you don't have your block. And you have your block because you were fishing for block before the fight actually started. Now, chat, we are going to get a little bit more advanced here. All right? So hold on to your butt cheeks. Okay? So good shot, but where's my block? Where's my block? You got lamp. Your Bap's champ. Now, who do we pressure here? Do we focus the Sigma or do we focus the Ana? Timing mishap? A bit of one, yes. This is a tough one. I would probably say Ana and then go back for Sigma. So let's see. Oh, we're going to get the res first. Brilliant. And you get the kill. And now, notice that we're ignoring the Sigma, right? There's a reason that this Doomfist is Grandmaster. Ignore the Sigma, cut off the Sigma support, and kill the backline. Block and drop. Let's get out of here. Now, who can spot the mistake here? What's the mistake? What's the mistake? I'll give you guys a few seconds. No block, right? No targets. No timing. There's nothing happening right now. We went up here earlier to fish for a block power punch and then disengage. But now we're going in again. You mess up your timing, they all focus you. You have to disengage. You've lost your positioning. You've lost your HP. You almost died forward, and you lost your power punch. It's a timing issue. Hi, pretty girl. It's a timing issue. You can't do this. And now, it's no accident that we're going to see the enemy team slowly walk forward, including the soldier that we should be pressuring right now, because they forced you out. So we can farm for our punch now if you want to. Yes. Now, I will say this. What's the problem here? Can you guys spot it? We're getting really advanced here. Punch here. Where should our Doomfist go? Where should our Doomfist go? You see, what's happening is when we talk about in and out with Doomfist, it implies that we're going to be going towards the enemy team and then back to our team. Towards the enemy team and back to our team. But here's the catch, guys. You don't necessarily need to go back to your team. If you have your block and you still have HP or cover or something like that, stay here. Why is this better than here? What are our targets from here? Well, it's kind of hard to access that on a soldier. But if we're here, it's really easy to access that on a soldier. You see what I'm saying? So we've had a setup phase where we engaged, but we didn't really get anything done, but we ended up here in a safe position so that our next engage is that much better. And this is, again, a dive tank fundamental. It applies to Winston, Diva, Wrecking Ball, a lot of tanks, really. So right now, this engage looks useless, but what it does is actually very important. We don't lose too much HP, and if we'd actually use this properly, we block, tuck back into cover, and then now we're in a perfect position, not just to set up, but to execute, to kill. We're set up for the backline. How can our team play with Sigma in the face? Well, see, that's the thing, okay? Everybody, that's the classic complaint. If I'm back here, doesn't Sigma run over your team? And the answer is, if he's good, yes. Yes, that's exactly what Sigma does. That's what it does. But what do you think you're doing to his backline? And who do you think is better equipped to smash their faces into each other over and over and over again? The tank with 500 HP, or 550 HP, and a shield, or you? And here's another question. Who is the tank that is better equipped to kill backline when they're on the flank? You or the Sigma. For example, right now, can your team walk away from Sigma right now? Or just keep your distance? Yes. He doesn't have speed. He doesn't have mobility. He can maybe spam and get a kill, but he's just going to stand here. Maybe try to push. But their supports can't avoid you. You're here, they can't avoid you. So yes. So it comes down to which of your tanks, or which tank is going to do their job better. Which team is going to put out more pressure. Sigma, what Sigma would have to do is try to walk forward on the Hanzo BAP and try to trade backlines. And hope that his team is able to peel off the Sigma. Or the Doomfist. You know? It's tough. Now this is a very good Sigma map, but that's the general principle. Okay? So here the problem is that we're going back on Sigma. We also are in zero position to go for backline anymore because we've not used cover. We're standing out in the open. And now, how much space have we contributed for our team? We had a brief distraction on the enemy backline that had zero lethality at all because we didn't actually use cover and because we were in no position to actually go for the good 1v1 targets like Ana and Soldier. And so zero. You're a waste of space. So you're doing, this guy is Grandmaster for a reason. ISB, thanks for the sub. Yeah. Mechanics, general playstyle. Okay? But we're messing up on the setup phase. We're either all the way in, all the way out, all the way in, all the way out, but we're missing, okay, well what happens if you can't all go immediately on the Ana Soldier? Right? You see, this is very awkward, and this is very dangerous, going in directly at the Ana with sleep. This is very awkward and very dangerous. In fact, some of you guys in chat that maybe are a little bit more experienced, okay? A little bit more experienced guys in chat. Where should this Doomfist go? Where should this Doomfist go right now to create the most space? Not right now, but in 10, 15 seconds. Could go right. Yes. Up here. Set up, behind, then you're in a perfect position to assassinate backline while being at full HP, full cooldowns. You could also go around this way. Okay? But don't go directly at the enemy. Don't go through the tank line. Set up. Because not only is it less sneaky, but also you have to use a cooldown to go in instead of using a cooldown here. 3, 2, 1, now you have your cooldowns back again. High ground is so free, and yet we're missing that setup phase. And even though we're not consistently getting punt, when we actually, you know, we are getting consistently punted for, because we're not dying, but we're not doing anything here. Do you see this? Our impact has been essentially nil beyond first fight. Basically being a cooldown sponge. All right, let's see what we got. Nice. But it took our ultimate to get to backline. It took our ultimate to get to backline. That to me is poor staging. So even Grandmaster tanks got a lot to learn. Or maybe not even a lot to learn, but a lot to practice. We'll look at a few more fights for this guy. So this is a composition where there are a lot of squishies to assassinate. But even you bronze, silver, gold, plat Doomfists, remember that if the squishies are far away, you might not just be able to snap your fingers and get on top of them. You might have to invest some time, work out an angle, take a flank, grab a health pack, use an ability, wait for a second, go back in afterwards. It takes time to get to these 1v1s sometimes. If there's a Junkerqueen, please avoid this Junkerqueen. All that is good. Yeah, we're not doing a very good job of it. Like right now, watch this. Walk here. Slam, cancel, punch these guys back. Then pop your block, make them all look at you, and then even drop if you need to. Right? Should Kiriko go with Doom? She could. Yes, she absolutely could. Great point. And the Doomfist going on the flank there would be amazing for Kiriko, because it would give her somebody to flank with and TP out with too, right? Because right now you're standing in the choke, you're giving Kiriko no TP options to get away. So she's screwed. If she gets dove, she's screwed. There's nowhere for her to go. So yeah, going on the flank would be awesome. And so your Kiriko ends up going Ana because she's getting frustrated at you. And I don't blame her. Do it. Punch. You could use both cooldowns here if you have your block, because you know your escape route is what? Not to disengage by punching or signing out, but to drop. Right? That's also a disengage route. How do you deal with Junkerqueen? Isolate her from her supports? Yes. Make her supports and DPS group up with her, and they get fat AoE value. Do you see how they're split here? Make the Junkerqueen turn around and focus you. So our mistake here is we don't have blocks, so we need to be really careful. I don't think enough even high-ranked Doomfists pay attention to their block cooldown. This to me is a big problem. Do you guys see this? This is almost humorous at this point. Watch our Doomfist staging, right? We've already established where the supports are. We've already established where the Junkerqueen is. And our Doomfist walks right past. I mean, look at this. They can smell each other's deodorant. Like, this is bad, right? If this Junkerqueen, thankfully you're like, look at this. Look at this. Thankfully that your BAP is 1 HP, ironically, because you would be getting absolutely screwed by this Junkerqueen. You're running right past her. And so now you're on the back line, right? This is good. Even getting slept isn't the end of the world, but the problem is that by the time that you get to where you want to be, your entire team is already dead. We're frontline trading, we're getting screwed. You're not gonna be able to do this, you're screwed. Yeah, look at this. We should know better than this. This is the first rule of tanking, is taking a favorable 1v1. Is the Junkerqueen playing significantly more aggressive than the rest of her team? The answer is no. Her Ana is also right here. Her pharmacy is aggressively peeking. The soldier is aggressively peeking. Remember, by aggression, we don't remember, that doesn't mean how close they are, but a lot of other factors. So we're getting screwed here. Nice. You do isolate her there with the bob and the punch. Fine to get slept here. Backline's backing up. Let's go. Good AoE value. Good ultimate. Clean it up. Missed the punch. That's okay. Now, we'll look at this last fight. We can trade on Queen now because we can't shoot the pharmacy. So play the corner. You absolutely could punch the Queen here. I know that what we're waiting for, we're trying to punch her out of ultimate, which is why we're not using our punch here. Which makes sense. But unfortunately, during the process, she LOSs us and we lose anyway. Okay, so for our Grandmaster Doomfist, a lot of it is setup. How we're setting up our off angles, how we're setting up our assassinations with favorable 1v1s. Circuit Royale is a tough map to do this with, but there have been many opportunities to do it better. So setting up your favorable 1v1s, making sure that you have as many of all 3 of your cooldowns if you can for cycles, even your power block. Okay? Chat, do you have any questions about Doomfist? You have any questions about Doomfist? What was that for time? Does anybody know? I lost track. Let me actually get my stopwatch rolling here so I can. 30-40? Okay, good. We're doing okay then. Any general questions for Doomfist before we move on to our next hero? And you notice that we're not going as in-depth in ability usage and things like that. There are other resources for that out there. But there are not enough resources for general playstyle and how to just play the game as a tank. And that's what we're focusing on today. Not only do I find that that's something that is woefully under-talked about, but I actually think that it is probably the most important thing that you could be doing with tank. Okay, 40 minutes, nice. Any questions? Well, we got a few minutes for Doomfist before we move on to Diva. Might have to do some stretches after this one or something. Move around. Can I show some Doom combos? A lot of it is going to be about chaining your shots with your abilities. So without going into detail, it's a lot of it is like, you know, slam and channeling. Like you notice that I hit the shot, or another one is punch shot. So like you actually commit the punch first, but you're holding down mouse 1 as you do it. So animation cancels. You can do this with your slam as well. Watch this. So here, I'll do it on this guy here. Like immediately holding it down. Very important that you get that one down. For combos, for like extra distance, you can like cancel your slam. That one's pretty important as well for getting extra distance. It does use both abilities. You can, one thing that you could do as well is pop your ultimate and immediately tap your right click out. That helps as well. How important are rollouts on Doom? They're relatively important. But you should always start Doomfist from understanding what your playstyle is and then adapting your rollouts around that, because that will help you to decide what rollouts are. Should we use ult as more of an engage, disengage, or mid-fight utility? I like using it as a mid-fight utility where you set up a good engage and then use your ultimate as a way of chaining that engage even further. using it as an extra life is totally fine as well. But I like being intelligent about it and going, hey, I'm going to use all of my cooldowns, all in, a lot of space, and then pop my ultimate and do the whole thing all over again. Can I play Doomfist in high rank without the knowledge of rollouts? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Don't forget shift into E for momentum for punch. Yeah, I mean, if you really want to blow all... I hit my head on the roof. If you really want to blow all 3 on a rollout, yes. Don't underestimate the value of the slow. Right, exactly that as well. So you can... Remember, your ultimate does slow them down afterwards. So even if I don't get the one shot there, they move slower afterwards. So it's easier to line up your shots and your punch afterwards. Okay, let's move on to D.Va. Now, D.Va is one of the trickiest tanks in the entire Overwatch cast, because when we talked about playing selfishly as a tank, everybody who plays D.Va, a lot of people who play D.Va have a very selfless mindset, because with Matrix, and especially with her Overwatch 1 playstyle, it was a lot about enabling your tank or enabling your team to take space, okay? And let me be honest with you guys. That playstyle is still there. It is still a very important and integral part of D.Va. However, because you are the only tank, it is not the only playstyle that you can and should be leveraging. In fact, you should be focusing primarily on directly pressuring the enemy team, playing selfishly, Sun Tzu, right? And only transitioning to a more defensive, preventative playstyle when the enemy team goes hyper-aggressive on your backline after you've gone aggressive. It's more the appealing with D.Va is the exception, not the rule. You hear this? It's the exception, not the rule. Now, D.Va is another common... There's one other thing with D.Va as well, is that a lot of people make the mistake of doing what we call like the frontline D.Va, the plat D.Va. You guys who've been in my chat know that I hate that playstyle, where they sit on main at about, I don't know, 15 meters, and they do this. And they take damage, and they matrix, and they take damage, and they matrix, and they take damage, and they matrix, and they just bleed damage. And there are a lot of tanks that are... it doesn't even matter if the enemy tank is bad versus that. If the enemy DPS, if the enemy supports have any damage whatsoever, you're going to be bleeding damage, bleeding HP. It is so important as D.Va to be able to close the space with what you're doing, to get close to the enemy tank, to get close to the enemy DPS, to get close to the enemy support with whatever you're doing, and to focus primarily on playing selfishly. You are a dive tank with a lot of self-sustain, but not a ton of kill potential. Do you hear me? You are a dive tank with a lot of self-sustain, but not a lot of kill potential. That's what separates D.Va from Winston, right? And that's what separates D.Va from Doomfist, right? With the hero that we just talked about, right? With your Matrix and with the amount of HP that you have the ability of repositioning and going out. So oftentimes with D.Va, the pressure versus picks mindset is very important, where you know with D.Va, you're not necessarily going to be assassinating the backline and diving the backline, killing the backline, but you can at least threaten them, or make them a little disgruntled, or disrupt them, or unsettle them, right? Control that tracer on an off angle, right? The other thing with D.Va is that there are very few unfavorable 1v1s in the game, so you can be very flexible with who you go for. Even if it's a tank a lot of the time, you can pressure the tank. But remember, when you pressure a tank as D.Va, at what range do you do it? Most of the time, you need to be doing it at a very close range. Don't sit here and try to 1v1 a Zarya like this. First off, make sure there's nobody else to 1v1, and if the answer is no, then get up in her grill and light her up. The irony, guys, is that D.Va actually does beat Zarya in a 1v1 unless the Zarya has high charge. But you have to be close to do it, right? You have to be close to do it, and I think that's what a lot of D.Vas get wrong. So we'll talk about more of the nuances of the playstyle once we get into the VOD review, but for the most part, remember that selfish versus selfless. Generally with D.Va, it is selfish is the rule, selfless is the exception most of the time. Do not stand in front of the middle of nowhere and take damage for no reason. Try to close the distance. Let's get into some abilities. Boosters is allowed for you not just to dive, but to reposition into powerful positions so that you can 1v1 afterwards. In other words, if I'm playing D.Va, I'm not just focusing on diving at an enemy squishy and shooting them. I might go, oh shoot, if I just dive here, then now I'm stuck here. So what I might do is pull a little bit of a Winston. I might go fly top, cancel my boosters, then drop and shoot, and then now I've got my boosters again 3 seconds later, right? Or 3 seconds sooner, rather, okay? Next ability. what am I saying here? Micro missiles, okay? Micro missiles. If the target doesn't move, you could do a lot of damage with micro missiles at range. Okay? The problem is that's entirely unrealistic, okay? Usually with micro missiles, you're gonna have people moving around, so micro missiles is all about proximity. Do not just use it for spam damage when you're about to dive or push somebody out. The amount of damage that these missiles can do in close range when you hit even just the majority of them, much less all of them, is insane. So please do not just use the ability off of cooldown. Put some brain into it. Lastly, with her Matrix, I'm gonna make some people upset with this one. Matrix is used more for you than it is for your team. It is more about preserving your HP and preventing the enemy team from doing damage to you than it is about matrixing your team. There are more exceptions to that rule than there are for Winston. For example, Winston bubble is almost never for your team. However, very rarely will you be sitting there focusing primarily on matrixing your team. It is very important that you put out pressure and use Matrix to control the enemy team before they get into position to shoot your team. In fact, when we get to the Grandmaster Diva VOD later on in this review, you're going to see exactly what I'm talking about, and we'll get there when we get there, okay? What about a Matrixing an enemy to prevent heals? Of course. Of course. But the best way to play Diva is to start playing with aggression, start playing with selfishness, and then learn to scale it back accordingly based off of the way that the fight is going. Okay? All right, let's take a look here. Oh, last thing, Diva Bomb. Use it primarily for remap purposes. Allow it to go aggressively in. Press bomb. Duck behind a corner for safe remake, rinse and repeat. Diva Bomb is one of the worst ultimates in the game in higher ranks. You heard me right. I know in lower ranks that just eating a bomb works, but generally, as you get better at the game, more often than not, you're going to be using your bomb just as a second life so that you can remake and continue to do your dive thing. The only problem with the remakes that I see is, especially because everyone loves the noob hunter clips, is that they will try to greed the remake kills, and that will get you killed. So usually you want to be like, oh crap, 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 behind cover, get behind cover, and safely remake there. Most of the time. Okay, let's take a look here. We have a gold Diva on Gibraltar, and I remember being fairly impressed with this code. I think that this Diva was doing a lot of things relatively well, just wasn't quite hitting all the buttons. I don't know if that's an S or a 5. I think I got it right.
Welcome to circuit. We're ready for battle.
Whoa, chat! I just found a VOD review. I just found a random VOD review. I just typed in a code, but this isn't the right code. I don't know who this is. Isn't that... I just typed in a random number and I got it right. I don't know. Weird. I've never had that happen before. Okay, so whatever that is, yeah. Review it. Wait, maybe I... Wait, I need to check my format here. Maybe I got the wrong one. No, I did. What? Oh, it's the wrong code. Never mind. I'm an idiot. It's the wrong code. Man, I was like, what are the odds? But never mind. I'm never rule out just human stupidity. Okay. Now look at their comp. Remember, the first rule that you're thinking out with a tank is 1v1s, favorable 1v1s. Diva looks at that composition and she's licking her chops. Pharah, Bap, Ana, Cassidy, Winston. Holy crap. There isn't a bad 1v1 on here, right? So let's see what happens. I can maybe stage for dives on the backline. I could try to shoot the Winston. Now this is our first mistake, is we see the Winston jump top, but I don't think we caught it. And so that Winston is able to get out. So that was a punishable opportunity. What's the mistake here, ladies and gentlemen? Is Pharah a favorable 1v1 for us? I wouldn't say there's a lot of bad 1v1s for Diva, but there's not a lot. There's some up to 1v1s that aren't optimal, okay? Pharah's a fine 1v1 for us, but what's the problem? Remember, what was point number 2 in our creating space checklist? 1v1, level of aggression. How aggressive is this Pharah right now? Is she actively taking space in our team even before we started shooting her? Not really. So optimally here, we wouldn't necessarily be going for backline, although what we're doing, to be very clear, is not bad, because we are distracting backline, but it would be better to go for the Winston and Zed. It's easier, and then now right here, we're kind of standing out in the middle of nowhere. Meanwhile, there's lots of juice happening right behind us, so we need to reset. So you talked about APM, but APM, and I'm going to be as nice as I possibly can, is one of the most grossly overrated catchphrases in the history of the universe. APM doesn't matter. Uptime doesn't matter. Quality is what matters. Right now, you are doing a lot of things, but none of it really matters. None of it, and now you're isolated from your team. And now, yes, the Pharah might chase. Maybe we could punish the Pharah. We got the Cassidy, but you've not been able to restabilize. See, the thing with D.Va is that she has a lot of HP, she has a lot of Matrix, but you need to be able to daddy chill every now and then. You need to be able to go in, reset your cooldowns, build back your Matrix, and do it again, and do it again, and do it again. And you could do it a lot faster than other tanks, but you need to chill. Right now, you're going to get demacked because you have been basically chasing opportunities instead of taking time to reset your cooldowns, look for a squishy, and go again. And so while you're out, their Pharah is in, their Winston's in, and now you're about to lose this team fight. You see it, guys? There it is. This is the problem. Nothing on this battlefield is a bad 1v1. But we're bypassing the 1v1 that's literally right in front of us, that's shooting our team, to go for something that's over here. And because of that, that Ana is allowed to live when she should have died. Okay? So we have a problem so far. A lot of D.Va, one of the things that I say in my D.Va VOD reviews is a game of whack-a-mole, where you prioritize who to punish or who to push or who to peel based off of how aggressive they are, right? Remember, that's one of the tank fundamentals. And right now, we're tunnel visioning on this, failing to see somebody that's going even more aggressive or even someone who's even more killable right next. What's the mistake here, ladies and gentlemen? Do I ring my don't shoot the tank bell? No. Why are you using boosters, though? That's the problem. You have a very favorable 1v1 versus Winston. Winston is playing significantly more aggressive than his team. But why did we use boosters? Because I want my cake and eating it too. And the irony here is that by you using boosters, not only do you waste a cooldown, but also you confuse your tracking. And you make the Winston live longer than he has any right to. Very good. Very nice. Not just because, oh, you ate Barrage, but because the Pharah was feeding. And so therefore she needs to die, otherwise she'll kill your team. What if it's a poke comp with pockets? Shouldn't D.Va be selfless 90% of the time? Just marking DPS. When you make DPS and take aggressive mode, just mark DPS. Sit under DPS constantly. Constantly threaten the 1v1. Even if that's how you win that. You think selfish, thinking I can maybe get these kills, that creates enough pressure for you to be able to win the 1v1. For your team to be able to win the fight. Shoot the Winston. Light him up. Below his head. There's a nano. No longer a favorable 1v1. So what should we do, chat? What should we do? Shoot the Pharah. Right? And then if she dies, go to the soldier. Or go to the Ana BAP. Right? But instead, we're going to bomb. And we're going to die. Bomb is a second life. Bomb is a second life. Use it as such. Don't just drop it. And you're going to die for that. Very, very, very winnable fight. Unfortunate. Now, why are we focusing Pharah? and not the Winston that's playing more aggressive? Well, because Winston is primarily raging. You guys see this here? We're going to say it over and over and over again. Level of aggression, target priority. If the target isn't killable, then we focus on the next aggressive target. Don't just use my micro missiles here. Now, chat. How much damage do we do at this range? Thank you for leaving. Don't stand here and take damage. Look, even that, too much damage. So get out of here. You now need to be thinking, I am looking for a squishy to assassinate, or threaten assassination on. You do nothing here. Get out of here. This is the guy that you need to be worrying about. And you should already be here thinking about your own assassination. Here's what happens to D.Va, okay? Here's what happens to D.Va. D.Va is, I'm going to sit on an angle, on a high ground, thinking about my assassinations. And what's going to happen is I'm going to be sitting there, and then somebody else is going to take that same angle to try and assassinate my team. And I'm going to go, hey, wait a second? And that's how you peel, right? That's how you peel. You either try to predict where they're going to be ahead of time, or you think selfishly. I was going to use this angle to go drop on your soldier. But if you're here trying to kill my team, well, I'm going to kill you instead. Right? Get out of here with this. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to ring the bell for the first time. Stop shooting the tank! Stop shooting the tank! Stop it! Stop it right now! Stop it right now! No tank! And you see how you're giving space? This BAP is a real problem, right? And your HP is continually bleeding. Oh, maybe we go for the soldier? Maybe. You needed your full matrix and you needed your full HP. Why did we not have our full matrix? Why did we not have our full HP? By the way, this is another circumstance where if you're going to use your boosters, you would prefer to not use your boosters and land in the middle of nowhere. You'd like to either drop and shoot or don't even use your boosters or booster in and but fly through to like an angle or cover or something like this where you can remech. But again, the most important thing is that you didn't have your HP, and then because we had spent so much time trading on the queen. You don't peel your team by standing in front of the tank. You create a burden for your supports. You hear me? And then you also lose awareness of where the real threats are. The ones on the high grounds, the ones on the off angles, the ones on the flank. So when you sit on main as D.Va, you are not a helper. You are a burden. You are almost a negative thing at that point in time. And sometimes you are a negative thing. Like here, like this is fine, I guess, because there's nothing else to do. But pretty soon you need to back off because you don't do any damage at this range. Oh no, I really don't like that. That's gonna get probably rezzed. It will get rezzed, surely. No, it won't. But do you see how like the best thing that we've done in the last like 2 minutes has been set up on a flank and just fly on the mercy, and that's it. And then we have our matrix to get out if we need to, and that's just GG's right there. So, no, this is gold. I need to change in the rank. Thank you for the bump. Thank you for the bump. Keep staying me on with this. I need to be upping my production skills. Okay. Avoid the Sigma. Not a favorable 1v1. Not a bad 1v1, but not a favorable 1v1. So even if we're here, okay. Here's a good question, chat. This is a tough one. What could we do here? What could we do here as D.Va? Because what are you gonna do? Shoot the Sigma? Where else is there to go? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Fly around flank right. You could fly around flank here. Too far. Or, watch this. Drop. Either fly in the soldier or fly up behind. You heard me right? Fly up behind and assassinate these guys. Full matrix, full shot, then drop, fly out. Boop them. Yeah, you could boop them too. Right? Be a sneak. Be a rat. At least we're getting close. Yes. Oh, you need to get the kill. Oh, bless me, we need to get the kill. Yes. No, not the Sigma. Yes, Diana. Yes. Now you've got bombs, Sal, so now you can do whatever you want. Yes. No. Let the Sigma push cart. Let him push guard. He's going to turn around in about 10 seconds and his entire team's going to be dead. And he's like, oh crap, right? Get the soldier. Oh dear. You're going to remake, aren't you? Yeah. You really need to break that habit of going back to that tank. You really need to break that habit of going back to the tank whenever you can. So we're going to stop here before we move on to our Grandmaster D.Va VOD. The key things are knowing your 1v1s and measuring the level of aggression. D.Va is so important with making those reads because that's how you protect your team. That's how you protect your team. You find that far up. You find that soldier, that bat. You find ways to create distractions and threat, and that's how you're going to be able to protect your team. That's how you're going to be able to split their attention, even if it's just forcing people to look in different directions or preventing that flank from getting a kill into your backline. You need to be really, really, really careful. Okay, let's move along. In terms of things that this D.Va was doing well, the mechanics weren't too bad. I think the ability usage could use a little bit of work. We did have the right idea at times, but I think that we lost awareness of who was playing the most aggressive. That was a big problem. Right, exactly. Okay, so let's keep going. We're going to move on to a Grandmaster D.Va VOD, and you guys are going to get a real treat here because you're going to see a matchup that you might not expect how it's going to be played. Now, you look at this comp from Team Red. By the way, this is a scrimmage. You look at this comp from Team Red, and you're like, oh, surely our D.Va's going to be focused on peeling, okay? Surely the team is focused on peeling, right? But the big thing here is that if we let these guys set up every off angle and every flank and dive, we're not going to be able to matrix enough to be able to keep ourselves alive. So we have to get pressure. We have to start taking the 1v1s quickly. We have to start doing damage and putting pressure quickly. So we need to stop them from setting up. We need to take the most aggressive 1v1, find the favorable. By the way, chat, who are the favorable 1v1s in this matchup? This is a tough question. Let's see if you guys can come up with this one. Who are the favorable 1v1s? Not Lucio. No, not Lucio. The favorable 1v1 with D.Va is not just the 1v1 that she can kill, but the one who she can ruin their goal the most. I mean, think about it this way. Is it easier to really kill a Kiriko or a Winston? In a lot of ways, the Kiriko is just as hard as the Winston. Or the Winston is just as hard as the Kiriko. Because, yeah, but the reason why we focus on Winston is because we can really ruin his day easier. It's kind of hard to say, though, right? Lucio, we can harass, but he's going to do his thing anyway. Here's a question. Is Sombra a favorable 1v1 for D.Va? Think carefully. If you can answer this question correctly, then you're going to understand this matchup. Is Sombra a favorable 1v1? Can you kill a Sombra as D.Va consistently? The answer is no. But you can cancel hack, and you can force her TP. Right. You can ruin what she wants to do very easy. So what we want to see here is maybe we'll see some attention on Kiriko. But I want to see us put attention on ruin the Sombra's day. Maybe force a Tracer recall. Maybe force a bubble and do damage to Winston. Don't think just about the favorable 1v1s in terms of kills. Think about resources that you can force. Red flag. You guys see it? Now, I do like the fact that we're putting up pressure, because we don't want to like think only about peeling. What's the problem with where we're positioned right now, though? Can anybody guess? It's a micro issue, but it is an issue that ties into the most fundamental tank thing of all time. Look at our timing. We're going in by ourselves, right? Where do we draw the line? Where do we start doing pressure on the enemy team? I would say right around here or here. Don't turn the corner here. Right? So be careful. Be careful. Right, timing. Teammates can't help. Yep. And this is my concern. Do you guys see it? This is my concern. We see Lucio, but Lucio is full HP. Why are we committing boosters on Lucio? By the way, we're losing HP. Where should we be right now? Where should we be right now? First off, we shouldn't have peeked around the choke. But who should we be focusing right now? Where's our favorable 1v1? Right. Sitting on this Winston's face and blowing him up. Or maybe we hear Sombra and we're like, oh crap. Zoom! Right? Run over that Sombra. Right? So even your peeling here is aggressively focused. Thank you for the sub, mate. But their backline's going to ignore you. They're going to roll right past you. They don't care. So yes, you're zoning backline, but oh dear, are you? They just went right past you. Screw you, man. See you, slow. You're gone. And this is the problem. Winston's full. You didn't force Sombra. You're not peeling Tracer. And then this is over. It's over. Yep, it's over. Hey, Talon. You guys see that? So was the problem here that our D.Va didn't peel? Do you guys think if we had boosted into our backline on high ground and held Matrix 1 second faster, would it have mattered? The answer is no. It would not have mattered. So what was the problem? Why did that fight go so horribly? You didn't shoot the right heroes. You didn't take the right 1v1s. And so therefore you were not able to preventively peel when you needed to. That Winston should never have come out at full HP. That Sombra should never have been able to take the angle that she wanted. That Tracer should never have been able to take the flank that she wanted. You missed your opportunity to take a favorable 1v1. Are we in a position to take a favorable 1v1? Now, I know we're probably just prioritizing installing cart here, but you need to be careful because I wouldn't even bother shooting Winston. I wouldn't even bother shooting Winston. I would be spy checking instead, looking for some, because why shoot for Winston? What am I saying? Lucio. Why would I even bother shooting Lucio? Why even, you do no damage. Ah! You know, look, opportunity cost. When you're looking at a Lucio, you should be thinking about the Sombra. You should be thinking about the Tracer. Yo, thanks for the sub, mate, right? And now we're hacked. And you guys know how hack worked, right? We're gonna lose a lot of HP. We're gonna lose a lot of HP for this. A lot of HP. And that's it. Focus on the wrong 1v1, even in a peel dive scenario, and you're cooked. All of the HP. Guys, this is why we don't sit here and talk about like flicking your Matrix into the wall and micro and the perfect burst combo with D.Va, because if you don't understand this stuff, it doesn't matter. Everything about tanking is understanding these fundamentals. Everything. Okay. What do you guys think? Should we shoot the Winston? Seems okay to me, right? Right? Force him out. Good 1v1. Oh, we got hacked. We didn't cancel hack again. We're losing a lot of HP. I have a suspicion. Look at all this attention that's coming our way, right? That's good, right? But why are we losing so much? I have a suspicion. I have a suspicion. Does anyone want to guess why this doesn't feel well? I have a guess. I'm going to answer the problem right now. Wait for it. 3, 2, 1. We're going to ring the timing bell. The timing bell kind of sucks, I'm not going to lie. The other bell is way better. Timing! Why are you here? Why are you here? Your team is in spawn because you take a lot of attention. I like the setting up on the high ground. That's just grotesque. I appreciate the effort though. Okay. Man, you're in a good position to take a favorable 1v1. So you're checking a couple of the boxes, but no, your team's in spawn. You can't do this. You can't do this. This is why a favorable 1v1 feels so bad, because it's not a 1v1. It's a 4v2. You guys are in a massive hole this fight. You guys might look at this. Look at this. Feels terrible. Okay, now we're here. We managed to somehow miraculously survive that. Go get her. Go get her. Go get her. Go get her. You could get her. You could get her. Why don't you get her? I don't know why we don't get her. Favorable 1v1. You've got your bomb. You've got your matrix. Your team is here, right? We're shooting now, right? Go. Booster out. See, the funny thing is now it feels like we're gun shy. We're scared to push out now. Because we got punished for it earlier, but it's because we did it by ourselves. Timing guitar. Maybe we do play the timing guitar. So now we're sitting on the monkey, which is, you know, fine, right? Sitting on the monkey, that's fine. Bye. Be safe. Okay. Sitting on the tank. Sitting on the tank. Good. Good. Who's playing the most aggressively right now? Okay, I'm gonna sit up here. Shoot, 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 shoot. Shoot, 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 shoot. Shoot, 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 shoot. Kiriko is not the greatest. So I'm more curious where, this is where positioning is really important. You want to position where it's easy to shoot your favorable 1v1s. So when you drop here and commit your boosters, now the Winston can just jump right past you. And you can't take your favorable 1v1s over here anymore because you don't have your boosters. Do you guys see that? You guys see that? We use our boosters in when Winston has jumped. He jumps and just completely bypasses. And I don't even know why this Kiriko doesn't TP. It's a big mistake from this Kiriko. They should have just TP'd out and we would have been whiffed again. So we need to be really careful about how we use our boosters. We do get onto a couple of good targets though, because our favorable 1v1s are frankly just juking us over and over again. D.Va isolated from her supports isn't the problem. D.Va isolated from the enemy team is the problem. You're not being able to do anything because you use your boosters in and then they're able to use their mobility past you and you're like, huh, that looks fun. You know, like that's the problem. Timing guitar? All right. Timing guitar. We'll have to think of a good chord to play. Good. I mean, usually not a favorable 1v1, but if the guy's hacked and 1 HP, I get it. Shoot the Winston, shoot the Winston, shoot the Winston, shoot the Winston. We're getting hacked too much. We are getting hacked way too much. And not respecting the hack either. So like we get hacked and then we continue to shoot as if we were not hacked, and then we get smoked. Okay. Nice, we get our back. Where's Sombra? Where's Tracer? Where's Winston? Ah, it's happening again! Okay, remember you guys, this is more micro-oriented, but it's focused on taking the 1v1 that we want. I respect us shooting the Winston, but then when we use our boosters on Winston, and my guy just flies right past us, you gotta be really careful. You gotta be really careful. That has hurt us at least twice now. Play your life, play your life, play your life, play your life. You can even fly out if you want to. Good. Needs to be a minor. Maybe it is. It should be a minor, yeah. Yes, yes, yes. We're on our favorable 1v1s, and they've used their cooldowns, and our team is here. Oh, this is gonna go good. I think this fight should go good. We'll see. Look at how much disruption and distraction we're creating right now. That completely killed the dive. Yeah, that went well. Favorable 1v1. Don't get hacked. Don't get hacked. Don't get hacked. Don't. Careful timing, right? You're kind of by yourself here. So be careful. There's Bubble. There's Suzu. Your Sombra goes in too early. You get hacked through Bubble again. Oh, dear. Yes. You're using boosters to chase jump forces Primal. Now, who should we focus right now? Even the bronze player should be able to know the answer to this one now. As D.Va, take your favorable 1v1. Tracer. I think Tracer. I don't think this is a very obvious answer, but let's put it this way. I don't think it is Winston necessarily, because he's primaling. He's got too much HP. Now, are we going to kill this Tracer? No, but we don't care. That's not our goal. Our goal is to take the favorable 1v1, and if we don't get the kill, okay, we force recall, we force a bunch of blings, maybe a Suzu, all that kind of stuff. If you take your favorable 1v1s, even if you don't get the kill, you will force more resources. And that will, in the end, ultimately lead to more fight wins. Right now, the problem is that we don't really do much of anything, even though we have our bomb. And so we lose this fight. And I'm curious about this Tracer. Did she have recall? What did she have? She did. She did have recall. But that's a huge opportunity missed. Oh my goodness gracious. Instantly forced recall with no them. That's a disaster. So, our whole mentality is take a favorable 1v1. Take a favorable 1v1. Let's watch one more fight, y'all. Decide who's playing most aggressively, who has the best 1v1, and then engage. Be very cautious about your booster usage here. Even there, that monkey can jump over you and jump away. That EMP was tragic. Do you see it? It's happening again. It's happening again, guys. What's the mistake here, guys? Tell me. Is it bad for us to focus the Winston? No, but what's the mistake? We booster in on a target that has mobility, and then now we're in no man's land. Once again. And now we can't take a favorable 1v1 at all. We're not on Winston, we're not on Sombra, we're not on Tracer. In fact, we're just dead? No, maybe not. Don't know why we use our missiles there. We get on the Lucio, that's good. He was already one, so we finish him off. Oh, we really need to work on canceling hacks. More of a micro tip, but you need to avoid getting hacked. Like, that is a lot of HP lost. I think that's going to mean the point for us. Okay, so for our Diva player, keep taking the favorable 1v1s. I want to avoid the Kiriko Lucio backline. Even though this is a more compositional specific feedback, the reason that we don't focus Kiriko Lucio usually is just because they're not as good 1v1s for us. And the reason why we focus Sombra Tracer is even though that we're not likely to get the kill, there's still a favorable 1v1 because we ruin what they want to do. Last little thing there was, don't get hacked, but also be very careful about using your boosters in if you're not able to actually get the kill or not able to get the pressure if they just jump right over you. Okay. Diva questions. Diva questions. The best pressure that you can do for peeling, the best peeling you can do is pressure. Take an angle, time it with your team, put out as much damage, put out as much pressure as you possibly can. That's how you protect your team. And then if you are in a position to matrix your team because of your pressure, then matrix your team. It's okay to bomb aggressively if there's like a specific space that you want to clear out, but usually not. Usually not. If there's a specific space that you know is wide open and there's not a lot of cover, then yes, it's okay to bomb aggressively. But it's more the exception rather than the rule. Spawn on New Queen Street? Sure. Yeah. Sure. Something like that, where there's not a lot of space and you might not be able to get the remake. Yeah. Is it okay to focus on matchups and 1v1 based on how you're ult tracking? 100%. For example, if I'm focusing on, let's say that there's I'm trying to think of a good example here. Maybe there's a Genji with Blade. And normally as a Diva, I would focus more on a Squishy, but I focus on the Genji to kind of prevent him from taking the space that he wants to Blade. So that 1v1 becomes more favorable because of what he has, right? Yeah. %. It's more of more a tricky thing to do, but yes, it's important. Any other questions? We'll go and get the next code pulled. Well, I guess we won't even get the next code pulled up. We'll get our next hero pulled up here. If you know Winston has Primal, is it better to attempt to force it earlier or focus his team first? The answer is both. I think focusing Winston early to force an early Primal, let's put it this way. The Primal doesn't change the Winston as a priority target, because if you force the Primal early, then it usually means that he's in not as good a position to get value out of the Primal, right? Because he won't be, he'll pop it too early without his bubble maybe. And so I think even though he might have Primal, it's still good to focus him. So never peel from Nano Tank? Almost never. No, almost never, because there's not a lot you could do. A Nano Tank generally, unless it's just the tank and there's nothing else from the enemy team, Diva can't kill that very well. So she needs to instead focus on making sure that, pray that your team can peel off the Nano Tank, and you need to make sure that there's no follow-up. So it's to diminish the overall value that he could make with Primal. Exactly. Diva, how would you play around a Moira Lucio since Moira heals are only close while getting good, are only close while still getting good dives in? You'd have to play you'd still focus on your priority targets, but you might not be able to split off on flanks as much, or you play more on health packs and more on cover. If enemy Nanoblade, so I just pray my teammates will live, yeah, you can't, like a D.Va can't do anything versus Nanoblade, you know? That's the thing. There isn't a lot you can do. Everything comes down to Overwatch is about investing your resources wisely. This isn't a tank-specific concept, right? Can she go for the Ana? Sure. Yeah, she can go for the Ana. She could go for the Ana. She could try to, let's say there's a Winston diving in with an Nanoblade. You could kill the Winston, right? Because he probably thinks that he's good to go because everyone's looking at Nanoblade. Joke's on him. Nobody's looking at Nanoblade. Everyone's looking at him. You can ult while he's blading, maybe. Yeah, that is a very niche tech. It's just very hard to do. It is a counter possible, sure. It's not very consistent, but yeah. Okay, let's move on to Junkerqueen. Bronze Junkerqueen, but first let's talk about what Junkerqueen is. Junkerqueen is, now I have a very fun little Junkerqueen little guide collab coming out very soon. It's going to go more in detail into the micro and the playstyle of this hero with a very special Overwatch League guest. But I will let that remain in secret. You guys will have to stay tuned. Subtle plug here. If you are a patron supporting me being able to do this, that's even more valuable to me than a Twitch sub. Patreon takes a tiny, tiny, tiny cut compared to Twitch. And you also get a lot of perks, including early release. So my Patreons already not only know who the collab is with, but they've already seen the collab. So anyway, subtle plug there. Long story short, we're gonna go over Junkerqueen playstyle. So Junkerqueen playstyle is, I want you to think of Junkerqueen as a cyclical tank where she does a lot of very, very, very powerful value around cooldowns. So when she has her cooldowns, her shout, axe, and so on, okay, she's very powerful. But when she doesn't, she has to play kind of safe. Maybe do a little poke here and there. She's actually a short to mid-range hero. She's not exactly a super, super short-range hero, but she has extra range when she has her shout. Because remember, the most important part of the shout, you heard me right, the most important part of the shout is not the extra HP. It's kind of hard to judge this, but in my opinion, it's the speed. It's the ability to quickly close. I mean, it lasts for 5 freaking seconds, guys. Like, that's insane, right? And what Junkerqueen does is she's a cyclical tank that plays her on cover, on short sight lines, and bursts of value depending on what she hits with her shots, what she hits with her knife, or what she can reach with her shout. Whoa! Hey! Right? That's kind of what you're doing with Queen, right? Bam! So you go in for that shout, you go in for that engage. If it gets something, great. If it doesn't, you rinse and you repeat, and you set over again. A little bit like Winston. Winston goes in for his jump with the bubble. He gets value, either gets a kill or distracts people, then he chills. And then he does it again, and then he chills. And he does it again, and he chills. The difference between Queen and Winston is that Winston is a lot more flexible with where he can go. And his bubble, he can pretty much do nothing when he doesn't have bubble. Whereas Junkerqueen is more limited with where she can go. But she's a lot scarier than Winston. A lot scarier than Winston up close, right? If you get too close to Queen, she can't quite reach you necessarily all the time, but she's a lot scarier. And in addition, Queen has a little bit more of what we would call neutral value. So when you don't have shout, you don't sit there and be like, most of the time. You can put out a little, you know, push a little there. Oh, got it. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, you know, maybe, you know, okay. So you could do a little bit of this neutral pressure here where you're still doing things, just not doing as much. The speed affect teammates or affects, yeah. So always fishing. Affects team. So always fishing, right? Always fishing, looking for an opportunity. And you don't necessarily need your shout to finish a kill, but it definitely helps. It definitely helps. So Queen is a cyclical brawl tank that can win tank trades, some tank trades, but actually is more concerned about finding ways to get on top of squishies without dying. And that's where her shout speed comes in, and that's also where her Gracie comes in, because the pull of the Gracie pulls them in so that her shotgun and her carnage does more damage. Okay, let's talk about ability usage. Speed boost, shout, that can be used as a peel tool, but more often will be used selfishly in terms of enabling you to go in aggressively. You do want to try and get at least one of your teammates into it as well, but it does have a pretty large radius, case in point, right? Doesn't quite hit friendly bot here, but it will hit as far. You can see the radius almost will hit friendly bot there, okay? The Carnage is a burst of damage followed by a very powerful bleed. The bleed damage obviously heals you as well. I feel like everybody should know that. Melee does slightly more than the average melee for an Overwatch hero, and it heals you as well. The healing isn't huge, but it can stack pretty nicely, and because the melee technically does more damage than the average melee, it's worth throwing in there. You guys see that? What is it, like 45, 50? Almost, it's like 50 damage, I believe, between the initial hit and the DOT as well. We can actually find out. 2, 3, to almost 50 damage. Those 4 hits and it's almost 50 damage. So about 45, somewhere around there. 45. Okay, 30 plus 15. There you go. Okay, Gracie, same thing. It's going to be used as a bleed, a damage, initial damage, right? The bleed as well as the actual pull itself, which pulls them closer. Okay, and then you have your weapon, which is honestly, it's definitely a shotgun, but the range is really quite good, especially when you compare it to something like a Reaper shotgun or even a Diva weapon. It's actually pretty nasty. And then finally, and most importantly, well, not most importantly, but importantly, is Rampage, which has an AoE bleed, initial damage, and the anti-nade, which prevents them from being healed for the duration as well. And also keep in mind that you can generate ult charge during the ultimate, so while they're still purple, you could build your next ult. Okay, so you use all these tools complement each other. The speed boost from the Rampage, or the shout, and the AoE health from it allows you to play more aggressively and close the distance. The Carnage allows you to be scary when you close the distance, as well as your shotgun. The knife allows you to pull people to close the distance, and the Carnage the Rampage is what allows you to close the distance on targets that are farther away. And all of these things with the bleeds allow you to sustain and keep yourself alive while you are closing the distance. Okay? Melee does pause the primary fire. It would be very broken if it didn't. That's just an Overwatch mechanic. All of Overwatch melees do pause the melee fire rate of note. Junkerqueen melee is only increased when she has knife in her hand, and it doesn't do the bleed damage. You guys notice that? Great catch. Very cool. Okay, so Junkerqueen, short little range dive tank. By dive tank, I mean trying to get on top of squishies. Really, every tank is in some way, shape, or form trying to get, every tank is a dive tank, all. Every tank is a dive tank, in some way, shape, or form. Okay, but Queen has the benefit of speed and tools to help her close the distance, which is a huge, huge deal. We're gonna be looking at Bronze Junkerqueen. Now, I wanted to have a nice little cornucopia of ranks here. I don't want to only pick gold and then G-Man, and then gold and then G-Man. So I went into this looking for a bronze VOD, but I was a little bit skeptical that we were going to pick a VOD where the bronze player was just totally, had no idea what was going on. However, I was relatively pleased with this code from the little bit that I saw. It seems like this player has a good general awareness of the game, so there's going to be lots of fun things to learn from this. Okay, so looking at the enemy composition, you can absolutely shoot tank. Orisa is not a favorable 1v1 for you, so I would avoid the tank if I can, but also it's going to be very hard for you to just immediately get on top of Ana and Junkrat and Lifeweaver, who are your 3 favorite 1v1s. You can't do that immediately, so you're going to need to find a way to maybe shoot the tank, go to the cover, shoot the tank, go to the next cover, shoot the tank, go to the cover, then shout and bam, slap shot, right? That's kind of what Queen does, right? She sets up these engages one step at a time, okay? Nah, nice knife. Not so nice trap. Like, for example, right now, who should we be shooting right now? Who should we be shooting right now? Orisa is the most aggressive, but she's a terrible 1v1 for us, and Junk is also playing reasonably aggressive. So I would shout, listen to me, shout, shoot, Carnage, Axe, right? And he's dead. It's over. right? Ignore the Orisa. Listen, guys, I have one of the most common questions that I get is, what do I do as a tank when I focus their squishies, but the enemy tank is focused on me? And my answer is always smile. Because if you are doing the right thing by focusing on the enemy DPS or supports when you're taking space, and the enemy tank is focusing on you, yes, you're going to be under more pressure, but congratulations, your supports and DPS are under zero pressure. You're going to win 90% of your games like that. I'm being a little facetious, but yes. And then I got the question, like we did earlier with the Doomfist, well, what happens if he's focusing on my backline? Do it better than him. Be the better tank. Isn't that the whole goal of ranking up anyway? Is doing the things that you should be doing, but doing them better? Okay? Just a little segue there. But we're putting too much attention onto Orisa there. Even though she is a juicy head hitbox, I would shout right here. This is where, because this is where people are like, why do we want to shout when I'm under trouble? No, prevention is worth a pound of cure. So if you shout and get on top of this Junkrat, he will have to either die, or he'll either die, or he's going to run screaming for his life, and that will indirectly be the defensive that you need from the shot, right? You hear, you're focusing on tank, and the tank is you're gonna get the kill because I think somebody's distracting the backline. Yeah, Tracer's doing a great job distracting the backline, and you're also already up one. But this isn't effective. This is not effective. Nice knife. Like right now, you're close enough to justify a shout Carnage engage. Good try to the knife. There you go. We use the shout. It's okay to use the shout. So you're only using the shout when you're in real trouble, and that's the mistake. That's the mistake. Wow, these knives are crazy. Good. Now you focus Orisa. Good. Now, this is where Queen is weak, where you were like, I would love to go for Life Weaver, but I can't. He's on high ground. So focus Reaper. Reaper's not a bad 1v1 for you. And because it's also not a strict 1v1 either. Nice knives, mate. Obviously, we'll be very careful about using my Carnage if I know Reaper has Wraith, but that's something that you'll get better at with time. Good use of cover. Make them come to you. Make them come to you. If you can't shout to close the distance, then you will struggle on Junkerqueen. So that's where you just hide behind a wall and wait. Push payload. Wait. Now you're at some point going to have to cross this bridge. And it's going to be hard. But for right now, you don't need to worry about it. Okay, now we're going to beat, so I guess we do try to go in. Go for the Bastion. Stop shooting the Orisa. A little bit of an over ult, but reasonable. Guys, Junkerqueen is a very simple hero. You use cover. You go from corner to corner to corner. You look for a shout engage. You use your mechanics. What makes Junkerqueen hard is a lot of the mechanical aspects of it are difficult. Hitting your Gracies, moving from which covers the best to which covers the best, outplaying the enemy 1v1 matchups. Yeah, this is bronze, guys. This is bronze. Good. Play cover, please. Now, this is some next level positioning thought. I want you guys to pay really close attention. We can shoot the Orisa right now if we want to. I know she's fortified, but it's going to be hard to do any meaningful damage to the backline, right? The Orisa's playing super far forward. Queen isn't bad. It's fine. But how could we position so that we could shoot the Orisa or safely close the distance on the backline? Any guesses? This is what separates, you know, Junkerqueens at this rank between Junkerqueens at the top rank. Right. Go here. You still have cover, but look how close you can get without taking any damage. And now you are the alligator. Kabam! Right out of the pond. Right? You know? But now we're stuck shooting Orisa, which, you know, there are worse things to shoot right now. By the way, notice again how our shout is always used as like a defensive HP tool and not as like a, hey, let's just speed out of this freaking ultimate and go kill backline. You guys notice that? It's a bad habit. and we're still so terribly focused on the Orisa. And remember, guys, what is it? Was it Flat say? Stop shooting the horse, right? I mean, obviously there's exceptions to that rule, but he's right. You know, you got to stop shooting the horse. When there's other ways to avoid or wrap around from the horse, stop shooting the horse. Right now, shout. Shout and murder this Mercy. Run right past the Orisa and then kill the Bastion afterwards. Right now, use it. Go, shout, shout, shout. There it is. Get in there. Get in there. Get in there, boy. Woo! Yes, that was good. That was good. You can carnage this if you want to. Nice little flick there. Get on that Reaper. Reaper, 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 Reaper. Reaper, 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 Reaper. Not because you have a favorable 1v1 versus Reaper all the time, but he's the squishiest hero and he's also the most lethal. So when you prioritize targets a lot of time as a tank, for example, here's a question, guys. Why am I so obsessed with getting on that Bastion? Why am I so obsessed with getting on that Bastion as a Junkerqueen? Who is the most dangerous hero on the enemy team? Right? It's not an accident that the most fragile heroes are usually the most dangerous. That's the way this game is usually balanced, right? So if you don't kill Bastion, then he will kill you. Whereas Orisa is a threat, but not as threatening as Reaper or Bastion. Yeah, this Junkerqueen is doing a lot of things well. What we're not pleased with is how we're not consistently using our shout to close the distance. It seems to be more used as a defensive cooldown. Good. Great ult. Don't go back to the Orisa. Let her screw her. Go get this Bastion. Because she's not only dangerous to you, or the Bastion is not just dangerous to you, but it's dangerous to you. Use the shout. Finish this kill. Finish these kills off. And there it is again. You guys see it? The shout is almost exclusively used as a defensive cooldown and not as an engaged tool that, when used properly, will allow you to not need the defensive cooldown aspect part of it. You guys kind of hear what I'm saying? Like, you will get the value out of the HP. We'll burn it down, but it's the prevention mindset where, like, you don't want to wait until you're so low to shout when you see an opportunity earlier, because you could push the DPS back. You can secure kills and force cooldowns and create space that way. Right? Like, I would also consider shouting before the Bastion ult even drops so that your team has the speed or the HP to avoid it before. Still too much Orisa focus. We're only going to watch one more fight here because I don't want to be redundant with what we're talking about, especially with so many tanks to go over. So, ladies and gentlemen, I almost forgot. Dang it. Stop shooting the tank! Oh, we forgot. We were supposed to do the guitar. We're supposed to do the guitar, that's right. Maybe we'll do like some sort of like unresolved like minor 7 or something. Like here. Stop shooting the tank. Anyway. I don't really know where I'm gonna go with that. We'll figure something out. Okay, so let's move on here. So, Vampire Cat. Honestly, mechanics pretty good. I like what we're doing with our Gracies. Honestly, the axes were mostly fine. The ultimates were good too. Mechanics were not too shabby, but you got to use your shout proactively if you can use it to close the distance, because it's going to allow you to secure pressure and picks that are going to do not only you a favor, but are going to do your team a favor by keeping the enemy team on the back foot. Okay. New album coming. Hey, listen! Exclamation mark music, I think, or exclamation mark band. That's in there somewhere. Okay, we're gonna move on to a Masters Junkerqueen. So WDNQ5D, I think.
Attackers incoming.
Now, I picked this one not just because obviously higher rank, but because it's a scrim VOD. And I think this is a good reminder that I think there's a lot of misconceptions about like organized play and not organized play. Organized play is different from ranked play in a lot of ways, but in a lot of ways it's just the exact same. A lot of what we were looking at with the previous Junkerqueen, ladies and gentlemen, This tank is going to do it better, but this tank still needs to improve at it. Just because it's a scrimmage environment and it's masters doesn't mean the game's different. It's the same game. It's the same concepts, the same principles. Now things may be more evolved, but I want you to watch very carefully. And you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I remember this first fight. I want you guys to tell me what goes well and what goes wrong in this fight. Watch careful. So by the way, all the numbers on the screen, that's because it's like a scrim custom workshop code and it can provide stats. The players don't see this while they're playing, obviously. It's very distracting, but yeah. See if you guys can spot the mistake here. What was good? What was not good? What was good? What was not good? Let's watch carefully. Now, you guys might not get this one right, so don't sweat it. Don't be scared to be wrong here. All right. Oh yeah, rank. Thank you for helping me. So let's talk about what was good and what was not good. So what was good? We found a way to bypass Ramattra. You guys see that? We went cruising through Ramattra like we were running a stoplight, okay? Right past them, okay? We got onto a reasonably good target. Now, some of you guys were like, this is not a good target. But the problem is that while Hanzo and Baptiste are better targets, they're too far away. We can't quite reach them, even with our speed boost. You guys see that? So we have to focus the target that is accessible, right? So that's what's good. We get ice block forced out. Great job. Now the mistake here, though, is that we've used 1 cooldown and 2 cooldowns, and we have created space. Look at blue circles now, okay? Watch the blue circles as we use our shout engage. Watch the blue circles. Watch very carefully. You see that? Do you see how they've backed up? And now our Tracer has a flank, and now our Genji can get close. But the problem is that we've used our Carnage, and that we don't have our shout anymore, so we need to finish our shout near cover and reset and go again. Remember in the practice range we were talking about it's a cyclical hero? You go in, you go out, you go in, you go out, you go in, you go out, and you sequentially get closer and closer and closer. Like, you could even play here on the wall to the left. That would be better than where we are right now. But unfortunately, we stand out in the open, keep trading long after our shout and our HP is used up, and then now we're dying. We should needed to get out. Maybe not all the way out, but just to the next corner. And then from here, our next engage will be even closer, and then we play the next corner. And in the next engage, maybe we can even get on the Baptiste and Hanzo. And one other detail that a couple of you guys in chat caught out, is that while what we do in principle is correct, the execution is not that good. All right? First thing I might say here is that I might fish for a knife here before I push. I might fish for a Gracie on this corner to help my push be easier. And the other thing here is our cover usage is not very good. I get it. The enemy composition has a lot of damage, but you have to be disciplined. The fact that we're at 220 HP before we even turn the corner, not good. Not good. Why not go through left room? That would be a very other reasonable option. You could absolutely go through left room. I'm trying to avoid going too detailed, but yes, that would be optimal. So cover usage, not so good. Maybe could have had better pathing that might have given us a better target. Gracie as the opener, right? And then using the rest of our shout duration to punch in. Oh shoot, we didn't get it. Punch back out. It's okay. Still good. You still forced ice block. You forced wall. You forced a lot of resources. You forced nemesis form. Yes, you used a lot, but you got a little bit closer for the next engage. So how do we do this time? Let's find out. So we didn't play our cycle very well, and we didn't play cover very well, right? This is another circumstance where I would 100% using my knife, even if it's just on the Ramattra, to pull him out into the open to force an early nemesis form. It's okay to knife a tank if there isn't anything else that's easy to knife, because you can force and burn more HP off of the knife, right? Don't forget the hungry hippos Junkerqueen theory. Oh boy, I wonder when we're gonna hear more about that. Yeah, so this is fine. we kill the Mei, so love to see it. We need to chill now. We need to chill. We need to really chill. Now we're good to go. Now we've kind of stabilized. We've got our HP back. I would still like us to be playing the left side a little bit better with cover. And then now they've used back window. So our next engage, let's shout and run it in. A little bit of an early shout, and I would have used it a lot closer. So you should have shouted here and exploded around the corner to close the distance. Remember, look, your shout does nothing here. You're not utilizing its speed. So I think we overrolled just a little bit here. So cover usage, definitely a problem. Reaching too far on our shout engages is a problem. And also not using Gracie in combination with our cycles is a problem. Will this appear in a YouTube video? The whole sucker is going to be there. The whole thing. The support one is up on YouTube. We'll get the tank one up as well. I'll have it all chaptered out and everything, so you can pick whatever tank that you look for. Alrighty, so let's keep watching. I'm trying to keep the pace up. Did anyone time my Diva one? I don't know how fast my Diva one was. I'm trying to keep the pace up. I don't want to slow down as we go, because I have a tendency to do that. Maybe fishing for a knife here. Pull the ram in, shoot him in the face more. The pull, because the why Gracie is so important is it says, this is a corner. I'm going to hug it. Gracie sticks in your sternum. Whoa! Now I'm out in the open. Whoa, right? And they start taking more damage. And so you give yourself an advantage, not even counting the damage and the HP and the bleed, just because you pull them out into the open. So the problem is because it's that, and also the comment. It's like a lot of factors are kind of making these shouts too far. The first one is that not using the knife pull. The second one is also why shout here? Why not hug here and shout from here? It's even though it's just a little bit closer. Like this is a disaster. Like this is a disaster, right? Like oh no, like it's like we shout and then throw our knife. And then, oh no, now we're bleeding. Like, oh dear, this blade's gonna get shut down, I think. Yeah. It's tough. Good axe, but it's not gonna matter. So we really need to do a better job with our cover usage, with quickly closing the distance, and then using our Gracie to be able to do that effectively. Like 40 as well? Okay, good. I'm trying not to rush things, but I also don't want to obsess. This is too far. This is reaching. We're gonna get the shout kited, I think. This is too far. We do get the carnage though. Yeah, it's too far. It's too far. Look at how much damage you take as well. So we get the pull, but it's too far away. So okay, here's the thing. Don't make shout do what just good normal cover usage would do. Like here, why? Just go to this corner, turn around. Are we all ready? Remember timing, right? Look at our Kiriko, right? And then pull the trigger. This is called reaching, where you know how like a lot like you need to have your feet under you. This is what reaching is. Feet aren't under you, so you fall flat in your face. Reaching is when you extend past where your base is. Right now, you're not close. You're not hugging the wall. Your team is back there. Don't go. Let your feet catch up, posture up, then punch. Okay? What that would look like here would be sit here, turn around, shoot, walk to the corner, throw a knife, turn around. Okay, we got it. Go, pull right there. And then if they back up to the next corner, then just walk to the next corner. Rinse and repeat. This is reaching, and so even though we feel like we have an advantage there, it's not. Okay? I want to finish out this second point attack. Too much damage. It's okay to just walk to the corner here and hide. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. You did. It's okay. You didn't get it out. Oh no. Again, first off, you're down 2, so be very careful. But also, you didn't get the kill that you wanted. Oh no. Oh no. Listen, I respect the courage to send in a VOD with this. I respect it. I think I respect it. Shout. Good. Notice that we've been able to close the distance with the support. And because of that, you want to know why this Lucio beats? Check it. He's standing out in the open, but also you were able to get close with the Hanzo and Baptiste using natural cover, and that causes a panic. Good use of cover. Huge use of cover. There you go. Don't shout. Don't walk, 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 walk. Now shout. Yes! 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 Beautiful done. Beautifully done. And notice, guys, that we're kind of going right past that Ramattra sometimes. Very well done. Very well done. Great use of natural cover, using the beat, and then closing the distance, and then shouting and running them over. That was really, really well done. Banger. Well done. Let's watch one more fight here. I want to see us pop off here. Don't take damage, don't take damage, don't take damage. There's a good knife. Pull him out in the open, maybe force an early nemesis for him. I wouldn't hesitate to use my Carnage, even if it's just a Ramattra. Get your bleed started now. The cooldown will be back soon anyway. Missing it there because you didn't want to use it is pretty rough. That ult and the shout to get the speed afterwards. I think we win this fight. Who's most aggressive? Who's most aggressive? Just use it on the Ramattra. Oh, they have ult. We have shout though. We kind of lose track. Notice, by the way, that we're still killing everything but Ramattra. Even with a Ramattra ult, don't focus him down if there's another target that's also low. Wait, do we win this? Wait, do we win this? Come on, buddy. I believe, I believe, I believe. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on! Let's go, huge knife! Oh, no. Come on, guys. Any believers? No, stop! Yes! Good! Good! Nice! Nicely done. Okay, so, remember, you are a dive tank with a limited range. But you have a lot more oomph than really any dive tank in the game. Doomfist, Winston, they don't have what you have. So what you do is you utilize natural cover to close the distance to the targets that you want to get, and then you utilize the little bit of mobility that you have with your knife pull and your most shout forward or shout push, and then that's how you take your favorable 1v1s. You can, between those cycles, do some poke damage. There's nothing wrong with it. It's quite good, but you need to be very careful. So this guy needs to work a little bit on the cover usage, making sure that we're using our knife to enable our pulls, and then as the shout expires to reset and find cover and try again. Chat, do you have any questions for Junkerqueen? Let's go and get our next rank set up. This guy did a pretty good job of not shooting the tank. That was, in fact, one of the biggest differences between this and the bronze Junkerqueen. And that's not an accident, right? Like, there was obviously a lot of sussy baka moments, but if you want to point out the single biggest difference between some of the mechanical things, it was the fact that we were not focusing tank. What does Junkerqueen do when they have no one you can rush or push? Poke them, shoot them. A lot of the dynamics of Junkerqueen is that you do have some decent range pressure too. So if you're playing into a composition that's hard for you to rush, it should be a lot easier for you to shoot. What can I do? Should I do versus a Zarya? So Zarya is one of those heroes where you can poke her out a little bit if you can avoid her damage. And then if she doesn't have a lot of bubbles, or if she just has one bubble, you can focus her down and get the kill. But it is a hard matchup. Who's the best counter to Junkerqueen? So tank rock paper scissors is tough because smart tanks will just avoid each other. But I would say the tank that counters Junkerqueen directly the most might be if you maybe a hero like Zarya or Orisa in the 1v1. And in terms of compositions, I think Junkerqueen struggles the most in situations where there's either a lot of spam, a lot of like sniper comps on like a map like Havana or Junkertown First Point, or on a Rhine Brawl comp with a Mei. Because not having a shield does expose her a little bit to getting walled off and focused on. So for a hero pick, maybe Zarya. For a compositional pick, it's something else. But Junkerqueen is really strong right now, so you know she's gonna feel good even versus her quote unquote counters. Whoops, that's not who I wanted to pick. Yeah, so the problem with Junkerqueen is because she's a mini dive tank and not an actual dive tank, she sometimes struggles into spam comps that have a lot of range. Like, she doesn't have the speed to close the distance, right? Like, on a Junkertown First, it's like, where is the cover that you move to once you get to the last half of First? It's just all open space, so it's going to be very hard to play that into certain spam comps. What I do against a Mei? Focus her down. The problem with Mei is that she does very good versus Junkerqueen, but she does very good versus Junkerqueen when she has help. If you notice that this Junkerqueen was able to really exploit the Mei a lot of the times by just using speed boost to immediately force her ice block, and then now the Mei is really exposed. I do think Zarya does reasonably well versus Junkerqueen, but in my personal experience, it's also very, very reliant on the Zarya getting charged too. Versus Mei, stay calm and headshot her 3 times? Sure. Okay. Any last questions? Because we're almost time on the horse. Because I think one of the more fun heroes, more underrated heroes, I think that, but has some very glaring weaknesses and design issues, which we'll talk about. Orisa is a... Okay, you guys ready for this one? Orisa's a brawl tank. Orisa's a brawl tank. She is a tank that is best in short to medium range. And the problem with Orisa is she's like a budget Junkerqueen, alright? And what I mean by that is a tank with some medium range poke damage, but can't compete versus ranged threats like Hanzo's and Widows very easily. She doesn't do enough damage at range, especially with the projectiles and the fall off. So what ends up happening is that she ultimately, most of the time, wants to close the distance versus a lot of heroes. However, there are some exceptions, because like Junkerqueen, if you were to play Orisa into like a Reinhardt composition, you might try to use your gun to shooty first, and then use your speed to finish, right? For Orisa, it's understanding that you do have a gun, but you want to generally close the distance most of the time, and brawl by getting where your gun's effective range is, okay? Which is in a short to medium range. The problem with Orisa compared to Junkerqueen, and why Junkerqueen is considered generally better as a hero design, is Junkerqueen's built-in speed boost to be able to close the distance is something that Orisa doesn't have. Orisa does have some speed with her javelin spin and the lingering speed afterwards, but it's not near as effective and it's not near the same as Shout. So with Orisa, it's more about, very similar to Queen, using cover to close the distance, poking as necessary, but then ultimately trying to find a way to get on top of people that you possibly can. Now, the advantages that Orisa have over Queen are more and less in like the playstyle and more in like the utility. In other words, Orisa has a javelin stun, which can be really useful for anti-dive or anti-tank purposes. Orisa also has the ability to eat projectiles, which can be used to eat ultimates or buy out time versus a Batiste window. Orisa also has insane solo target survivability. When she pops Fortify, she's the most tanky tank in the game. And also the Javelin Spin as well, when combined with that, eats all projectiles, eats all bullets, is really, really powerful as well. The problem is that Orisa has to find a way to close the distance versus targets that have a lot of range without speed. And that's where Orisa sometimes struggles. Now, where Orisa shines is versus compositions that don't have very good damage, because she can leverage her gun when the enemy team doesn't have damage. And she can be a major nuisance for tanks, DPS, and supports. So playstyle, decide if you can poke versus the enemy composition. And if the answer is no, they've got too much range damage, Hanzo, Zens, Widowmakers, even Baptistes to an extent, Sigmas, and then find a way to close the distance. And if they don't have range damage, then you can kind of play a really, really, really tanky third DPS. And put pressure down early and often. I've got a soft spot for Orisa. I really think she's a lot of fun to play. It's just a shame that her identity is so up in the air. Okay, let's talk about her abilities. Fortify is essentially an ability that just allows you to do more of what you're already doing. It puts you in an extremely tanky situation and also makes it almost impossible for your gun to overheat. So you can just mash down that mouse 1 button as much as you possibly can. It makes you immune to CC, it makes you immune to slows, and it makes you immune to all forms of headshots. Now this might change in the future, so stay tuned. I've been an active proponent of changing some of the Fortify mechanics, so I'm hoping that we see some changes, but as of now, that is not the case. Javelin Spin eats all projectiles and bullets, boops back, does some slight damage as well. It also allows you to move faster during the cast and for 2.5 seconds, I think, afterwards. So I'm moving faster right now. I'm still moving faster, and then there's the slow kicking back in again. Javelin is like a budget Doomfist punch that does damage and does more damage if they hit the wall. Also has a knockback effect. The range is pretty, I mean, it's a long way, right? Does have a teeny bit of an arc, but it's essentially none. And it also has a almost ridiculously low cooldown and an almost ridiculous hitbox, case in point, okay? Her weapon does have fall off and is more effective in short to medium range. The ultimate is a burst ultimate that sucks people and slows people. I don't generally recommend people recharging it all the way unless you're confident that you can get it. It does accelerate rapidly after 200 charge. The charge, remember, is directly proportional to damage. That's about all there is to it. Let's get into it. We have a Platinum Orisa. We're going to be looking at first on Ilios. She also says, we hit those when she hits a lot. Yeah, she says, he is him. Or I is him every time she pops off. So it's one of those weird unlocked voice lines that you only get when you jump off the map 64 times in a row. You could still get rocked and punch out a spin though. Yep. Okay, let's take a look at some Platinum Orisa gameplay. Did I choose the right rank? I did. Let's get started. So, the first thing you should always look at with tank is compositional matchups. Now, chat, look at the enemy composition. Do you think that we should be playing a spam Orisa early or a brawl run into the middle of the enemy backline Orisa early? What do you think? Look at their spam / range damage. Right. There's nothing on the enemy comp that has a lot of really high range damage. Okay, not just high damage, because there's a lot of high damage heroes on the enemy team, but not from range. So we can utilize our ranged weapon, shoot Sombras and Meis and Moiras and Annas and Reinhardts, and put them on pressure. Now, if we were to run into the middle of the enemy backline onto the Ana or Moira, that might work too, but we don't need to do that immediately. We can wait a little bit first, for some cooldowns at first. Now, one of the things that a lot of Orisas mess up is Orisa has this misconception where she's picked as a tank counter primarily, whether that's Doomfist, Wrecking Ball, Reinhardt, Junkerqueen, Winston. People like to pick Orisa as a fill-in-the-blank X-tank counter, okay? And the problem with that is while that is to a soft extent true every now and then, a lot of those quote-unquote tank counters are not as much of a counter as people think. Roadhog, right? For example, Orisa does not counter Reinhardt. Orisa has ways of dealing with Reinhardt, but a good Reinhardt does just as well as an Orisa. There's not really a counter there. And even when there is a little bit of a quote-unquote counter, like let's say a Roadhog or a Junkerqueen, where I think you do pretty well in that matchup, that target is not always your number one priority. So lest we have to ring our, stop shooting the tank bell, you need to prioritize here Mei and Moira and Ana. I would definitely be shooting Reinhardt Shield, but only if there was nothing else better to shoot. Reinhardt is annoyed by Orisa, but she can't really kill him. So it should not really be a factor here. So what I want you to do is look at the battlefield right now and be like, okay, why am I on point right now? Why am I on point? What do you get out of being on point right now? Is this, remember, we haven't talked as much about it, but remember the third factor when we're playing tank, which is what space is important for me to control? And the answer is, well, why do we care about the point right now? The point's not even unlocked. This high ground is really important. This corner is really important. This mega is really important. My Sojourn wants to hold this angle. Can I help her hold it for her? So, why are you here? It's a fine javelin. It slows him down. But the irony here is that because we focus a little, maybe a little too much on Reinhardt's shield, we then get hacked, and then we lose a lot of HP. Oh, and by the way, guess what's happening on the flank here? Ladies and gentlemen, this Mei is 10 times more of a threat than anything else that's happening. This 2v1, 3v1 was unbelievably important. And the irony here is that if this Mei had actually pressed her ice block, she probably would have won the fight for her team. She probably would have won the fight for her team if she'd actually pressed her ice block, because look at how much space that she created. That you should have stopped that. You should have stopped that. Why are you on point? Stop shooting tank. The fortify is fine. You start to take damage. Now we're getting on the supports mid-fight, so that's good. But this is like an Orisa classic, is because she is picked as a tank counter, maybe more than any other tank. People play her as a tank spammer and spammer only, and that's where we start to have problems. So they mirror the Orisa. I would turn around right here and make sure that we know where our team is. Now, I noticed something about this VOD that is very unique, and I'll see if you guys can spot it out. I watched this. I noticed this in my first viewing, and I had never seen this before, ever, in a VOD. I'm gonna see if you guys can scout it. Good pressure, good use of our cooldowns. We'd be careful about letting my gun overheat. It's better to stop shooting because the overheat animation is brutal. Pharah, not a good 1v1. Ironically, Orisa wouldn't even bother shooting her here. I mean, I would shoot her maybe, but only if... But see, the problem... Okay, so this is the problem. This is the problem. This is the problem, okay? This goes back to timing, right? We don't care if they are here. Look at your team. Your team cares if they're here, or if they're here, or if they're here, or if they're here, or if they're here. Stop walking around and 1v5ing, because that's going to force cooldowns, because guess who's getting help? That Orisa. And guess who's not getting help? You. That's going to cost her fortify first. You guys caught it, didn't you? Nobody's capped point! This goes on for some time. Just a fair warning, okay? But yes, anyway, back to our point here. No pun intended. Your emphasis on the Orisa here is not only maybe a misapplication of, like, maybe not the best target to focus, right? But also, it's the worst target to focus now, because just now is the Orisa discorded. You should not have even been sneezing at her until she walked in front of your Sojourn and Zenyatta and Mercy. Remember, the first thing we talked about with tank is timing. Play around your team's positionings. So when you turn around as Orisa before the fight starts and you see your Zen here, you know that if you walk here, you're thrown. So we've now used both of our cooldowns that Orisa has used 0. And so now we're at a disadvantage in the duel, and we're having to give up space. But the problem is now we can't give up space because they're now walking into our space. We have to fight right now because our Reaper's getting shot. But it doesn't. We can't. We can't because we don't have any cooldowns. That's the problem, guys. It's not the fact that, oh, I'm going to use my cooldowns, but I'm going to get them back. You've wasted your cooldowns and got nothing out of them. Oh, and by the way, it's okay to shoot. It's okay to shoot this here too. But you might even be better purposed javeling the Moira. Go to ult, pull now. Oh, we got hacked. You're in the act of getting hacked. Stop shooting the tank. Stop shooting the tank. Stop shooting the tank. Look what's right in front of us, guys. There's a Moira right in front of us. The funny thing is I wonder how long it would have taken us to realize that we haven't capped point. It's actually the Mercy who accidentally touches point kiting away and then starts to make the point cap noise and then goes, wait, have we capped point? And so then they hear the brrr and they go, oh, shoot, we haven't capped point. The irony is that the horse needs to stop shooting the horse. Now, right now, the horse is feeding. There's nothing else to shoot, so shoot the horse. But even that damage right there on the Sombra is fine. Where's your team? Where's your team? Is this your Reaper's walking forward? Your Mercy's walking forward? Walk forward with her. Good. Don't. Especially when she's fortified. Let her go. I would even turn around right now and be like, oh, I hear something going on over here. I'm gonna help over here. If your Orisa's fortified, you're not gonna do any damage anyway. So who cares? By the way, I know you're trying to help your Reaper out, but be very careful. I knew you'd go back to shoot that Orisa. So, accident. Nice javelin, but we know that's an accident. Stop shooting the Orisa. You could even shoot Farah here, right here, because she doesn't have a pocket. You could walk right past the Orisa and javelin and ult her backline. Yes. But were you doing that because you had ultimate? Or were you doing that because that's good regardless of whether you have ultimate? Right? Anyone want to guess why our Orisa almost dies here? Anyone want to guess?
Don't forget the rule. Don't smoke a joint. Oh, you poor fool, forgot the point, Mom.
Yeah, I mean, really, like, we have no idea. Our team is legitimately in spawn. Like, look at this, guys. Look at this. This is the tank thing. Like, this is where, because we're sitting in the front line, we stop thinking. We don't think, right? So all of our cooldowns, all of our HP, now our team has to panic. Our Mercy dies as a result, and now we're gonna lose this fight. So, you know, we've been hitting on, you know, oh, they should have capped the point. Maybe our cooldowns, our tank focus was too much. But the big thing is that you really have to make sure that you know where your team is positioned before the fight starts. If you don't, you are literally throwing. They swap D.Va, even less attractive tank trade. D.Va just lives forever, right? So, you know, this is okay-ish, I guess. I still wouldn't be as... and then here, it's like, okay, you don't have any cooldowns, so you need to play very slow, very careful. Play cover, please. Don't be walking forward. You don't have your fortify, so you need to be very cautious. So similarly to Junkerqueen, do you guys remember where we talked about with Junkerqueen how you play around whether you have shout or not? You kind of adjust how aggressively you play. It's the same thing with Orisa. If you have fortify or you have your javelin spin, you can play a little bit more aggressively. If you don't, you need to play a little bit more cautiously. So that's something that's very, very important with Orisa. The fundamentals of Orisa playstyle is understanding what I can do with and what I can do without fortify. And then shooting the right targets, taking the right positions, taking the right cover. I mean, I like what we're doing right now. I just think we need to be careful because we don't have fortify. We should be going as... Oh, what? This is a strange VOD, ladies and gentlemen. I am not going to lie to you guys. Okay, anyway, but it's about what we do with the cooldowns that we have. It's like the old, it's not for us to decide what we do, it's for us to decide what we do with the time that is given us. For you, it's going to be about cooldowns. Okay. What cooldowns do you have? What can you do with those cooldowns? Please don't shoot D.Va. It's funny because I feel like now we're very much ignoring tank. And I'm very pleased to see that. But I wonder if that's because we think that D.Va counters Orisa. You know? I don't care if you're playing into a tank that you essentially counter. I don't care if you're playing into Roadhog. Roadhog is a lot more attractive to shoot, but even then you still wouldn't only focus on Roadhog, right? You have to be selective about it. And so I want us to be working at that. I want us to be working at that, and I hope that you guys kind of understand what I'm talking about with this here. Okay? Next, we're going on to Grandmaster Orisa. Grandmaster Orisa, let's fix our rank here. Or Matt yells at me again. That was platinum. Now, there's a Orisa counter ball. And this is the real Shadow 2K, by the way. There's a Orisa counter ball. Kind of. Not really. Like, you can javelin his slams, but you don't have a lot of damage on him. So, if you shoot too much of ball, what is that going to allow the rest of the ball's team to do? Now, I want you to keep that in your mind, because surely a Grandmaster Orisa understands this, right? Now, I want you guys to notice what this ball does. And the answer is not much. However, a lot.
Yo, Spilo, this might be a dumb question, but can you explain what is meant by utility in Overwatch?
Utility means things that aren't raw damage or raw healing. It could be mobility. It could mean walk mobility. It could be support, damage multipliers, CC, boops, bumps. So much more besides different types of healing and damage can also function as utility. But yeah, the big thing here is that our Orisa turns around to javelins a ball and then continues to shoot the ball, but the ball is nowhere near low HP. And while this is happening, Shatter, Hanzo, Mercy, and Ana walk forward and secure these kills. Now, I understand Genji is a hard target to javelin and kill, but the risk versus the reward makes it worth it, right? Case in point, we put only a little bit of attention on that Genji, and we're immediately rewarded. Oh, and by the way, when there's somebody on your backline, you're not going to get healing. So please don't turn your big fat butt cheeks out in the middle of the point and get shot. That's going to force your fortify pretty darn quick. So yeah, big thing here is playing around your attention and who you need to be getting attention to. Even here, I would not be javelining this ball. I might javelin him now, but I might instead look to javelin Shatter. Here's the thing, chat. Hear me out. If you javelin Shatter, he might deflect it, but you're not even mad. A deflected javelin means that he's used his deflect, and if he's used his deflect, he can't dive your backline. Is it optimal to get, deflected on your javelin? No. But it's not bad. Do you hear me? You just stop that, because Shatter now cannot dash into your backline. Look at him. Yes, there it is. Good. Stay on him. Stay on him. Forward fire is fine. Meanwhile, this ball is playing fiddlesticks. Get him. Ah, too much damage. Too much damage. Now we shoot ball because there's nothing else to shoot. Turn around. Okay, there's nothing to shoot. Nothing to shoot. Turn around. Go back to ball. Nothing to shoot. Nothing to shoot. Turn around. Good. Sorry for the buzz, y'all. Was a javelin spin to pry and get your Genji out? Yeah, I think so. Good. If I turn my camera, we know what's going to happen, right? Real Shatter, yes. If I turn my camera around, we know what's... Ah, no. Ah, no. We could have canceled that res. Good. Now, small thing. This is going to be more micro tip. Be very careful about how you use your javelin spin. It's your speed boost, but when you use it aggressively like this, do not end up out in the open. So if you're going to use your javelin spin here, it's fine to use it for the speed boost and to take space creatively, but you would want to end it in here, where the cover is slightly better, and so that you do, because the problem with a lot of Orisas is they'll use their javelin spin like this, end up like a position like this, and then immediately have to blow their fortify afterwards. You don't want that. You don't want that. You want to use your javelin spin and be in a position to where you can't get your fortify forced immediately afterwards. And there it is, right? We don't love that. You finish this here, you don't get your fortify forced, and heck, you can even pull a Junkerqueen and flank around in the backline and look for that mercy. Force an ultimate here. I bet he was looking for ultimate. But that's the thing with your ultimates. You need to be really careful about telegraphing your ultimates. You don't want to do that. And now because you don't have cooldowns, you're much... Good try. You're much weaker at holding space versus that Genji Mercy. An Orisa with Fortify can shrug off of 2v1 for like 6 years. And then also stuff like this, where the spin doesn't make any sense at all. Like that one just doesn't even make any sense at all. Stop shooting Orisa, or a ball, excuse me. What happened to Defiant? Huh. I mean, what do you think? Control the backline. Let your team deal with ball. You see, okay, here's the crazy thing about ball, guys. Ana and Torbjorn are better at dealing with ball than you are. You don't help much here. I will be doing the DPS, yes. I'll be doing it in 2 parts. I don't know when though. Do you see this? You're useless. You're useless. You are useless. And now you're about to get nanobladed. And you instead... Okay, so if we want to get really advanced here, we are knowing that they're going to nanoblade here. What should we as Orisa be doing at this point in time, guys? What should we be doing at this point in time, guys? What's the plan? Think big brain here. First off, right, go get him. You know he's going to nanoblade, so go here, javelin spin to here. Remember, 2-step process. That's one thing that Orisa can do well, right? Okay. The difference between Orisa and Junkerqueen is that Orisa has a bad version of Shout, but she gets it more frequently. So you could javelin spin to here, hide the corner, 3, 2, 1, and then when they nanoblade, go trade backlines. Right? Right? Screw off the ball. Stop shooting the tank. Do you feel stupid? Do you feel stupid? Do you feel stupid? Do you feel stupid? I can't believe that we survived as long as we have, but yeah, we lose that for it. Okay, so. Good. Wait a second. Wait a second. Oh, no, never mind. Okay, I got confused for a second there. Good. Now, when you finish this, you already need to be thinking, okay, I've used both my cooldowns. My first thing should be to tuck into this room here. The Terra Surge was meant to try and catch the Genji. That was the intention. But the problem is that's a very low percentage play. Cover. And we talked a little bit about this in the previous round. Let's pause and talk about this really fast. What would you guys describe the enemy composition? Is this a ranged comp or a comp that we can spam? Is this a comp that we should be diving or a comp that we should be spamming? It's never totally black and white. But it's definitely more of the other. Split. I think I want you on Hanzo. I want pressure on Hanzo Ana at some point. I would say, I think you can spam out the Genji a little bit, but if that Hanzo and Ana are shooting, you need to be trying to play around cover and looking for backline. So I agree. I agree with both thoughts here. Now, that means don't spam here, though. Hanzo can shoot you, so it's a bad spam thing. Don't spam the ball when there's a Genji in front. And you need to be thinking creatively, don't worry about ball. Don't worry about ball. Walk on Genji. Good. Let's watch one more fight. But we are doing a lot of spamming tank. We are not doing a very good job using our javelin spin to set up angles and covers to move from point A to point D to point C, then finish the kill. Like, even right now, stop. Throw a javelin if you want to, quickly to disrupt him, and then immediately. This is it. This is it right here. If I could just take a picture right here and tape this on your door, this is it right here. This is the problem. I mean, look at the ball's HP. Because he's not even taking any damage from you. And here we go. We're turning around, but it's too late. It's over. And in a fitting end, let's watch a Shatterblade. Okay, so stop shooting the tank. Use cover to access squishes if you need to be going for them. Time your aggression around your cooldowns. And going into fights where they have a lot of ultimates and you don't have much, don't try to peel the ultimates uselessly. Instead, try to trade backlines. Okay. Any Orisa questions? The budget Junkerqueen. How do you use her ult? I just don't get it. I like to use it as a way to assassinate backline. Or if I'm playing to spam tanks, I spam tanks, then they try to force the brawl, and then I use it. You can also use it to buy time for your next set of cooldowns, similarly to Doomfist ult. Because she's fortified during the ultimate, so it allows you to buy more time. Never have I played a hero like Ramattra with the mouse one that I was so disappointed with the execution. Also nice to pull people off of high ground, yes. Or into Ilios well. No Orisa questions. Shocker. Is Orisa considered a hard carry to any specific tank? A hard counter, I assume. I think that Orisa does very well versus Junkerqueen. Right now, Junkerqueen is very strong, so she is not by any means hard countered, but I would say Orisa does relatively well versus Junkerqueen because she does what Junkerqueen does in terms of match toe-to-toe brawl, but she's a little bit better in the 1v1. In the same way that Zarya is a counter to Orisa because she does what Orisa does, but just does it better, and Orisa doesn't have really any ways to avoid her. It's the same with Queen. The difference, though, is that Queen does have a little bit of speed boost to avoid. Why would I play Orisa over other options? It just seems kind of simple, boring. So I like to think of Orisa as like the tank that can dive really squishy backlines very effectively on short-range maps. If you can play cover really well. On a map like Junkertown, you're going to have a hard time doing that because there's no real way to do it. I also like to think of Orisa as a really good spam hero versus dive comps. Like, let's say you were playing versus like a Moira Reaper comp with a Winston or something like that. Orisa would really mess that up because that has no range damage. And Orisa can really do a lot of damage to that comp. And then also, you can't really focus the Orisa down. She's way too tanky. And Owl, she's historically played in those circumstances. You think Orisa should have a bit more range to be better at poke? I mean, that's the problem with Orisa. Her lack of speed and her lack of range means that she's really weak in some categories, which is why her identity is very shaky. Her best strength is her survivability, which isn't utility. It's the same problem with Moira, where their utility doesn't really reflect very well. Yes, it will be uploaded to YouTube. Okay, let's talk about Ram. Now, Ram, ladies and gentlemen, is like a lot of other Brawl heroes. He is like Junkerqueen, he is a hero that has the ability to force brawls with his speed boost. Ram was a garbage, if you heard me right, garbage hero. Nobody cared about who he was until he put on the speed boost. And speed boost with Nemesis form single-handedly put Ram from a trash position to a very powerful position. And the reason why that was important is because, remember, the problem with Orisa is that her ability to close distance is reliant entirely on javelin spin, and she can't do much while she's spinning. With Ramattra, when he wants to get close is when he's punching. And when he can get close is when he's punching, because that's also when he has his speed boost. Very important that that combination of abilities works together in that way, shape, and form. Now, the difference between Junkerqueen and Ramattra is where Junkerqueen has a more middling poke damage, can do some poke, and between cooldowns and cycles and stuff like that. And Ramattra has that cycle too. But Ramattra has a little bit more of the spam orientation, where he has a little bit less beef with like the pole and all that kind of stuff. His spam is actually pretty reasonable versus tanks when he has his E, when he has his shield, and when he's in his Omnic form. Now, it's not, the problem with Ramattra is, unlike a hero like Sigma, it's very brief. You don't get to poke forever. And in fact, as soon as you're done here, you only have 400 HP. Now, I only have 300 HP in the practice range, but you only have 400 HP in a match. So you got to be super, super careful. The other interesting thing about Ramattra is that your abilities can be used to help you poke. Like, let's say there's somebody out in the open, slow them down so they're easier to shoot and they can't get to cover. You could also shield yourself so that you could do more damage, right? But the thing with both of those abilities is they allow you to close the distance so that you can punch too. Because if you E somebody and then go Omnic form, that allows you to close the distance easier, right? If you use your shield and then press your Omnic form or your Nemesis form, that shield can block damage and cooldowns for you so that you can close the distance and brawl. 450. Okay, thank you. So Ramattra is a hybrid hero with some spam, some range damage, but he's mostly like Queen, looking for opportunities to use his speed boost through Nemesis to close the distance and punch people in the face. And he can use his abilities either to spam better, to weaken them up before he punches them, or he can use his abilities to make the punching more effective. Also very good ultimate. Now, one of the questions that I get asked all the time is who is better, Orisa versus Ramattra in a brawl? Who is better, Rein or Ram in a brawl? Who is better, Queen or Ram in a brawl? And the answer is, depending on the strength of the hero, like sometimes there's a hero like Queen that's just strong, she's just strong. But with Ramattra, versus a Reinhardt or an Orisa, the Ramattra is better if he can get his shield down and if he can spam the Rein. If you can spam Rein with your E and slow him down with your gun, and slow him with your E and slow him down, and then brawl, now you have an advantage. You see, Rein doesn't have that. If I put Ramattra point blank range on a Reinhardt, toe to toe, like a stare down in an MMA matchup, and I say 3, 2, 1, fight, and we go bam. All right, here we go. Ramattra does not win that. Ramattra does not win that. He will get hammered. He might get pinned. He'll get hammered into fire strike. He will not win that. But he doesn't need to win that. What he needs to do is spam a little bit, shield a little bit, slow a little bit, and then when he's got the stars aligned for him, then he punches. And then Ramattra's better than the Brawl Mirror. So the answer is Ram better than Rein the Brawl Mirror? And the answer is, well, how much damage did you get onto the Reinhardt or on his backline? Did you get a good slow in his supports? Did you force a cooldown with your shield? So it's all about being able to do more with your Omnic before you go for it. And the same thing applies with Orisa as well. If you can force a Javelin spin, you cannot brawl on Orisa, right? If you can force Junkerqueen shout, the nice thing about Junkerqueen is she's got a really fat hitbox versus Ramattra, so you can just sit here and laser her down, maybe get her down to half HP, and then brawl. And it doesn't matter if she has shout, she's already low. So remember, Ramattra is a very powerful brawl tank because it is very easy for him to accrue cooldown advantages through his spam and through his shield. You guys hear me? Okay, so ability time. Nemesis form, speed boost, punchy punchy. There's different ways to cancel it with a block. I'm not going to get into the tech. That's something for a micro video that you can find a trillion of on YouTube. The M1 damage in Omnic form is good damage, but it's very slow projectile. So it can do a trillion damage, but only if they sit very, very still. The E, slow, suck, and slight damage. Okay, also pulls them down to earth. That can be used to allow you to spam them for more, or it can allow you to close the distance on them. The shield only lasts for, I'm actually not sure how long shield lasts. Let's find out. 12, goes up on 11, or 11 and a half. So about 3.5 seconds, okay? So the shield, 3.5 seconds, it can allow you to spam more, or use the shield to help you close the distance. One of the things like Ramattra, like Junkerqueen, and like Orisa, is playing around your cooldown cycle. So like when you have your cooldowns, you play a certain way. When you don't have your cooldowns, you play a different way. And playing around that is very, 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 very important. That's really all there is to Ramattra. The last thing is that making sure that your ultimate, you're able to close the distance on people. Obviously, it does expire if you're not able to keep people within range. You can see the meter in the middle of my screen. So that expires very quickly, and it can be blocked by shields. So a lot of people forget that. So keep that one in mind. But Ramattra, all about creating those spam advantages and then finding ways to close the distance and ruin their day. Remember your speed boost. Remember your speed boost. And more often than not, don't shoot the tank. That is a little bit of exception to the rule with your Nemesis or your Omnic form because it is hard to hit this on squishies. But even here, if you can shoot a squishy with this, you prioritize a squishy with this. If the enemy team is better at spamming ever recommended. You could spam a little bit, use your shield and your E to spam and then rotate from point A to point B and then close the distance. Yes, you might spam too so that you can get closer. Yeah. Oh, last thing, blocks a lot of damage. Doesn't block CC, but blocks a lot of damage and also makes you almost impossible to headshot. And this is something you can do during ultimate. You can do during your Nemesis form as well. So very important. And by the way, do you see the damage still ticks? The ultimate just ticks, 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 ticks. I hate this ultimate so much. Okay, let's get into our replay code. This is a platinum Ramattra on Shambali. We're probably going to finish this one, and then I'm going to take a short break, like 5 minutes or so, go to the bathroom, grab some water, maybe jump around a little bit. Okay, so here, every time that you use a cooldown with Ramattra, you need to ask yourself, is this cooldown serving a purpose? Right now, Is this cooldown serving a purpose? Can my team, or am I going to capitalize off of this? And the answer is, right now, yes. You are putting a slow on Soldier, which makes it easier for him to hit. Means he's likely going to take more damage from you, your Junkrat, and whoever else happens to be shooting him at that point in time. You might also look to commit your shield here so that you stop taking more damage, and so that allows you to do more damage yourself. Remember how we talked with Queen where, like, you don't necessarily need to wait for you to be in trouble to shout. You don't necessarily need to wait for you to be in trouble for you to use shield. If your shield allows you to shoot more aggressively, then it's worth using. It's not something that you only use in defensive purposes. You can use it proactively so that you can do more damage, and then the outs of prevention's worth a pound of cure, right? So right now we're going to shield, but that shield is going to allow us to spam more. So I think the use of the E and the shield were very reasonable. Force a lot of cooldowns. Now, you notice that we haven't dropped. I'm very pleased so far with this. We have a high ground. We have an angle. We'll be able to quickly pounce on that backline at some point in time. I might wait for my E and then look for a pounce on that Soldier of Mercy. Be very careful about poking without your shield or without your E. Be very close to the cover. And then now, oh, do you see how that E led to that kill? Very good. I would use my shield here first to split healing from the Rein. And then I would definitely not be focusing on the Rein here. Yes! So you force them back. Then you can't kill them. But you don't need to kill them if you force them back. Watch the red circles adjust. Once we pop Nemesis form, see where they're at? Look where they go. You see that? They back up. And then now that isolates the Reinhardt and buys your team time. Shield for more damage. Use my E. I would not have been mad if you'd used E on front line because it's a little bit easier to hit. This E ends up missing. You can use it to slow Rein so you can spam more. Nemesis form. Is there a tank that, or a DPS that could shoot here besides? Could we have sped on this Ashe? I think the answer is yes. Mechanics just a little off there. So far, this is pretty good for Plat. Walk, 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 walk. Do you have enough HP? Keep walking. This is good. This is good, guys. This is not bad for Plat. Good use of our abilities for the most part. Cover usage could be a little bit better. Priority on putting squishies back, even if we can't kill them, is good. This is pretty good. This is very proactive. Be very careful here. This is the concern where you have two members of your team AFK. So be very cautious about this. You're keeping their supports honest. That's good. I think that he already used Shatter. Yeah, so I wouldn't worry about shielding if he already used Shatter here. Just save it. Good focus on the Kiriko right there. Forces. Do you see that? You force the Kiriko all the way out. This is the okay. Can we talk about dopamine here? It is very satisfying to shoot a tank because it's a very easy target to shoot. But the problem is that even if you miss a lot of your shots on a squishy, it's generally still worth it because of what the squishy response is. Even if you miss the majority of your shots, watch this to explain what I mean, to understand what I mean. We miss a lot of shots there, but we hit just enough, and that ends up getting her killed anyway. Whereas if we'd only focused on Rein, maybe she doesn't leave, maybe she doesn't die, and the Rein doesn't die anyway. We get a lot of right, which is great, but win the fight. And that's another reason why things like stats don't matter that much, because you can farm up stats doing what you're doing right now, but what you're doing right now isn't that impactful, right? Now, I'd also, again, remind you, you need to keep in mind where your team is positioned. That has been a consistent theme with you for the last couple of, I guess the last minute or so, this is what costs you your life, right? So that's unfortunate, because considering how many things went very well, that you lose to that. Why are we question marking? Okay. E there is okay in intention. It's poor in timing though, because you pop the E before you even peek with it, before your team even peeks with it. So why use it? You prefer to use it now, right? Along with your shield. Because his shield gets value, because you're spamming with it, right? But the E didn't. Play the cover here, play the corner. Now, watch this, ladies and gents. Watch this. You guys ready for this one? You know, actually, you guys tell me. Where should we path? Remember the Junkerqueen mindset where, like, you're focused on squishies, but you're thinking about positions or corners or covers where you can quickly access squishies? Watch this. Wham! Right in the... First off, this guy deserves to get his face punched in for using this skin. Right here. Bam. And here's the other thing, chat. I might be wrong, but do you guys want to take a guess about who the most scary person on the battlefield is right now? It might be Soldier right now, because of the angle that he has. I mean, case in point, right? You completely give up this entire flank because you were too focused on Ryan. Now, I appreciate us going for Ashe here, but this is why you take little alternative pathings like this that would have killed the Soldier and so on without you taking as much damage. Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, we did go late, true. Sure, it's not exactly like a flank Ramattra, but it's a quick, yeah, if you have the opportunity to quickly get on the backline, go for it. Go for it. Cover, 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 cover. Cover, cover, cover. Sure, sure. Unfortunate that we eat so late there, so that then they run out before it's actually useful. Probably didn't need to use this ultimate here. Yeah, definitely didn't need to use this ultimate here. That's unfortunate. Good job closing the distance, though. Obviously, if you're able to close the distance quickly on squishies, very, very impactful. You notice that outside of some points, we really have not been trading with the Reinhardt as much. In the times when we did trade with the Reinhardt, it didn't feel very good. Big shocker, right? And like right here, this is where we start so clean with our abilities, but we tank so hard, no pun intended. Where like this E is fine, but what about the E and shield here? First off, I pop my shield here first. But the E and shield here matters a lot more. Force them out, go back and turn on the squishies. That was good. But stay in the Kiriko, not the Rein. Yes. I think you played that fight reasonably well, but you need to be utilizing your cooldowns as a chain into Nemesis form if you see it. Okay? Cheers, Red Knight. Let's watch one more fight, and then we'll move on to a higher rank. Can I close the distance with the squishies? Chat, where should we be right now? Think carefully. Because the problem with this is we're going to take so much damage closing the distance to get onto the targets that we want to go for. So we can't, how do we get there, right? We didn't have time to go here because we died. Here. Or, heck, get your Kiriko to come up here. The Kiriko can TP with you. Avoid the Rein. It's not just avoiding the Rein, it's also avoiding open, wide open space. Because we're going to get pretty much melted here because we're not able to get onto the squishies that we want. You know what? I lied. Let's watch one more fight. One more fight. One more fight. Now, I like this position here because we have a nice high ground. And also from this position, we can immediately drop onto an assault backline, right? If the tank meets you, that's okay. Are we gonna go? Are we gonna go? Get him. Get that Hanzo. We were waiting too long. And now we're sitting here trading with a Reinhardt. Okay, we do get past though. I want to see here. You see, this is where our positioning kicks in. You have flashes of brilliance, where you are able to avoid the Rein. But in situations like these, your positioning does you no favors because this positioning doesn't allow you any other option other than to shoot Rein. Whereas if you start here, you at least have options. And I think that's the biggest problem with your gameplay right now, is that you don't have any option but to shoot the Reinhardt and to win the Reinhardt trade. Even here, turning on to the Reinhardt instead of shielding and controlling the backline until you get your Nemesis form. And this is where we're going to have problems. This is where you're going to have problems as Ram. So here's what I would say. Very flashy moments where I think you played really well with your abilities and with your target focus, and then moments where you played really poorly with your abilities and your target. And I think your position needs to reflect an ability to actually access backline. So I think here your positioning needs to reflect that. You need to be very careful about playing around your team's LOS and then using your abilities into the Nemesis form whenever they're available. Okay, let's move on to Grandmaster. This is going to be on Blizzard World. Excuse me, this is going to be a Master VOD review. TMX A5R.
Ready for battle.
So we're bumping up 2 ranks.
What matters?
Let's check it. A lot of poke, so you need to be very careful about how much damage you take pre-fight. This fight might just be lost, though. Yeah. Your team got absolutely toasted by the Widowfar before the fight even started here. So we'll skip ahead a little bit. I'm going to see an actual fight here. Good. Going right past the tank line. Going right for the back line. That's really good. Finish up the Zarya afterwards. Zarya was a bit of a tough one where you can shoot her and force a bubble, but generally she has a lot more consistent short range damage than you do. And obviously, like, being able to pressure her out or bypass her is really good. Like, for example, right now, I don't see a reason for you to drop, for you to be dropping here. I think playing here and controlling the backline would be better, right? You don't really have a good kite location. This is good. This is good. I wouldn't be chasing Tracer. Force them back. Okay, you've done your job. Oh, you get barraged. Okay. I like the high ground position. I mean, this is why high grounds are good, y'all. Even if you're not a dive tank. The high ground is what allows you to kind of skip the tank trade. It allows you to skip the tank trade. So if you're able to skip the tank trade because of your high ground positioning, then please, for crying out loud, take it. Like, that is not something that you're always going to get. But you need to skip the tank trade if you can. Good. Not a lot you can do versus that target, so, you know, a little bit of shots here and there are fine, but ultimately you're thinking, hey, where's that Ana, right? Nice. Get onto that Ana, or the Zarya, because she's 1, that works too. A lot of target priority does depend on the HP of the target as well. Like, obviously, if a target is low, it's very helpful to bend the rules. Now, good block. Play cover. Play cover. Now, where is your team? Okay, we're back here, so maybe I don't want to push up and hold the choke. I mean, you could, but you need to be careful. This is good. E there doesn't have a purpose, so don't use it. You can even use your E as this Zarya walks forward so that you can force a bubble. Like, you can use E and force a bubble off of the Zarya just with the E slaw. Would you consider going for a healthy Zarya if she doesn't know bubbles? It's situational. It's situational, right? Like, for example, right now, I would focus on E-ing the Zarya, shooting the tank, because there's nothing else really to shoot that's easy to shoot. And you can get a favorable bubble trade, and then maybe look for an opportunity to get something else elsewhere. Like, I'm not going to sit here and lie to you that this is not a very favorable matchup, right? This is messy as all get out, okay? There aren't a lot of targets that you could focus down. However, even if you are like this is where we're not really ringing the bell, right? Earlier, we've rang the bell a lot with focusing tank, but when we've got a Pharmacy Tracer and we're playing Ramattra, those are not favorable 1v1s for us. So then it does come down to, can we get on top of the Ana, or can we punish the Zarya? And that's why I was talking about things like the E on the Zarya. That's how you win the tank trade. That's how maybe you bait the Ana to walk forward, so then we can punish her afterwards. Yeah. Remember, we talk about take the favorable 1v1, not don't shoot the tank. Usually, those two are one and the same, but not always. This is a perfect example. Because as a Ramattra, what are you supposed to do versus an Echo Mercy Tracer? I would avoid playing Ramattra into this kind of a composition. Like, let's say they were on, like, a ball instead of a Zarya, maybe a Kiriko. There isn't a favorable 1v1 at all. That's where a lot of mobility is where Ramattra struggles. Good. Do you see how we're using the high ground to threaten onto our best 1v1? And by the way, she just used Sleep Dart. So if you see an opportunity here, you can drop on her and shoot her. Good use of your E, forces some blinks. I wouldn't just be dropping here, though. I would be staying on high. You dropping means that now you can't go for the Ana anymore, because you can't cheat the high ground and drop onto her. And so because of that, you're forced to take a tank trade that, with the way that you're playing it, isn't super favorable. Not that the tank trade isn't favorable, but the way that you were playing it wasn't very favorable. Now, chat, do you see what they just swapped to? This is crucial. Did you see this? Absolutely crucial that we spot this one out. What did they just swap to? Another hero that we can pressure. So now the tank trade becomes less attractive, not because Zarya is a terrible target for our focus, but because there is a better target now available. Even if we don't get the kill, threatening the kill is really important. Yes, yes. Not so good. Not so good. We have time here to go to rotate the high ground if you want. And again, the high ground is what allows you to quickly pincer onto these targets here. You could go. You could go. You need to go now, though. It's too late now. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Maybe. Yeah, I think we're good. Mercy going to be more stationary too. That's true. She's going to be on the floor more because of the Ashe. Oh, now they're on Widow. Now this is, while it is an open map, and Ramattra isn't amazing on open maps, this is free pickings, ladies and gentlemen. Lots of squishies to go around and chase. Good. Choke him out. Yes, yes, yes. That's why his high ground is good. Do you see it? Do you see it? You use our staging here. The only problem I have here is the E does nothing. That's the only problem here. So that when we actually drop the push, the E is not available to secure this kill. But yes, yes, look at the pocket. Look at the cooldowns that you're forcing. And you're not even in a position where you can really get punished. Look at this. I think it's very unfortunate that that didn't work because your team was able to pick down. But that's good. You're going to win the map off of that. Nice. Nice. Really good. Okay, so don't just use your abilities. What is the purpose of your E and your shield when you pop it? Be comfortable winning and taking the tank trade when there's literally nothing else to shoot, and utilize high grounds so that you can skip the tank trade whenever it's favorable, especially when they make swaps like this. Now, you got to be careful because these snipers can really blow your head off. But absolutely. Okay. Now, Chad, do you see anything wrong with your screen? Hint, it's Mercy's legs. What the heck is wrong with her legs? All right, questions. Whoa, it's just getting worse. Okay, anyway. Questions for Ramattra. Questions for Ramattra. I'm going to grab some water and Tinkles. I'll be right back in like 1 minute. Go ahead and ask. Okay. Let's answer these questions standing up here. Whoops. Should shield be used to assist you in poking pre-brawl or place so that you can brawl easier? The answer is yes, both. The problem with using your shield to assist in brawl is then once your brawl is expired, you will not have your shield to cycle your cooldowns again. So let's put it this way. If you get good spam pressure out of using your shield, then use it to get good spam pressure. However, if you don't need to use it or you have it available before a brawl, then it's totally fine to use it. And it's especially important versus compositions that have like CC that you need to be playing around versus. Oh shoot, chat. I just realized something. I don't think I have a Roadhog code, and I don't even think I have a Roadhog code. Which works out because he's gonna get a rework, so I guess that works out. I didn't even think about that. When do you trade backline versus when to peel your backline against their tanks? Might be more general about a heroes like Ram, you need to get close and have a short movement versus it's always better to trade backlines. I mean, let's put it this way. If you can do something to counter the enemy tank's push on your backline, like if you're playing a Zarya and you could bubble a backline dive, or you're playing a Diva and you can mark the enemy Winston, it's fine. But unless there's something specific that you can do to stop the push that plays into your hero strengths, very few tanks in Overwatch actually have strengths that allow them to prevent a tank from going for the backline. And so it's more about controlling their backline and their DPS better than they control yours. No, honestly, I don't even want to do Roadhog. I'm not going to lie with you guys. It makes no sense. He's getting a rework soon anyway. Yeah. Besides, my support guide missed Lifeweaver, so the support guide missed by this Lifeweaver was announced afterwards, so you know the tank and the support guide will not cover the trash hero. That works out very well. So yeah. Okay, Reinhardt, give me just a second, guys. Okay, yeah, let's do some Reinhardt, y'all. What will it be for DPS then? I don't know, it's a good question. Maybe Sombra, because she might be getting a rework. It depends on when we do the DPS rework. When we do the DPS session, rather. Okay, let's talk Reinhardt. So let me fix the rank here, because our first Reinhardt is going to be gold. Reinhardt! Now, you're going to notice, guys, that Reinhardt has a lot of similarities with Junkerqueen, with Orisa, and with Ramattra, where Reinhardt is a brawl tank that wants to beat the ever-living crap out of you with his giant, you didn't see that, with his giant hammer. And the way that he does that is by either using cover, corner, or shield to close the distance so that then he can hit with his hammer, or uses his pen, okay? The thing with pen is that it does damage, yes. But the more important, you're right, you heard me right. The more important use of pen is to mobilize yourself so that you can get close to the squishies that you want to kill. You see, Reinhardt has, like Queen, multiple tools to close the distance. He has his pen. He has his large HP pool in comparison to even other tanks. And most importantly, he has his shield. And his shield is for him. You're welcome. His pen is for him to be able to close the distance, not for your team. Because the thing with Reinhardt is you might play with a comp that doesn't want to close the distance. If I'm playing Hanzo with a Reinhardt, right? I don't want my Reinhardt to shield me, right? I want my Reinhardt to go in and cause a lot of chaos so that then nobody's looking at me and I can relax and I can hit my shots, right? If my Reinhardt stays in the back and just does his thing, right? Then At least one member of my team, the Reinhardt, is doing nothing. Reinhardt's shield is for him to take space and to do damage and to create pressure on the enemy backline so that your team is safer. If you don't pressure people with your hammer as Reinhardt, your team is not safe. And what a lot of Reinhardts, even in Overwatch 2, still struggle with is that they think of their shield and even their existence as a protection for their team, and then ironically kill their team because they're not putting pressure on the enemy backline. If you are not pressuring the enemy team with Reinhardt, then you are hurting your backline because you are not doing damage to the enemy supports, because the vast majority of threat at Overwatch 2 doesn't come from the solo tank that the enemy team has. It comes from the DPS and the supports. So your job as Reinhardt is to be that threat so that then they can't focus on your team. Now, how you do that, talked about that. Close the distance, use cover, use your shield, use your HP pool, use your fire strikes to create a little bit of pressure, you know, a little bit of range threat. Cover me, throw out a fire strike, rotate off of that, and then ultimately get on top of them and hit them with your hammer. It's really that simple. Reinhardt is the ultimate simple tank where all you're doing is trying to hit people with your hammer. That's all you're doing. Try and hit people with your hammer. And pin is not necessarily used to kill people, but like let's say that there's a DPS over there, I pin on the DPS, I cancel my pin, I shield, and now I hit him with my hammer. And even if I don't get the kill with that, that forces attention onto me and off of my team, and it forces the DPS to back up and demand healing. And that's what we want. Wait. Also Shatter's sick. Okay, that's pretty much it, guys. That's pretty much it. Why does everyone think his shield is a protection for the team? I mean, it's just the way that it looks. It's just the way that it looks. A lot of people also have this misconception that, oh, this was how, well, Reinhardt was played like a protector in Overwatch 1. Reinhardt should never have been. The thing is our understanding of tanking has grown as the game has changed. So what happens now is that people still think that, like, oh, Reinhardt should be played like that. Reinhardt has never and should never have been played as a protector, even in Overwatch 1. The problem is that our understanding of Reinhardt has just evolved over time. Okay. How do I decide where to pin, when to pin and where to pin? Whenever you see an opportunity for you to get close to a squishy or clear out a squishy, or if you have enough HP, and or if there's cover where you pin to as well. The thing with Reinhardt is you need to be playing very aggressively, closing the distance, but you need to do so very intelligently. And that last part is what a lot of Reinhardts miss out on. Is how to close the distance safely and intelligently. And that's it. Like, your job is quite simply hit people with your hammer. And that's it. And you need to do what you can to be able to do that. Use your kit to hit people with your hammer. That's it.
Arriving at watch point, ready for battle. Stop the payload.
Gibraltar Reinhardt. Find your favorable 1v1s. Hit them with your hammer. Reinhardt does not have very many bad 1v1s. A lot like Diva, you kind of have your pick of the litter. So you will instead prioritize who you think is the most killable or who is the most dangerous. He's out. But the irony here is I wonder if holding high ground in here and then seeing Widow grapple top and then pinning on the Widow would have been better. You heard me right. So for Reinhardt, the best thing that you could do is actually hold up here. Not because shielding your team is good, but because you can drop here, you can pin here, and you can pin here. So you have your pick of the choice, your pick of the angles. And drop, not even. You'd pin on the Widowmaker, force her out, and then decide, do I want to drop? Well, I might be overextended and I don't have my pin to get out. So maybe I can drop only if I have my pin against her. You hear me? So that's a little bit unfortunate. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's the problem now, guys? And this is the classic Reinhardt thing. When a hero doesn't have a bad 1v1, it's less about choosing the right 1v1 and more about choosing the right space, okay? What part of the map is the most lethal to your team right now? Don't say what hero, what part of the map? Right, here. So why are we here? See, that's the problem with Reinhardt. Reinhardt doesn't have vertical mobility. So he has to prevent vertical mobility from being a problem by taking positions that give him options. And that's why dropping is so bad. Because once you drop, you've committed. It's over. You can only 1v1 the heroes in cart, and that's all you can do. No one can kill Rein, but they can go past him. Right. And so the challenge with Reinhardt is to close the distance without taking damage and to not let people go past you. High grip D. And right now, yeah, you're stopping card, but who cares? Even though these guys are kind of silly and focus you, which you should be able to play around, you still die because you're isolated. You're not controlling space. Everyone wants to control space as Reinhardt by walking on cart, but nobody cares about cart space all the time. Cart can be useful. Pushing cart as Reinhardt because you're a very low resource needed tank can be useful, but it's not the most important thing. Like right now, we're shooting Winston because there's nothing else to do. But here's what I want you to do. Chat. Number 1, is the team fight started? Has the team fight started? What's the most lethal space to our team right now? I mean, it's close enough. So we've got two options. We can either wait for a Baptiste for the team fight to properly start, or we can go, hey, I'm going to go pin on Widowmaker and deal with her. Right. Does this room have cover? Yes. Does this room have LOS of our supports? Maybe if they walk forward. Is it worth the risk? I think so. I think it probably is, but the way that we do it has to be really smart. Number 1, don't take damage, play cover. Number 2, hit the pen. Number 3, lock down on your targets immediately. Immediately. Too many missed swings here. The execution is messy, but the idea is right. Right, now I want you guys to watch the red circles. I always like looking back with third person to see what space creation actually looks like. Reaper's pushing. We push in. You see the chaos? Now, if only we'd been able to get to the Widowmaker sooner or cleaner. Any general rules for Fire Strike? Hit them. Hit them. Don't use them a million miles away, and don't just turn your brain off when you're using them. Good. Good focus on the more. No! No, no, no. Don't shoot the tank. Watch it. Is there anybody else that we could be pressuring right now? I understand wanting to stay near cart because the cart is almost about to cap. I get it. But you just hit Moira 2 times with your hammer and had Fire Strike and just walked away. If we'd had more cart space, I would be going for this Widowmaker. In fact, I might still be going for this Widowmaker. Shatter her, by the way. You should just shatter her. Risky. Only because she might have had Fade. Go in the Sojourn if you can. Shield, good. Too slow. As soon as you can leave card here, you should pin on that Sojourn immediately. By the way, nothing wrong with getting up here. If you can't get up here, practice it. Jump, jump, jump. Look down at the floor and then go whoop, jump. That's a way to do it. I appreciate you walking up with your team though. Good, good Fire Strike. Very important Fire Strike. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Mercy messed up. Ah, let's go. Good. Once you force them back, you don't even need to get the kill anymore. Watch what's happening here. I want you guys to watch the blue circles here, right? Watch the blue circles. We need to be very careful about this pin here and dropping our shield. But watch what happens. We pin, we miss the pin, we cancel it. Then we swing, then we shield. Meanwhile, our backline's getting primaled. But you guess what? These guys aren't helping the primal at all. So you just keep these guys busy. Your team deals with the primal. You see that? Look at that. All you needed to do was to be a little bit better with some of the mechanics. Do a little shield bouncing here before your shield breaks. Shield bounce, shield bounce, shield bounce. Everyone should know the shield bounce. Remind me after this VOD review and I'll demonstrate the shield bounce. I feel like everyone should know that, but I'll demonstrate it. Because what ends up happening is your team finally kills the Winston, but a better Reinhardt here also survives and you guys win this fight. Okay, let's find out. Good, you made them go Reinhardt Gibraltar. Perfect. And this is where the awareness is crucial. This is why you have to be thinking about it the right thing. What happens on our screen here that we're not paying attention to because we're staring at the Reinhardt? Do you see this right here? Oh my goodness. You must go clear her out. Don't just shoot the tank, guys. I think like Reinhardt's one of those heroes that obviously has a very favorable 1v1 versus most tanks, but it's a neutral matchup a lot of the time, especially when there's an enemy Rein. This Sojourn's feeding. You must see this. Should you play Painless if your different supports have less range? This is Lucio more. Not to an extent, no, because your Lucio more can also position more aggressively with you. This is poor. And watch what happens, right? The Reinhardt dies barely, but this Sojourn's all up in your team's grill. You might lose this fight. You're gonna lose this fight. That's actually incredible. That backline just the Reinhardt actually wins the fight for them because he takes a solo ult and full pocket from you. Meanwhile, his backline is doing whatever they want for free. That's actually incredible. Guys, I cannot emphasize this enough. Don't just shoot the tank, guys. It lit up, it lost them this point. The Sojourn is right there. It takes fewer hammer swings to kill a Sojourn than it does to kill a tank. You must prioritize the right targets here. You must prioritize the right targets. You cannot make this mistake. It is okay to shoot a tank as Reinhardt. You're pretty good at shooting tanks. But if a Sojourn is in point blank range, even easier. Like right now, I know what you're going to do. I know what you're going to do. I can read your mind. Grimby, no. I can read your mind. You're going to drop and you're going to swing on the Reinhardt because you need to protect your team. But that's the wrong answer. That's the wrong answer. Do to others as you would have them do unto you. Okay? If you drop on this Reinhardt and protect your team, you give him bonus points. Because not only did he distract and pressure your backline, he also distracted and pressured you. So the way to beat the Reinhardt who's going on your backline is to do the same to his when it's available. Now listen guys, it's not always going to be available. If you're here as Reinhardt, I'm not saying ignore the Rein, go pin to the backline, do that, right? You hit the Reinhardt with your hammer. But guess what? You're staged perfectly to where you can actually avoid it if you want to. So why would you go backwards? A lot of the reason why you guys will see in Overwatch League Reinhardts hitting each other with their hammers is because both teams have positioned very well to where they can't hit the backline. But in ranked, that's not going to happen. You're going to have opportunities to do that. And even in Overwatch League, as soon as the ultimates come online, sound barriers come online, the support ults that allow the Reinhardt to play more aggressively, the first thing they're going to go for is the enemy DPS or the enemy supports. First thing. So I'm going to watch you drop here and swing on the Reinhardt. But it saddens me because you could drop here and swing on the Sojourn once and do more than 3-4 swings on this Reinhardt. Because he's dead anyway, right? And now you're dead. One swing on a Tracer. All right. Now, you're trolling with your positioning. Chat, where should we be? Do you remember our Ramattra discussion on Blizzard World where we talked about high ground and why high ground allowed you to go for squishies? Guess what? Pin up here, take the stairs, set up here. You could even shield your Bastion if you got nothing else better to do. It's okay to shield your team if there's nothing to do. And then that Sojourn, that Moira, that Mercy are terrified. Because if they walk under you, they're cooked. A lot of Reinhardts have an obsession with holding cart. And while payload is important, winning the fight is more important. You win the fight so that you have control of the objective. I'm not saying let them just cap the point. But if you're here, you're not going to let them cap the point. You're going to drop and kill the Sojourn. Like a W. Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out! Boom! Right? That's what we're talking about, guys. But if you drop on backline, wouldn't you be crossfired by the enemy front and backline? No. Because what do you think the enemy front line's doing? Going on your backline. Absolutely not. You would drop on them once they cross into your space. Like you, so you see this? There it is, right? Go kill their backline right now. Nice. Now, if the Reinhardt uses charge like that, sometimes it's worth giving up space to pin him instead, because that's a large HP trade. But even then, do you notice that like you outplayed that perfectly and still lost the fight? I wonder why you lost the fight. Any guessers? Any guessers? Any guessers in the chat? Any guessers in the chat? What did my Moira do? What did my Sojourn do? Just walk forward, right? Just walk forward. Now, I will say, it's a little bit unfortunate, but still. Take your favorable 1v1s, guys. We're going back to fundamentals. Take your most favorable 1v1s. People that are playing most aggressively. So, what we're going to do is we're going to move on. We're going to move on to the next rank. Would it be okay to just isolate their backline and play safe? You could. You don't need, it's the threat of going on backline that's important. So even if you don't, if the backline plays too far away and you can't get them, keep them at distance. Do not let them get too close. If you see an opportunity to get a kill, you go for a kill. If you don't see an opportunity to go for a kill, then stand still. Shield bounce, thank you. I almost forgot. That's why we keep you guys around. What do you do when the enemy Rein has shattered? Do you play frontline, try and block the shatter? You can play frontline, block the shatter, yep. But if you see the opportunity to go for backline, you might just let it go. Shield bounce, very simple. Shield bounce is if you shield, unshield, jump, shield. Because you conserve your momentum. So it allows you to kind of balance your HP and shield, and you move faster than just shielding. Okay, Masters Rein. Two 517 D8 on Oasis. So we've been talking about general playstyle stuff. Now let's take a look at actual execution. Because a Masters Rein is more likely to do the fundamentals correctly. Fire strike into a wall. I lied. Good fire strike. Don't lose too much HP here. See, here's the problem. Here's the problem. You're swinging on aggressively on this corner, but you're swinging past the corner. So you're peeking 1, 2, 3, 4 members of the enemy team, while your team is peeking 0? 0. Basically 0. Okay? So don't do this, because look at your HP. I don't even know why the Junkerqueen shouts. You did nothing here. And now you're about to take more damage. So chat, who now has the advantage in the brawl? Who now has the advantage in the brawl? Junkerqueen, right? She doesn't have a shout, but you don't have any HP and you don't have any shield. This is why you need to be very disciplined when you're playing cover as Rein and managing your HP and managing your shield. Because she can actually now just run you over even without shout. Yeah, it was the queen before. Right, exactly. So now it's like, now you're going to have to give up space. Oh, careful, 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 careful. Oh my gosh, the HP, we're bleeding. We're bleeding HP. And now this queen's just going to run us over. And even if she doesn't, like, thankfully she's focusing us. This queen is in. See, this queen needs coaching. This queen needs coaching because she gets a massive advantage. And what does she do? She focuses the Reinhardt, right? Instead of going for either of these targets. So maybe we still win because the queen is playing even worse than we are. Yeah. But you gave them a massive advantage. Rein, if you're either hitting people with your hammer or you're taking no damage. There's no in between. There's no sitting around, poking around here. No, you go in, you hit your hammer, or you don't take damage. No, it's not good for your support ults. Not unless you're close to support ults. Because it builds their ults too. It's an even trade, but it puts you on the back foot because you've got less HP. We're down one, so I'd back up. I don't know why you're not backing up here. If you're down one, you could kite to point, and then just kite all the way back a point, and by then your Moira is going to be back. I don't know why we just died here. Really need to do a better job with our discipline, with our HP and cover, because we're losing a lot of resources for really no reason whatsoever. Aggressive, but okay. You lost that one though. And does anyone want to guess why we lost that one? Just a tad early. You guys see it? Just a tad early. So we end up getting focused down while our team doesn't. Focusing Rein. Now we go for backline. Now guys, we're focusing Rein here because what backliners can our Rein friend focus? Do you guys see any available squishies to push? Not really. Now we could pin on this Cassidy, and it's a risk that they might counter pin, but we could pin on this Cassidy and clear him out. That would probably be the optimal play here, but a little bit risky. And then here we're focusing the Reinhardt because he's the only one that's accessible. We don't have our charge to get onto squishies, and he was also playing a lot more aggressive. Okay, I mean, this is what Ramattra should have done in Shambhala, you guys remember? Easy way to access backline. Cheat fight win. Good counterpin. Shield, play your HP, play your HP, play your HP. Wow, okay, so we are really, really bad at playing our HP. Like, really bad. Like, frustratingly bad. So, like, right here, your Moira should be helping you. I get it. But you could, at the very least here, be shield bouncing out and at least buying yourself some time. I think you die here anyway, but you seem very uninterested in playing your life a lot of the time, and playing your HP. Okay. So we're going for an aggressive play with Cassie in the flank. We go all the way for backline. They juke us. That's unfortunate, but we still now have access to Hanzo. And we're going to win. Okay. Next round. We're moving briskly. So I'm a little bit concerned about our HP management and our cover usage from that stuff. Oh boy. Your team is not with you at all. This is way too deep on the timing department. I mean, guys, this is all we need to see right here. I mean, we are so deep. We're gonna lose so much HP and shield. Oh yeah, see now we can't even properly push. We still don't have regenerated HP. Okay, so this is where I talked about where Rein is an intelligent engager, right? Where you need to be smart about where you're playing. You need to be aware of where my team is and play aggressively around it. Like, if you wanted to pin in now, you could. I don't know if I'd recommend it, but you could, because you know that your Moira, your Genji, your Cassie are actually in a position to actually do something here, okay? The problem is I don't even know if we're going to be able to get our shield back. Okay? Ignore the Rein. Ignore the Rein. Stop. Yes, 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 yes. That's one of our rare counter charge moments. Watch this. Screw the Rein. You got a quick access to backline? Take the access to backline. By the way, check this one out, y'all. Look at the Spore Symmetra.
The objective is now active.
She got squished. Play your life, play your life, play your life, play your life, play your... This is where you need to be shield bouncing. Right here, shield bounce, shield bounce, shield bounce, shield bounce, shield bounce, shield bounce. Create distance between yourself and the enemy DPS and the tank. You might even be able to dodge a swing by doing that. That's the key thing. What's the mistake, ladies and gentlemen? This was something... Do you guys remember when we did the Tim the Tatman review? You guys remember the Tim the Tatman review? What was the mistake with the Tim the Tatman review when he was pinning in? He would miss the Reinhardt, and he would cancel the charge. Yes. You missed the pin on the Rein, but that's okay. Go all on the Ana. Get the squishy, right? But he cancels the pin, and then gets pinned, and now he's dead. So, you know, again, like, it's like it's a mindset thing, right? So, like, even though this Masters Reinhardt is definitely leagues above the goal player in terms of target focus and target priority, who we're going for, there's still a lot to improve on in terms of when and who we're going for mid-fight. I thought that the shield bounce was unnecessary since they buffed Rein walk speed when holding shield. It might be. It might be. That would be something to test. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't take my word for that on that specific point. No, we definitely cancel it. And if we didn't cancel it, then as soon as we missed Rein, we should have used our curve here instead of leading into leading in further into the left. You see, we cancel it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So. Uh-oh. You're cooked. Ah, you're totally cooked. You got so outplayed there. I think shield jumping is still just useful to manage shield HP. That's fair. So you could still use it to balance the amount of damage that you take with your HP. But yeah, okay. But it won't necessarily make you move faster. Thank you for the fact checker there. I was kind of noticing that even in the practice range. I was like, man, this doesn't feel that good. You know, and this is it. So this is it, right? Like, okay, I want, okay, you know what, okay, you guys know LH Cloudy, right? Of course, all right? Here's what you guys can ask. I want you to put a poster board, Ryan players, on your chat. What would Cloudy do? There's no Shatter. The backline's in Narnia. Anna's on high ground. What would Cloudy do right here? Prince Search only if you're not, if you're like pre-fight you can, or if your supports are close to ult, but generally that's very, very rarely should you ever be purposefully taking damage. Cloudy would either take the angle here, pin up on the Kiriko, get rid of her, then clear the high ground, and then maybe Shatter and then drop its Sim. But if Cloudy doesn't have time here, Cloudy's just going to go, okay, you're here. I'm either going to pin the Rein, or I'm going to pin right past. Because the thing is like, if the Reinhardt uses pin, you don't even need to pin the Reinhardt, right? In fact, pinning Reinhardt has never been weaker. The damage increase is, the damage is basically the same, so it doesn't do as much proportionately. And the armor reduces charge damage now in Overwatch 2. So Cloudy would pin on the Symmetra and solo Shatter and kill the Symmetra. Go kill the squishy. So you cancel your pin, but you're trying for the Reinhardt still. You see, like, you're getting tied up in this messy Nano, Reinhardt, Kiriko. No, stop. Go kill the Symmetra. Find your 1v1. So once again, wrong target. Stop shooting the tank. Our team's in spawn, mate. I mean, I know they're missing a few, but you need to be careful. Oh, I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what you're doing. Oh, dear. MTD mindset that you've talked about before coming on here, me things. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I don't know. It's like a mindset. It's like a mindset. It's like a mindset. You know what I'm saying? It's like a mindset. You just have to, like right now, you swing on Rein, right? You also block Shatter because there's nothing else to go for. But as soon as you can get this guy to back up a little bit, you're going to look for squishies. He way overextends. Swing of the Sim. Get her. Kill her. Kill her. Kill her. Go, 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 go. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You skip the front line, you go for back line, you take 0 damage on entry, it's over. It's over. You don't even need to get the kills. You've already done your job, right? It's over. I know it feels bad. They had ultimates to respond with. It's over. Nice job. You created so much space off of that. So much space. No. No. I don't care if he has Shatter. I don't care. I do care a little bit. But what, for example, right now, what should we be doing right now? What should we be doing right now? We know they're there. What should we be doing? Kill him. Dive Reinhardt. All right, you know what? Make him dive your backline better than you dive his backline. And if he doesn't, let's say if he tries to keep counterpin you, doesn't matter. Waste his time. These guys must die. They must die. They will kill you. I wonder if this casting pops off. I hope I don't look like an idiot here. There it is. He forced Suzu. He forced Suzu. And he gets a Shatter anyway. That's it. That's it. We're done here. We're done here, ladies and gentlemen. Where's my guitar? Where's my guitar?
We're done here, we're done here. Could not be worse. I say that life is better, but I really need a hearse.
Stop shooting tank. All right, listen, Reinhardt. It is the horizontal mobility dive tank. And it is all about creating space by pushing squishies, pushing the most available 1v1 target, prioritizing heroes that are on off angles, that are in aggressive positions over just turning off your brain and going frontline. This tank needed to do a better job of doing that, but also doing a better job of managing their HP and their shield before those pushes were executed. Okay. All right. We are now done with Doomfist, Diva, Junkerqueen, Orisa, Ram, Ryan. We have Sigma, Winston, Ball, Zarya. Oh, we're over halfway. We're over halfway, guys. I'm going insane. See, I always hit the halfway point, and I'm like, my brain turns to jello. Okay. Any questions with Reinhardt, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on? We're skipping Roadhog. Yeah, I don't even have a Roadhog code, but he's getting a rework anyway, so there's no point. Get rolled, Nodlin. When is a bad time to take high ground as Ryan? If the fight's already started. I'm not doing your code, Nodlin. That's not happening. I'm not doing Roadhog. I also don't have a low rank code either. It's a bad time to take the high ground, Ryan, like I said, when you don't have time to. When the fight has already started. How to pin faster than I started charge takes ages, and like when Cloudy does it. I think maybe a jump cancel. A lot of the pin tech, if you guys are looking for micro tech, look up a Cloudy video on it. Don't look at me. Don't do this to me. Nodlin, here's the deal, bud. Here's the deal, bud. I'll listen, if I have time when we're done with this, I'll let you pocket me, go Mercy, and pocket me on tank so I can demonstrate some tank stuff. Yes, this will be uploaded to YouTube. Any tips versus Zen? Cover. He is a very punishing tank, or DPS, or support, oh my gosh. But he is so easy to lock down and kill. So it's the risk versus reward right there. Shield balancing is good. You use the knockback from the enemy Ryan to get back further. There you go. Great. Do we always go for squishies with Reinhardt? No. If the squishies are inaccessible, hard to access, or the Reinhardt is like, or the enemy tank is like right in front of you, beat the crap out of the enemy tank. Let's say the enemy squishies aren't taking any aggressive angles either. The other reason why we want to go for Cassie and Symmetra is because they were taking very aggressive, punishable angles without support, and you need to punish that as a tank. That's how you protect your team. Yeah, I think pinning on Diva is great. Yeah, it's really, pin is great damage, right? Just keep in mind that whenever you pin, you don't have the mobility to go for off angles afterwards, so you just have to be careful. If you have Brig Shield and you look up slightly, you will still get shattered. Will you still get shattered? I think so, yes. I've been Diva bombed through Brig Shield more times than I can count, so yeah, I imagine so. How to play against high mobility squishies versus more elusive game. Okay, this is a great question. So, Hojushi, I did this. Okay, this is a terrible example, but it's a good reminder. We were doing Patreon games the other day, and I was playing into it was like Moira, Sombra Tracer, Lucio, Winston. Like, there's just nothing that's like I can squishy and pin on and just like kill. But also they have like no damage to like punish me, right? Like no Discord, no Hanzo burst. So bro, I was legit pinning around the map and just ping-ponging. Pin on the Moira, then hit in the Tracer, and then, oh, there's a Tracer. And I basically demanded like no healing the entire game. And I was just pinning around the map and just being just a complete nuisance. It's really fun. So Reinhardt isn't great versus that on some maps, but where he's restricted in the fact that he has a hard time keeping up with everything, you also don't take any healing at all. You don't need any healing. And honestly, a hammer swing on Tracer, it's impactful. Shatter versus a dive comp, very impactful. You see a Sombra decloak, ma'am. Now, if it's like a pharmacy, yeah, you got a little bit of a problem. But also, there's somebody else on the floor. You know what I'm saying? How to play Ryan along sideline, very, very disciplined with cover. Tips for landing Shatter, pick one hero and hit it. Yeah, so versus comps where Reinhardt doesn't have a lot of squishies to hit with his hammer, those are also the comps generally where Reinhardt doesn't take much damage anyway. So you have a lot more freedom to kind of do whatever you want. You can play like the super, super aggressive, do whatever you want play style. I'm not, someone did this to me, so we're gonna roll on me. Circuit Royale. Enemy Ryan on defense was holding point on the first point and won because of his backline was hard to get to. How do I win that? As what? As Reinhardt? I mean, you would need to try and force the Reinhardt back first and then try to pin up to high ground. That would be my best recommendation. It's hard though, right? When Reinhardt's playing aggressively with his backline safe, that's hard. Rules for when to swing and when not to. When you have HP, play around your armor. I like to kind of make the rule, like as I start to dip out or right before I dip out of armor, I try to get some healing if I can. There are some exceptions if somebody's low, but you need to try and play around your armor as much as you can, because if you lose your armor, you start taking dramatically more H damage, and it becomes harder to heal you. Okay. Sigma male. And we're going to be starting off with a bronze. Sigma is actually a very simple tank, which is going to be fun because he is the last bastion of spam tanks in Overwatch 2. There are no more spam tanks in Overwatch really anymore. Everything is either a mobile tank or a brawl tank or some variation of combination or amalgamation or homogenization of that. This Asian. But yeah, basically Sigma's job is he can get close and beat the crap out of pretty much every squishy that he wants, but versus at least the tanks and some DPS like Bays and Reapers, there's really no reason to close the distance. He's very, very good at spamming from range. His primary fire allows him to do so safely, his shift allows him to do so safely, and his shield allows him to do so safely. So even though his range isn't spectacular, it's significantly better when in tandem with his shield for him to allow him to put out range pressure. Now, his rock can be used in two circumstances. You can just use it to just win a kill or just to put out general pressure. But a lot of the reason that you use Sigma Rock, especially when you're playing in non-Sigma mirrors, is I generally use Sigma Rock to deny people from closing the distance with me. If I've got a Reinhardt trying to pin on me, I need to have the threat of the rock or hit the rock to prevent them from getting too close. Because I don't beat a Reinhardt when I'm up close. I don't even like playing up close with a Reaper Bay compared to a lot of other tanks. So I use my shield and spam to soften them up early, similar to Ramattra's spam, but continual. And then I use that rock to kind of keep the distance from myself and the enemy team. Even ultimate can be used to catch people from pressing W. You see that? I press the Q, he turns around and runs away. So even though I whip on my ultimate, that creates distance, which is exactly what I want them to do. In fact, one of the best uses for Sigma ultimate is on people that are trying to close the distance from you, and you just basically catch them on their push, lift them into the air, and slam on them on the freaking ground, right? The bot knew what was coming, right? So yeah, Sigma is a quintessential ranged hero, puts out pressure, has tools to close the distance. For example, if you can get close to a Zen or a Widowmaker, that's obviously optimal, right? But there are so many options with this hero about keeping them on a distance. It's all about creating space, creating pressure. Now, one thing that we talk about with Sigma is who do you shoot? Now, obviously the rules with tanks are don't shoot tank. 9 times out of 10 with Sigma, you're gonna be putting pressure on squishies. Even if that's not even if it's a tank trying to close the distance on you, it's often better to let the Reinhardt take no damage from you and kill his backline or pressure his backline, so that when he does get on top of you, now he's getting no damage follow-up. Now he's getting no healing and he just dies. So shoot squishies. You can shield one thing and shoot another. That's obviously something that you can do as well, but not often. And then with Sigma, a lot of it is like you prioritize on shooting what is the highest damage target in terms of the easiest to kill, and also what's the greatest threat to your team. I prioritize Widows and Zenyattes over Tracers and Torbs. I prioritize Torbjorns over, let's say, a Ramattra, because Torbjorn is an easier target to hit. That is another factor with Sigma. And also, he's a little bit more of a direct threat, and my damage is going to have more impact than just hitting a volley on Ramattra. Shooting past the tank is something that's very important a lot of the time. Doesn't mean that you don't always shoot, can't shoot tank. You can. That's always the rule. Like Sigma isn't like, if I see Ryan Shield and I got nothing else to shoot, I'm gonna shoot Ryan Shield, right? It's good. It's value for crying out loud, right? But yeah, I think he's a complex hero in terms of execution, but in terms of answers, it's just do damage and do damage often and do damage at range as much as you possibly can. Okay, so ability usage here. I think shift is something that you can use pre-fight when you see a lot of damage to generate a little bit of free HP. It is shields. They do slowly diminish or temporary HP. It slowly diminishes, but it is occasionally worth doing. However, shift is often like a get out of jail free card when you're being focused down by any sort of spam damage, or even close range damage, like let's say a Reaper shotguns, right? So it's not going to help you versus a hammer, which is one of the problems. However, it is something that you can absolutely leverage to buy you more time when people try to close the distance on you. So we'll talk about that a little bit more in detail here, but be careful about just using it just for general damage. Really have a purpose with why you're using it. Rock is great at throwing out on squishies and tanks to slow them down from closing the distance or to secure pressure. Even if you don't get the kill, usually if a landed rock will cause a lot of distraction and disruption and force a lot of cooldowns. Shield should be used interchangeably with your HP. Shield can be used to block important damage or just to be used kind of like the Reinhardt shield bouncing we were talking about earlier, where you take a little damage, then you shield, then you heal up, and then you drop your shield, and then you take damage, and then you heal up your shield, and you kind of balance your shield and HP a little bit back and forth because your shield HP can regenerate, your HP can regenerate, but you need a little bit of time for both. So a lot of times you'll cycle back and forth between your shield and your actual HP, and that's something that's very important to manage, okay? Primary fire, like we said, we already talked about. Target priority, just generally the squishies whenever you can. Ultimate, anybody that doesn't have a significant mobility cooldown or who has used it, like a Winston that's already used jump, very good to flux that. Obviously, you're going to be shooting squishies a lot of the time with your ult if you can, because it's a pretty impactful kill if you can, 50% on the execution, 50 damage flat on the lift. However, you need to be very careful about how you use it because it is very easy to miss even at higher levels. So very important that you're trying to secure kills by finding something that's going to be easy to land on, and then maybe even using the ultimate to reposition onto a high ground or a better position. So longer sight lines, Papa John's, you know, all that kind of stuff. Okay. All right, let's do this. So we're going to be looking at some Bronze Sigma to start off. Let me see if I get this code here. 7E7? No, 7JE7K5, I think. Yeah. Can't even read my own handwriting.
Ready for battle.
Okay, let's do this. I think I wanted to do, yes, I wanted to do the attack here. A lot of these fights go very smoothly here. So let's look at this attack here. I wish you're wearing the blue shirt. Yeah. So you look at the enemy composition, and like you would like to get close to Soldier and Mercy and Junkerqueen, but you don't really want to get on top of the Doomfist, right? So you want to kind of spam them from range and as slowly over time kind of walk your way forward. The nice thing about Sigma, though, is that while it's good to get close to certain heroes so you can easier hit your shots, you don't have to get on top of a soldier to be able to kill him. That's the thing about Sigma. Every Sigma can get secure kills up close, but the nice thing about Sigma is unlike a hero like Reinhardt or Ramattra, it's a lot easier. You don't have to secure the kill. You don't have to secure the kill. All right, so let's walk. The key thing with your shield, though, is not just blocking spam damage. So like here, your shield, you don't want your shield to break. You want to use your shield selfishly with Sigma, like Reinhardt, 99% of the time. And then from here, the problem here is you're walking close, but you don't need to walk close. You could also swing wide here and do a lot of damage to do just as much damage to the Lifeweaver and Junkrat, and also to the Soldier and Mercy, while still being somewhat in your support's LOS, while having better cover usage and making it a little bit harder for that Junkrat to hit shots on you. So this is something we really need to be careful about, because what we do is we pop our shift, but we don't really go near cover with it. And also we're standing out in the open, and also we're too close. And this is something that, you know, obviously bronze, there's lots to learn here, but I want to see more cover, more distance, at least until they're close, and then being a little bit wiser with how we're using our shield. Good. Nice. But like, for example, right here, you walk forward onto the squishy, but there's no reason to when you can kind of play the cover here and do the exact same thing. Good. Just keep spamming. Keep spamming. Keep spamming. I wouldn't even be using my shield here because there's no really important cooldown to block and you're full HP. So don't even use your shield. Keep spamming. Now you can shield because now there's a lot of damage coming in and you guys might be low. You are taking damage too. So you could use your shield. So now you're down. So I'd go ahead and back out if I were you. I wouldn't be walking forward and shifting necessarily unless you're expecting to walk forward as well. Don't shoot Doomfist. The first one. Don't shoot Doomfist when there's this right here. Right? Would it be incorrect to go into the room on the right and help Reaper? Probably, because it's a short sightline room. So I would generally want to keep more distance. So the problem here is that you're like, oh, I hit the rock, right? But also you're letting the Junkrat walk forward. So it's very similar to like the Orisa versus the ball, where I think it's okay to throw rocks at Doom. He is a pretty squishy tank. However, you need to be very careful that there's not another DPS or support that's capitalizing off of your attention being turned around. That's my concern. And so I'm pleased that as soon as the ult was popped, we immediately turn around and clear out this Lightweaver, clear out this Junkrat, because that's really where the threat is. Good rock. Not bad, guys. Not bad. What do you guys think? This isn't too bad for bronze. We're hitting a lot of rocks. We're looking at some squishies. Only thing here is I want to see a little bit better for cover usage and maybe a little bit less magnetization. It feels like we get sucked forward very much when we don't necessarily need to. Okay. Drop your shield. Good. Keep spamming squishies. Don't start spamming Rein. Don't start spamming Rein. This is a classic example where, like, yes, putting pressure on the Rein comp is important. But even if Rein comes in at full HP, that's fine as long as these guys are dead. Right? As long as these guys are dead. And that's your job. Yes. Good try. Close. Back. You gain nothing by walking forward. I would not be flexing this. I would not be. This fight's lost. Yeah, this fight's lost. Okay. Let's keep watching. So, more distance between yourselves and heroes like Junkrat and Reaper and Rein. At least early. More cover usage. Good. Dude, look at this. Look at how easy it is to do damage here. You could rock that if you want. I was a little bit late at that point. No point rocking a shield. He's low, so it's probably worth looking at him. Right? Good. Now, walk, spam. Walk, spam. Keep spamming. Keep spamming. Nice. Good. That was a questionable decision. How many minutes of coaching would I get for free? What do you mean? This is a seminar, so I'm selecting the codes for free. Based off of what I feel like would be most educational for the people watching. Alright. Keep walking, keep spamming. Play like this in GM, yeah. Keep spamming. I wouldn't stay in this room because your sightlines aren't very good. Nice. We talked about that, like how easy it is to spam. It's almost easier to kill. Now, right now, keep spamming. Keep spamming. You're a little close. I like the use of the rebound. No. Oh, no. See, this is why you have to keep your distance, because there's no reason for you to be here and not be like back a payload here, or even on an off angle here. You do the same amount of damage. In fact, it can be even easier to hit your shots. Right? And so the problem here is like, oh, I should have tracked Shadow. Nah, not really. You're just too close. You're too close here. Too close. You could flex this if you want. They've used their mobility coolant. Whoa! A little bit of an over ult, but that's okay. Maybe we win. I think we win off of this, right? Oh no, we don't. Tragic. Keep your distance. You're a little close. Did you see how things get chaotic and it's hard to aim and it's chaos? It's rough, right? You actually end up missing more shots the closer you walk forward as Sigma, because you don't capitalize off of the explosion radius. Remember, when you're close, you have to hit directs. for being at a more of a range, you don't have to hit your directs. The explosion will do the damage for you. So as you get more aggressive, you actually hit fewer shots and do less damage. Sometimes it's okay to walk forward to finish a kill, but we need to be very careful about the distance and proximity that we're flying. Now, we're not going as in detail, if you guys have noticed, about cooldown usage and things like that, because right now we're focusing on just general playstyle for Zero. This is good. Do you see how they're slowly getting whittled down? Reinhardt's losing shield, they're losing HP, you're building ultimate. Keep it up. And now you're in a much better position to kite. Now they're going to use Brother Spoil, so you're going to lose this fight. But you're in a reasonable position to kite that, unlike the Shatter. Okay, oh, nice shots, by the way. Because you kept some distance here. Nice. You could flux this if you need to. Yeah. Good. Maybe we win. Careful about the W key pressing, right? These things start to get chaotic. You've completely lost the Junkrat. Case in point, I think we win this one. Yeah, we win this one. Okay, so let's move on to Grandmaster. Now, I got a treat for you guys because this is a stacked lobby. This is a stacked lobby right here. You guys are going to recognize a lot of names in here. Joystick, Aspen, Yastaskafraz is Surefour. Rocket is probably the best tracer in the West that's not in the Overwatch League. And I'm sure a few of these as well that might be in alts. But okay, so let's pull this up here. So Aspen, Surefour, Joystick, yeah. Now, we're in a little bit of a different scenario now, where obviously a lot of it is going to be priority in hitting your shots and hitting your cooldowns. But remember, when we talked about our target priority, about who to shoot and when to shoot and what to shoot, a lot of it depended on what was killable, what was most aggressive, and what is actually going to hold space. Do you guys remember the Reinhardt VOD review when we said about like why do we want to be in high ground? Because what's the biggest threat? The Widow on high ground. So if we're there, she can't be there, and then therefore our team is a lot safer as a whole. Surefour is though enemy Widowmaker. Yastaskafraz. So that's a lot of the thing with Sigma too. You want to kind of position yourself on a powerful position to where you can spam a lot of different off angles and a lot of different DPS and supports at once to prevent them from taking aggressive positions. Okay, so let's see. This is a top 500 lobby. Good try. So I have high expectations. Good try on the rock. Good flick to the tank. And I'm already disappointed. What's the mistake, ladies and gentlemen? You guys see it? You know, I'm going to be a lot harder on this Sigma because this is top 500. So I'm going to be a lot harder. Right. Why are you here? Why are we trading with a queen? Take this position here, and what does this position provide? Here's a question. When I'm here, do I spam the Junkerqueen less? No, I can spam the Junkerqueen just as much. He did get booped off, but he didn't take it back again. But then from here, I can also decide, no, I'm not going to shoot Junkerqueen. I'm going to shoot the Genji because I don't want him here. Right? There we go. For tanking at a lower rank, is there a specific tank? Whatever tank that you enjoy the most. Nice! Aww. Come on, bro! Oh, could I have your question? Okay, gotcha. You got a shield! She's got a knife! Use your shield! Use your shield, mate. Use your shield. You gotta use your shield. So we got whip-shotted off the high ground, and we go back to take high ground. And now we got knife pulled off of high ground. And what the problem with this as well is this will probably force maybe our rock. Yeah, I probably would not have used my rock there and retaken high ground, but we definitely need to retake high ground here because look at what has happened at our vacancy, right? Look at what has happened now. Look at the honest positioning here. We must. Okay, she dies anyway, but we must retake the position. Avoid the queen trade. Like let me ask you guys a question. Who wins this 1v1 at point blank range? Who wins this 1v1 at point blank range? We know the answer to that, right? We know the answer to that. Queen, easily Queen. So if I'm joystick here, I'm like, thank the maker. I'm playing Junkerqueen on Junkertown, which ironically is a terrible map for her because of how open it is. But this Sigma is just presenting his old body in front of me and just letting me take a favorable 1v1. So kind of you, Crimson. Why are you doing this, right? Hold here, spam Aspen, spam the Queen from a distance where she can't hit her Carnage, right? Where she does less damage, where you can even, if Surefour walks forward, he gets his stuff smoked, right? I don't like this. You don't need to let, even if it lets them push the cart a little bit further forward, it doesn't matter. Yeah, that dance was really uncomfortable. I'm not sure what that was all about. How did Ana get on high ground? Good question. I would guess maybe she did a little hoppy here. She probably hopped to here and then wrapped around this way, would be my guess. But you wouldn't get that. You're not like a high SR player like me. Plat one. Okay. Back to high ground, please. Control those DPS. Don't worry about the Queen trade unless she's at like low HP and or far away. Like even right here, it's okay to poke here a little bit, but you really don't want to fight here, right? I mean, you know where your Ana is, you know where your Zen is, you're not really fighting there. Like I would not be even committing my rock or shift here. I mean, I would be very careful because it's baiting your team to like kind of push forward when that really is not the play. Like look at what you do to Mickey. Mickey's out here spamming but you really shouldn't even be here. You can sometimes bait your team to take space that they shouldn't if you position like that as tank. Good. Shoot Aspen. Good. Fine. Trade backlines. No! You're in one fight territory. Cart does not matter anymore. You're not going to recontest anyway. So win the fight. Trade the backline. Stop it. No. This is really bad. And now they're nano queening on you. Oh, you're cooked. Oh, you are cooked. Meanwhile, Ana and Brig, totally uncontested. Widowmaker, totally uncontested. Guys, this is top 500. I'm telling you, the stuff that we're talking about in this VOD review,
Don't focus tanks.
okay, is always going to be applicable. Always. Posture check, hydrate, thank you. I just dumped about half an ounce onto my groin. Okay, yeah, I mean, look at this. There's the nano in response, but it doesn't matter because it's freaking Nano Sig versus Nano Queen. Who do you think is going to win that one? I mean, congratulations, Aspen fed, but you're gonna die anyway. Like, this is what we're talking about, guys. I Sigma, like, make Queen sit here and look at the fight and be like, man, I wish I had a shield. Man, I wish I had damage that went more than like 4 meters, right? Like, you're phenomenal at this stuff. And yet, here you are playing Patty Quake with freaking Junkerqueen. That was a timing bell? No, the timing bell is in the sync now. So, we're gonna win this fight, but through no quality of our own, you know? Good. Again, we're in a situation now to where we just don't care about card. It's one fight anyway. Touch card at the last second if you need to. Okay, you know, here's the thing. So I had a coaching session with a Sigma player a little bit ago. In fact, the student might actually be in chat. And I was explaining how to play Sigma into Reinhardt. About how taking angles often and early, spamming often, trying to kind of keep pressure up. And I actually went to a quick play game. And I played Sigma into Reinhardt. I literally typed in match chat. I'm like, hey, can you play Reinhardt, please? And they're like, yeah, sure. So they played Reinhardt, and I played Sigma on it. It was like Koth. And my student, I sent them the replay code afterwards. And my student was like, hey, one of the things I actually learned from your VOD was why Sigma is so bad at Koth. And it was a really cool point that I never thought about. Because Sigma is bad at Koth. Because the nature of Koth is that the point is generally a tight enclosed space, which means that somebody has to contest point, right, at some point. And Sigma often gets sucked off of these juicy sightlines to deal with the objective, and that's the problem. This is why Sigma excels in payload, is because you can give up a little bit of objective pressure and it's not a big deal. But Koth, it's a lot harder to do that, right? Control. King of the Hill. And so I was like, oh my gosh, that's actually a great point, where like Sigma feels bad on control maps, not just because they're generally more tightly oriented, right, where there's not as much spam angles, but also because you will be forced to go to the objective more than you will in other maps. And so like this map, you don't care about the objective right now. You need to worry about controlling this Ana or this Brig or this Genji. But in other KOTH maps, you will need. Even on a map like Busan, having to touch point kind of means that certain tanks, like Sigma, doesn't always feel better, even though the map is wide open. So kind of fun. And now all that being said, you don't need to worry about that here. So why on earth are we even dropping here? You should be standing here, sitting pretty, fluxing freaking Aspen into the middle of the sky, which, by the way, she just used her bash. Did she use her bash? Okay, maybe not. So flux the queen, or pop Q, bait Aspen to use her bash, right? And then pop it here, but we're at point blank range. You're dead. You are dead. You are absolutely dead. Rough, guys, rough. You have to control space, guys. You have to control space. You can't sit there and trade on core. You have, nice rock. You have to control space. Don't touch, don't touch, don't touch, don't touch. Stop it, stop it. Stay right here. Stay within your primary fire range. Touch at the last possible second. Stay off of card. Yes, yes, yes. Still didn't need to touch. Still didn't need to touch. Good. Much more reasonable, still not optimal. Let's put it that way. I would not be focusing Queen here, by the way. Focus Aspen on Kiriko. Okay, and guess what? We're forced to leave the Widow alone right here. No shield for... I mean, the Widow's too far for us to deal with. But the Widow might... Like, the thing is like, if we go to point... Let's put it this way. If we go to... The thing with Sigma is it's like preventative action by being here, okay? If we're here, the Widow can never really take this angle here or this sight line here. She always has to play on this side of the map, which isn't a huge deal right now, but a lot of times that's actually really important, that you only let the Widow hold one sight line. If you give up from here, then that allows the Ana and Widow maker to take other positions because you've given them up. So who could even touch point if Sig doesn't want to? Sig can absolutely touch point. Sig should touch point, but only do it when it's absolutely necessary. And that was the key thing, though. We were in a one-fight territory anyway, so there's no reason not to give them objective pressure. Where should we be, chat? Where should we be? Where should we be? Where should we be? Where should we be? What's the problem with our position right now? What's the distance between us? What targets can we shoot from our positioning? We could have either stayed high ground and kept distance and spammed here, or we could have even dropped and rotated on an off angle with better sightlines and better spam angle, where our team could still see us. Either one. This is too close. You know how I know it's too close? Because he just got freaking axed. Not just axed, but freaking axed. Boo! This is not... You're better than this, Crimson. Again, I want to just direct your attention to this, ladies and gentlemen. Watch this. Oh, hey there. There's no way. There's no way. Now, I'm being hard on this player. This player is mechanically done very well with rocks and primary fire. They're very good with cover usage and shield management. There's a lot of reasons why this player is top 500. But target priority and controlling of positioning around these brawl tanks is not one of them. If I put a Plat, Diamond, Master Sigma in this exact same lobby, they would be getting destroyed right now. So I'm being a little rough right now Part of that is because I'm getting a little bit tired. I'm not going to lie with you guys. It's been a long stream already. But also part of it just because I know that this player will find this helpful. Okay. Still would prefer, honestly, even just a volley at Tracer or a volley at Hanzo from this angle better than focus on Queen. At least we have distance on Queen. Yes, yes, you see that instantly. Very good. Immediately forces the Hanzo out. Brilliant shots. Look at the control that we get here, right? I wouldn't even rock there. Too far away, just would have primary fired. We get the kill on the Hanzo. Brilliantly done. Only drop if you absolutely have to. Good shots on Ana. I know we're moving at 1,000,000 miles per minute. Great rock. That's going to get the kill. Nice. I mean, this last fight was our best fight yet in terms of positioning and target priority. Okay. Sigma questions, ladies and gentlemen. You keep your distance, you keep your range, you position yourself where you can shoot multiple different off angles, prioritize squishies, try to play around payload and the objective as much as you can, but it's very difficult to with Sigma a lot of the time because payload is generally in more contested area where people can get up close to you. Using your rock on squishies is generally recommended if it's viable to hit, but tank is also fine as well, especially if that tank tries to get close to you. You notice that every time that joystick tried to walk onto us, we had a rock ready, and that helped to buy us some time. Yeah. Is a drop not worth the play in Kiri ult? It depends. That was a good point, but the problem with the drop into Kiri ult is then they will also Kiri ult, and then you're no longer at an advantage, but you're at a positional disadvantage. You kind of see what I'm saying, right? If you have Kiri ult and they don't have anything, then it is worth it to drop. How do you aim on Sigma? I don't get it. XR on target, but shots always miss somehow. It's the gun is weird. It's a ba-bump, 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 ba-bump. And it's also projectile that you have to hit directly on the target at point blank range or utilize explosion radius at its max radius. It's hard. It's hard to aim with Sigma. The one thing I will say that a lot of Sigma players have benefit from is chilling with their damage just a little bit and not just mashing. Like, I find myself always playing better with Sigma when I'm, like, taking deep breaths and not, like, trying to smash it, just, like, holding up, but, like, really taking them out. Okay, aim there. Okay, wait. Okay, aim there. Like, even not firing at maximum rate if I need to. How do you play aggressive while keeping range? Aggression doesn't necessarily mean proximity. Aggression means that you're actively engaged on the fight, trying to lethally secure kills. Aggression can also be the angle that you take, how deep of an angle that you take. In Overwatch 1, I learned that Sigma can control off angles. Is that still the thing now? Yes, it is. It is the thing. The problem now is that Sigma also has to take a little bit of objective duties occasionally, which is something that he's pretty bad at, and that's where Sigma has a little bit of problems. How often should you use suck against this type of comp? Versus this composition, you might not use suck much at all until you absolutely have to contest cart or something like that. Because you're right, there isn't a lot of spam damage being put on you, so it's more about just playing, you're basically under zero pressure, and then you're under a lot of pressure, and you need your suck. When you have a tank on top of you, is it a good idea to try and block backline spam and healing using your shield? Yes, it is. It is. Obviously, it depends on the tank. Like, sometimes I might shield in front of me if it was like a Queen or a Roadhog, because I would love to split the Queen healing, but I need to kind of block the damage. But it's something versus like a Reinhardt. Why would you shield, unless he has Shatter, you don't shield a Reinhardt, you shield behind the Reinhardt, because that's where the real damage is coming from. So do you play Sigma kind of like a turret, constantly pressure squishes from a certain space? Yes, that's a good idea, especially because considering he doesn't have a lot of mobility, so you kind of have to set up pre-fight and try to predict what angles are going to be good. How much thought should you have on a matchup? Use a grass for nade specifically, or at least when appropriate. I think using grass for a nade specifically is kind of unnecessary because your shield is also really good versus nade. But keeping good pressure on Ana and not forgetting that she exists is really important. You're one of her. That matchup is very important for you to be the outplay with your shield and also shooting her whenever you can. Cheers, mate. I appreciate you, Ernie. Appreciate it. We're hanging in there, guys. We're hanging in there. We only have 3 more tanks. We're hanging in there. What can I do to get the most value from self-VOD reviews? I have an entire video on that. If somebody in chat has a second to look up self-VOD review on my YouTube channel, you'll probably find it. Maybe somebody in my chat can look it up for me. But I have you can look it up on my YouTube channel. Self-VOD review. I think if you look up Spilo self-VOD review, I think you'll find the video. Winston, Wrecking Ball, and Zarya. In that order. You're very welcome. It looks like somebody might have already linked it up to you. Thank you, guys.
A better world is possible today.
Winston. Whoops, not gold, plat. Okay, Winston. We talked about Winston at the very start of the stream. Is all about establishing a favorable 1v1, looking for squishies that you can dive, and then using your jump to get on top of them, and then using your bubble to help you win the 1v1. That's pretty much all there is to Winston. Winston is the perfect quintessential hero when it comes to simple is not easy. There is not a lot to Winston when it comes to target priority, what you're doing. It's just pretty, but actually executing it properly is really hard. Even mechanically it can be pretty hard. And also making the decision of how to position yourself around the people that you're going. Like what's the best position so that I can get on top of that squishy without dying? That's freaking hard, guys. That's freaking hard. There's a reason why in Overwatch League, Winston is one of, if not the most specialist tank in the league, and why the one tank that a lot of transition into tank heroes, he's the one that they have the most problems with, right? Because his playstyle is very simple, but getting all the nuances is really, really, really hard. Not to mention things like Primal being very difficult. So Winston is a very, very, very rewarding tank to play. Even in Overwatch 2 with certain metas, teams have still found value out of getting use out of him, but he's just extremely hard to understand at a very high level. Now, you jump squishies. That's it with Winston. That's it with Winston. You jump squishies. The key thing, though, is how can you jump squishies without dying? How can I avoid taking damage? How can I get kills on squishies? How can I find a way to get on top of the squishies without even having to use jump? How do we get value out of my ultimate? And so on. Now, one quick thing I will say before we start talking about his abilities is the combo, which is you're going to charge a right click, you're going to jump, alternate fire, zap, melee cancel into your zap again. You could do a lot of damage with that. You don't have to melee cancel if you're not comfortable with it. It does not increase your burst damage. It just allows you to slightly conserve more ammo. Well, the way armor works in Overwatch 2 is that the burst damage will increase your TDK if they're already low, but it doesn't do more damage to armored targets because of the way armor works, okay? So it will not increase your DPS, it will conserve some ammo. It is a little bit harder to hit, so that is another risk at use. So if you're not confident that the target is going to stay still, so it might be better to not use the melee at all. Anyway, so there's your combo. Basically, with Winston, it's all about finding targets that you can isolate and kill with good cover while maintaining good cover usage on the jump and also afterwards. For example, if I'm jumping a squishy over here, I might not just jump on the squishy. I might jump on the squishy and tuck inside here because that buys me time and cover so that they don't just immediately break my bubble and kill me. It allows me time to be able to preserve my bubble and personal HP so that I can jump out again. You can also set up ahead of time, taking high grounds and off angles so that you don't even have to use jump. Look at that. Don't even have to use jump, and then it can immediately get out again afterwards. A lot of Winston is the optimization of deciding about whether I can actually get the kill or whether I'm just playing to distract. Remember when we talked about with Doomfist where it's like, oh yeah, sometimes you're not going to be getting kills versus these targets, you're just playing to distract. Winston even more so. You really don't have any way to mechanically click them in the head like a Doomfist does. So there are some targets that doesn't matter how good you play, you will not kill them. So you really, 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 really need to practice making the decision about whether this target is killable or not, and then just playing for pressure. You see, the problem with Winston is he's very easy to counter from a certain playstyle. If you just turn your brain off and just jump into the backline, you're very easy to counter. You're very... Wait, what just happened? Oh my gosh.
Winston.
Holy crap. Thank you so much for the donation. Well, that was crazy. I didn't even recognize the alert. I was like, wait, what is that alert? I don't see that. Holy crap. Thank you so much, anonymous gifter. Might as well be anonymous because that's not a real name. I hope that was super, super, super generous. I mean, yeah, anybody would feel a little less tired. I really appreciate that. Holy crap. Well, now we gotta really nail this one. Thank you so much for that generosity. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. What else is there really to say? Yeah. I prefer Weston over Winston. I don't remember what that is from, but something about Weston cracks me up. But anyway, thank you so much for the donation. That is super, super, super generous to you. I really, really appreciate that. That stuff like that is like why I'm able to do what I do. You know, the generosity of other people, and like I consider myself very fortunate. So you know, it's tiresome, but I like it. You know, it's a great job. I really love it. It's taken me a long time to get to the point where I can do this. I mean, many years, a lot of working of second jobs. But I mean, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Munch Day, thank you for the sub. I appreciate you guys. Okay, what was I talking about? I don't remember what I was talking about. How, okay, so you can go, like, the jumping backline thing, and just brainlessly jumping backline really does work with Winston, up to a point. But when you have things like Reapers and Bastions and Orisas and Roadhogs, people kind of tend to fumble the bag, and they don't really know what to do. So I think versus those, you can absolutely avoid them, but it takes a little bit of smarts to do so. So it's all, with Winston, it's all about understanding that your counters exist, but your counters also don't have the speed and mobility to catch up with you. Okay, so Winston, isolate targets, avoid the bad matchups. So with Winston, more than anything else, it's not just about finding your best 1v1s, it's about avoiding the bad 1v1s. You see, every tank we've gone over has had a reasonable 1v1 versus pretty much the entire cast, right? Like, Reinhardt's not really going to have a bad 1v1, but there's going to be better 1v1s. With Winston, you're so mobile that the game expects you to always make the best choice with who you 1v1, right? Now, let's talk about abilities. Jump can be used just to go in, right? It does damage on landing within a radius. So the closer that you land to the target, the more damage you're going to do. That one, I'm just outside landing radius here. This one, I'm going to be just inside. Tiny bit of damage, right? Let me kill this guy. Okay, let me get to kill this guy. If you get very close, right, and land directly on top of him, which I'm going to try to do. Oh my gosh. Stupid platforms, man. If you land basically on top of them, the damage is significant, right? So definitely something that you want to be utilizing in your dives. Okay, the other thing with Winston are the different types of jumps that you have. If I just press, let me find a good area to do this with, okay? So if I just stand on this corner here and I just press jump and I just take my hands off the keyboard, I just look here, crosshair here, jump. That's the distance that I'm going to get, right? Now, if I aim my crosshair a little bit higher, I'm going to get a little bit more distance, right? So just a little bit more. Just a little bit more, right? If I aim my crosshair down, I get a teeny bit less. Very micro thing, okay? But that's especially comboed with when you use your arrow keys. So I can go here, and you see how much more distance I was able to get out of that jump. And the reason why that's important is there's another type of jump called the short jump where you press S into the jump, right? So you go S jump. You see how my momentum just kind of dies, but I still got my landing damage. And you could do this even more while looking at the ground. You see that? And this one's very important to use if you want to get landing damage or you want to be precise with my jump. Like if I just press shift here, I'll be able to make this jump no problem, right? But if I want to get all the way up to the very top, I gotta press W and I gotta jump. And the other thing you could do too is I can jump with my space bar into the jump. Ready? Jump, jump! Right there. You see that? Jump, jump. Now that one I wasn't pressing W nor aiming high enough. So Winston has a surprising amount of flexibility with how far you can jump. You can jump very far, you can jump very high, you can jump very low, you can jump very short. And that's very helpful when you're trying to be accurate with your landing damage for jumping onto different platforms and also your primal rages, where you will have a very, very miserable experience jumping over targets until you get the master of the short jump, like this, you see? And being able to read the distance with which you want to boop your target, okay? So, jump, bubble, bubble, please use it only for yourself. Heard me right. Please use it for yourself. It is not very good for protecting your team. It is very good at allowing you to dive so that you may then indirectly protect your team. It is excellent at pop blocking cooldowns. It is also very important that you bubble, shield dance in and out of your bubble to make, if they walk in your bubble, you walk out. If they walk out your bubble, you walk in. Back and forth, back and forth. It's a very weak bubble or shield, but it does block in a 360-degree direction, and it is probably the most powerful tank cooldown in the game. More powerful than even something like Junkerqueen Shout, because it's what enables Winston to do his thing. He is a very powerful, the most powerful tank in the game when he has his bubble, and the most weak tank when he doesn't have his bubble, okay? Because he basically can't play the game. Moving on down the line, Zap is Zap. There isn't a lot to it. It's AoE. It does damage. It's good. The right click is a charge up that uses ammo. Look at the bottom right of my screen. And will continue to use ammo up until 12. And will charge and hold for about 2 seconds, at which point it will release. You can also manually release it at any point in time as well. That does up to 50 damage. And is a pretty relatively efficient way of utilizing your combo. I would not be using right clicks at point blank range like this. It's a drop in your DPS, but you can use your right clicks to close the distance on combos, or if there's a target that doesn't do a lot of range damage, like let's say this is a Tracer here. She's not going to do any damage to me, but I can do some damage to her, right? And that's going to see something you're going to see a lot. Now, some Winstons utilize this too much, like they'll peek like a Hanzo, hey, shoot a Hanzo, and I'm taking logs to the face, so you need to be careful about that because it doesn't do a lot of damage, but yeah. Last thing is the Primal Rage. It is one of the best tank cooldown ultimates in the game because it enables you to go in and isolate targets, and most importantly, it allows you to go hyper aggressive as essentially a second life. It sets your HP to 1,000, regardless of what HP you were at before. And it dramatically increases your mobility because it cuts your jump cooldown to, I believe, 2 seconds. Chat, somebody correct me. I'm gonna have to farm up another ultimate. But it cuts your jump cooldown way, way, way lower, so you can jump way more often. It is the second most mechanically difficult. 1 second? Okay. It is the second most mechanical difficult ultimate in the game besides Pulse Bomb, followed closely by Dragon Blade. So it is you'll get as much out of it as you put into it. Let's put it that way. Utilizing your short jumps, utilizing your double juggles. I'm not here to give a clinic on Primal Rages. There's a million videos by better qualified people on that. I would recommend checking those out. But use it to isolate targets to continue your aggression. 2 seconds. 2 seconds, yeah. And it will allow you to do all sorts of crazy stuff. Okay, Winston, dive tank, let's go. Okay. Bubble is a really good AoE ability, and you can get AoE zaps, which is kind of what sometimes baits people into playing Winston like a frontline trader with the bubble. But there's only so far that you can get with that. I don't even know what code I have here. I can't even read my own handwriting. Either a 2 or a Z. It's a 2. SE1FH. Is Boger still the best Winston? He is he's probably the best European ranked Winston. There's obviously a lot of Overwatch League Winstons that are a lot better than Boger, but Boger does a great job playing Winston at a really, really high level in ranked. And he was also a professional tank in his own days. And I also like the way that he explains the Winston as well. JK, probably the best EU tank. Yeah, that's probably fair. I think Krondop also had a great tank. Oh, I don't know how much he plays it right now, but was one of the best. So the key thing with Winston is this. It's like you need to get your favorable 1v1s, but you remember with Reinhardt, we were very obsessive with like, don't take damage, don't take damage, don't take damage, don't take damage, don't take damage. Same thing goes with Winston. Like Winston is like either in with bubble or doing basically nothing, especially versus the enemy composition that you got here. We got some Kiriko damage, you got some Junkrat damage. Just don't take damage, because every damage that you take here means you will be less effective or more at risk when you dive the Junkrat, or when you dive the Mei, or when you dive the Kiriko, and so on. So for example, something like this is what makes Winston hard. Guys, how do we get onto that Mei without taking damage? If you can answer this question, you're already halfway to becoming a great Winston player. How about this? Why would we go down main when we could flank here? And then we could immediately walk in the Junkrat while taking no damage, or flank jump. How about this? Do we need to get on top of the Junk or the Mei with one jump? Why not 2 jumps? Why not jump here, walk up, maybe even grab a health pack, and then jump 2? Why not jump the Junkrat bubble, tuck in here, grab Mega, hide, reset, and now because we're here, our next jump allows us to get on top of the Mei. That's called staging. Staging is saying that I can't get on top of you with 1 step, so I'm going to take 2 steps or 3 steps or 4 steps to get on top of you. And that's what makes Winston hard. Because right now, look at the damage that we're taking, right? Way too much damage on that entry. Drop and bubble, zap the Kiriko Mei. You will always take some damage on the way up. Yeah, of course. This bubble does nothing because you're not actually zapping enough with it. Probably didn't even need to use bubble there. Don't have bubbles, so be very careful. Don't have bubbles, so be very careful. We're walking forward. We're walking forward. Ooh, I like this! This way, look at this. Taking no damage. Immediate access on the backline. We're going to have our jump very soon. And our team is walking forward. Let's go. Zap backline. Yes. Drop with the bubble, though, so that you can actually continue to do damage. Drop with the bubble so you can actually do damage. Because the bubble just serves you no purpose right here. And all that attention allows your team to walk forward for free. Okay? Notice that we're throwing right clicks at things like Junkrat or Mercy. Things that aren't going to be shooting us. Same concept as Ryan going from cover to cover? Absolutely. Alright, we have bubble again. What's the choice? Do not peel Reinhardt. I'm begging you, don't peel Reinhardt. Kill the rat. Kill the rat. Yeah, it's very... Here's what we're seeing here. You have the right idea, but you're just not really executing it well. You're not, you need to drop the bubble here and get the kill. Drop with the right click zap, or stay in the Junkrat, get 2 for 1, or jump the Mei, force ice block, or jump the Kiriko, right? You're here, but you're kind of existing, and you're not really doing a whole lot with it. You want to stay in there as long as possible, right? And be as much of a threat as possible. Jump up and over. Good. We have bubble very soon. Good. Drop and bubble. Drop and bubble. Get the kill. 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 Don't be scared. Get the kill. Get the kill. Get the kill. We're standing around. There's a lack of a bloodthirst here, especially when you already have your jump. Now you need to be thirsty. You're just existing right now. And popping these little right clicks when like, what are you waiting for, right? You have everything that you need, full HP, perfect off angle to go for the squishies, and you're just existing, right? I think you were concerned about the Reinhardt, but if you're able to conserve your jump, you should be good to go. Okay. So there's a balance there, right? You weren't a feeder. Oh, by the way, there's the Orisa swap, right? But at the same time, there needs to be a better balance of taking small risks to secure kills that actually do some damage. Avoid Orisa, avoid Orisa. Now Orisa is very easy to avoid, which is why she's not a consistent Winston counter. You jump up and over, go for the rat. Let's go. Go, 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 go. Go right now. Go, 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 go. Maybe you're trying to combo for your Nana, but you don't need it. Right? You take way too long to jump up here. Drop your bubble, zap, disengage, use your primal. Let's go. Good. Very good. Look at that Orisa peeling off. This is why Orisa is not a Winston counter. Because look at how stupid this Orisa looks. Look at how much space that your team has in the choke. The only problem here is in terms of the micro, we don't have a right click charged when we jump, so we miss out on combo. We lose the Junkrat. And then really, we kind of disengage a little too fast. I think we could have greeted our time more. But that being said, this is like classic Winston, right? You get on squishies, you force Suzu, everybody turns around, and then the rest of the enemy team just freaking dies because there's no help. Because you just pulled all of it onto your shoulders. So, I like the theory of your jumps. I don't like your bloodthirst, and I think you're too hesitant. Okay, let's see what we got. That being said, a lot of our fundamentals here are promising. I don't know what this Mercy's doing. Fine. You know, your team is like, here's the thing. You're going in chat. Is this bad timing from our Winston? You guys who've been in chat for a while, is this bad timing from our Winston? What do you guys think? We should have killed out Mercy immediately, I'm not gonna lie. But what do you think I say? I don't think it matters, right? I agree. And if you look at it, this Orisa is engaged. She's shooting. So no, this is not bad timing. I wouldn't even say, oh, if you have Primal, you can break the timing rule. I think even if you, especially when you have Primal, you need to be disciplined, right? Because you don't want to waste an ultimate while your team is in spawn, right? But right now, the Orisa is engaging. So isolate this Orisa, let her die slowly while you're killing her backline. So this is the problem. I don't think we're aware that the fight has started. Stay on the rat! Stay on the rat! Stay on the rat! The fight has started. You got on top of a squishy. You don't need your bubble when you're full HP with Primal on top of a Junkrat. And instead, you're giving up space here instead of actually securing kills. So we have a very unusual problem. I would not be jumping Valkyrie Mercy. I would not be even looking at Valkyrie Mercy. Go for the Mei. Where, oh man, that bubble's not good. We're very hesitant. Very hesitant. Good. This is fine. There we go. Good. Nice, nice! Whoa! Use that! Get that. Use that! Let's go! Yes! Yes! I mean, come on, guys. I'm telling you, if this Winston kept the same level of intelligence about setting up engages, but was more decisive and really finishing these squishies, this guy's easily diamond. Easily diamond. So I was expecting a Winston to just sit in the front line and trade front line, but instead we have a Winston that's actually being really smart with engages, but just too cowardly. That bubble's not good. That bubble's not good. You need to bubble on her because you had no way of dodging that sleep. Jump up and over and past them, make the Orisa chase you, and then just catch the Ana. And because you can jump past them, you can jump to cover, and it's very hard for them to kill you before you get jump again. A little bit unfortunate, but even here, it's like, why bubble, right? I would rather you get slept, and then you have your bubble to chase afterwards, after, you know, the 2.5 second nap. This guy coaches Smurf? I would agree, yeah. This is Plat, ladies and gentlemen. Ah, that's unfortunate. Just get out. Don't poke too much here. Good. Oh. No way. No way. No way. No way. No way. Ah. Okay. See, now they've got the full shebang here. They've gone the Reaper, the Junkrat, the Orisa. Everybody's angry at you. Force the Reaper out. That's fine. Wait for your Brig, honestly, at this point here. I would be very careful about going in right now. But see, this is the thing. What do Orisa and Reaper have in common? You guys tell me. What do Orisa and Reaper have in common? They both counter Winston, but they're both slow. So if you were to do something like this, like let's say that your Brig is alive or that you get this kill or whatever. I think you guys get this kill, right? So here, if you jump like up and over here, Reaper can't help. He's over here. Orisa's going to use her javelin spin just to even catch up with you. Boring to watch, right? So that's the thing. So you actually should be diving deep. Deep, go, deep, yes, deep. Because you're jumping away. You see, like, the question is like, why do we take no damage? Was this a very intelligently set up flank? No, you just freaking jump backline. So why does it work? Why does it work? Because when they go Reaper Orisa, look at where they are and look at where you are. A lot of Winston counters versus a good Winston just guarantee Winston value. You hear me? Because they will position in a way where they're easy to avoid. A Winston jumps in here and he's going to keep his HP. He's going to take no damage. No damage. Look at this. And then by the time the Reaper gets there, it's too late. The fact that they chase you is the value. It's like a psychological thing, you know? It's like Muhammad Ali out here. Like you get people's heads, right? And if you can avoid that and avoid, you know, your bad matchups, then you're good to go. So a lot of times where Winston counters feel bad is on maps where you can't avoid them. But that's more of a, we talked about this the other day, it's more of a map problem and less of a hero problem. Don't take damage, don't take damage. Reaper's there, so you already know if you want to dive deeply on this soldier or on in your cover, you're going to be good. You're not going to take any damage. You need to go. The problem, though, is you land on top of the Orisa. You don't land on top of the soldier or the Ana. You land on top of the Orisa. So we expect this to feel a little bit worse, and it does. Not bad. We're still able to get onto the squishies. Good tracking. I mean, this is... I'm surprised this is flat, guys. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't know if my mate's in chat right now, but I am surprised that this is flat. What if Reaper's TPs to get to you? He can, but it takes time for that to execute. And remember, Winston's mobility is very fast. Very fast. Let's look at a little bit more. Too much damage, too much damage, too much right clicking. Yeah, you see, instead of hiding and just doing, you know, literally nothing, and then being able to drop onto the backline, once you know where they are, you don't even need to scout. There's no reason to poke anymore. But yes, the lack of aggression and little things like taking too much damage because we're too busy right-clicking is the problem here. Right? And we're going to lose this point just because we were not even a factor at all. Way too much poke damage taken there. That was plat right there. That was plat right there. Respectfully. You see, ironically, their comp is more of a Winston counter than the previous one. Because the Zenyatta is actually, in the Torbjorn with the turret, has like multiple off angles and like pretty good spam pressure. Like, this is so weird to me. I can't relate with this. Where you jump the off angle, which is fine. You plant bubble, but you don't even bother to try and shoot the soldier. This is the kind of weird stuff about this hero that, like, I don't understand. And then he way overstays his welcome once bubble breaks. You're gonna need to use some of flank here, right? That's fine. If the dude didn't unironically use right click, I agree. I think that we're overusing right click as a poke tool into heroes that are better at poking than we are. And then like here, you use right click so much, but you don't use it as a dive tool. That's the irony. Right now, where's my right click on the soldier? You see it? No right click. You didn't have it charged up. And so the soldier gets out at 21 HP. So you use right click as a poking tool versus higher poke comps too much, but you somehow at the same time fail to use it for the dive when it actually matters. You could dive this. And then right here, in a weird twist of fate, you lose the Mercy entirely. Maybe you thought she was dead. Oh, you got her. Okay. And then, yeah, okay, anyway. Okay, we're gonna finish up this fight. We're gonna move on to the next one. So more aggression, intelligent aggression. Right click as a dive combo, not just a brainless poke tool. And please stop taking damage pre-fight. Still surprised that was plat there though. Lots of good things to see. I have 2 codes for Winston on Grandmaster. That is the wrong code. What am I looking at? BA5GC7, I think. Okay. So let's change our rank here.
Ready for battle.
I wanted to look at second round because one of the classic examples of Winston, and very similar to what we were talking about with Doomfist from the very start, hey Virashi, is how do you play Winston when there isn't a very clear dive assassination target? Look at their comp. Who does our Winston dive and kill? The answer is nobody, right? But then let me rephrase that question. Who do we dive to force CDs, force cooldowns, create space, bait attention? And now we've got options. Kiriko, Mercy, heck, guys, Tracer, even Echo, right? Now you're thinking, how does this work? But it's okay, because by the same metric that jumping a Tracer, why would you not jump? Okay, let me put it this way, guys. Why do you normally not jump Tracer? You ready for this one? Because the Zenyatta will kill you. Because the Ana will kill you. Why do you not jump a Kiriko? Because the Hanzo will kill you. It's not that jumping a Tracer is bad. You can easily 1v1 a Tracer. Or I think you might even have, I wouldn't say you have an advantage in the 1v1, but you could make her life, you could force her CDs quite easily. But it's because there's usually somebody better. Okay? But here, there isn't anybody better. So take what's available. So let's see. Now, I remember this one. I think Chomp, if I remember correctly, plays this one pretty well. This is Grandmaster. So, you can protect your divers. Or you protect them from divers. So, here, look at this, look at this. Look at the micro here. I want to give some credit where credit is due. Charge, reload, charging a right click. Bam, zap. A little bit of 80-80 strafing. We just forced a recall. Hit the right click again. Tracer's out. And look at our HP. Now, the Echo is isolated. Now, we could jump the Mercy or Kiriko here. That might work too. But we jump the Echo instead. Force her out of the off-angle. Probably should have bubbled in anticipation of squishies there, but that's okay. Not the end of the universe. Where's that Kiriko? Oh, Kiriko over here. There's a Kiriko. She's dead. Even if she TPs or Suzu's there, still a totally fine trade. Mercy right-click. Mercy right-click. Jump the Mercy. Finish. Tracer right-click. 50. Guys, a right-click from Winston is a third of Tracer's HP. So I wanted to show this because I thought this was a really good demonstration of like how you play not just versus counters, but when there isn't really anybody to shoot. Now, does anybody want to guess what the mistake here is? Besides the fact that we jumped the Queen. Do we care if the Queen gets out of the choke? Too close to Junkerqueen, but also we don't care if the Queen gets out of the choke. And the reason why we don't care is because we should know where our supports and DPS are. We want them to come out of the choke into open space. You think you're just farming ult here, but that's a mistake. That's a mistake. Because you just used a 12-second cooldown to farm ult. You don't even disengage properly. And now you actually need to be in a position to dive and pressure because the fight is starting now. But guess what? You don't have your bubble yet. And that could have gone even worse. If that Queen plays her knife better, you might have even died there. Does that make sense? Like, you got to be really careful about doing stuff like that. Because you need to go now. Because now it's a high risk, high reward jump. But you're going to cleave 4 people on the back line while your Sojourn, Ana, Zen, and Tracer are engaged. Go. Go, 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 go now. Go now. Go now. Get on the Kiriko. I would even blind jump. You know you have the angle, right? You know they're not looking at you, so you're fine to blind jump. I think you're scared to blind jump because you're scared the queen's gonna focus you, but you already know, you know, the irony here is that you shouldn't go now aggressively because you're not tanking right now. You're not baiting attention. Everybody's focused on your Zenyatta and your Sojourn, so nobody's gonna focus on you if you jump in right now. So the irony here is you're scared to jump, but they've forgotten about you. The fight's starting, and you're a spectator. And now they're focusing on you because your team is dead. So you really messed up your timing there. You really messed up your timing, and you needed a little bit more aggro, given the fact that your DPS and supports were getting the full attention from the enemy team. Don't do this. What should we be doing, ladies and gentlemen? What should we be doing right now? There's two answers. Nothing or flanking. And setting up. Because again, you're thinking, oh, I'm just first off, you already have ult. Second off, you could die here again. Third off, as you disengage, the enemy team goes, oh, well, that bubble doesn't exist anymore. Time to push. It's not an accident that the enemy team, coincidentally, every time you use bubble, has pushed. What a weird coincidence, right? And now you can't stop them from pushing because you don't have your bubble. The best you could do is try and throw in a primal and hope that you disrupt enough. Right? So now I don't even need to see the rest of this fight to know that it doesn't go well. Force point would be cool. Yeah, that would also be an option. So I want to stop there, and I want to move on to the next code. So some really good micro there at times, but some macro in terms of the timing of when you're looking for pressure needed to be cleaned up. Would I recommend Ram or Winston for Busan and Sanctuary? Not Winston. Too far of an open map. Ram is tough too, but yeah. And I wanted to show... I think this is the code here. No. Oh, wait. I think I did it wrong. H75922, I think, or Z2? Dang it. Which one is it? R2? Bro, my typing, man. Like, 8759R2. You said flank or do nothing. Why wouldn't he just jump in and ult? Because his team, half of his team was still in spawn. So you either flank and set up for next fight, which is doing, not engaging, but setting up, or you don't do anything and wait for your team. Okay, let's take a look. Good. Force her out. Win the 1v1. Survive. Cleared that Mei out. I'd be very careful about overextending, but she doesn't have ice block and you had your team with you, so that's good. Goofy jump, but you got onto the Ana for free, so that's really, really good. Now again, guys, this is Grandmaster, so lots of this is going to be good. Oh, that's okay. It's good. Good jump. So, versus their comp, who do you guys think is our most favorable 1v1 in terms of kill pressure or cooldown pressure? What do you guys think? Soldier. Yep. Who else? Mei. Yep. Moira. Yep. Lucio is an easier kill to target, but he's also the one that might just slip right away. Soldier, Moira. Soldier's a better kill and is generally the best target. Moira is also good to force fade. You can force ice block. The nice thing about like Mei's and Moira's is if you can get like good landing damage and a right click, you sometimes don't even need to use bubble to force their cooldown. But Soldier's going to be the priority target because he's going to be the guy that's easiest to kill, and he's also going to be the guy that he will be the easiest to kill us, right? He's going to be the guy doing the most damage to us, so we want to jump him. Remember, target priority often is also who do we need to shoot before they shoot us as tank. Don't turn around. Thank you. You guys see it? Love to see it. Keep these guys busy. Look at that. Your team easily peels off the Doomfist as long as it's just Doomfist. And you had Primal Rage, so you didn't need any help. Uh-oh. Careful. Careful. Good. Don't overextend. Remember, the posture. Don't overextend with your backline still in Narnia, right? Wait for these guys. You guys might even back up here. Maybe. You don't have bubble, but they don't have CC, and you have primal rage. Let's see it. Yeah! Nice. Nice. Where is he? Wait, did he get out? Am I smoking something? Whoa, he's out. Because you know, as right now, what would be the best thing for us to do? Either jump in and dive and help my Sojourn, or just stand here and make sure that these guys don't walk forward. No. Your contribution has been nothing. There's nothing. You could jump to high ground first, yeah. You could. Ugly. Ugly, 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 ugly. Chat, you know what I am? I am the Crusader. I will fight the good fight, guys. We will change the community. We will fix it. I don't care if you're bronze, silver, gold. Stop shooting the tank. Stop shooting the tank. Stop shooting the tank. We will fix it. We will fix it. I will. I will do it. I know what, I'm by myself, but I will do it. I will get it. We will get it. I promise. We got it. I know there's exceptions to the rule. We've talked about those exceptions, but man, the majority of the community's got to work it. Like, this is a perfect example for the exception, by the way, guys. Forced out backline. We don't have bubble. Doom is now overextended. Why not shoot Doomfist? There's nothing else to shoot right now, right? So this is good. This is good. It's free damage, right? Free real estate. It's always, what could we be shooting instead, if not that? Now, this... Does anyone want to take a guess what the problem is here? What's the problem here? Do you feel useless? You should. Watch this. It's too frontline. There's no easy access to backline here. What could we do instead? Now, your Sojourner is trolling the lobby. I get it. But optimally here, we would already be flanking around, if we could, and jump from this off angle here. I understand kind of why it doesn't happen here. It's like your Sojourner's just like completely rolling in. But for learning purposes, we're not surprised why this entire engage was a disaster. Right? Whenever you can, try to set up, even as a tank, from an off angle so you have easier access to backline. It's because we don't want to shoot tanks that you take those angles. That's why. Yeah, you didn't have bubble. I know you're thinking primal, but no. No. Be very careful. Yep. Fine to do this, just to secure the fight one. It's okay. I get it, the fight still felt kind of messy. Again, fine to peel off here. There's nothing else to shoot. So, sure. I mean, I think you lost a soldier there, but, you know, not that bad. Well, the problem is it happens in top 500 because shooting tanks sometimes is understandable. It is sometimes good, but it takes a really good... You have to, like, make the read correctly. It's also one of the habits that's still left over from Overwatch 1 in some extent when tanks were a lot squishier. And it really taps into our worst desires as a Overwatch player for the tickies. It sometimes is easier to shoot tank, and therefore it feels more rewarding. Yeah. Timing here, I think, yeah, I was gonna say, please don't jump. I honestly would not even be committing bubble here. I would just be backing off and waiting for my team, because now's the time to go, right? You see it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's our 5? We're blading, and now you're jumping out. So you made the same mistake that the previous monkey on Busan made, where you were like, oh, I'm just going to farm ult charge, but your team is now pushing, and you were jumping out. You're cooked. That's really depressing. Not a good timing. Not a good timing. We're just floating through the floor. Did you guys see that? Okay, so Winston, we'll stop right there. Winston jumping on Doom can block heals and block his punch out, so it can be good. Yeah, for the specifically for the punch out, but also where is that healing coming from is the question for me. Coming from his backline. You should be on, or at least zoning, right? So the thing where you bubble off people's healing never really made sense to me 9 times out of 10, because that's what you should be doing anyway. But yeah. Anyway, Winston, control backlines, take your favorable 1v1s, try to avoid shooting tank, try to avoid taking damage. Practice your right click as far as your dive combo. Practice on setting up to where if you can't jump the target immediately, to where you jump to a position to where you can jump from there. It's all about step 1, step 2, getting to that backline without taking damage, and that's the hard part with Winston. All right, any questions, guys? 5 minutes of questions about Winston. What my personal favorite tank, I think. Been a Winston player off and on for a long time. Okay. All gaming, indeed. Ball than Zarya. Why is Winston better at higher elo? It's just more of a hero that rewards skill more. The same reason why there aren't a lot of Junkrat OTPs in top 500, because that hero doesn't reward skill as well, so you can play him to top 500, but it's a little bit harder to. So Winston, if you are really good at the game, heroes like Tracer, Winston, and so on are going to reward you really, really well. Picture, thanks for the sub, mate. How you doing, mate?
Hello.
How is it hanging? It is hanging. Well, I'm surviving. Got a very, very generous donation earlier. What do you do if they counterpick Reaper and the Reaper sticks with the backline and peels? Then you have every flank in the world to set up on their backline, because they now have not only their backline, but also one of their DPS sitting in their backline. So you can take flanks so that you can set up on their backline without jump. The thing is, like, when the Reaper sits with the backline, you get more cleave on your jumps if you do decide to jump, but also you don't even necessarily need to use your jump as much because the flanks are more available, if that makes sense. Is Winston playable at every map, or is he more situational? Definitely situational. He likes high grounds a lot because they allow him to be sneaky. But most playable on pretty much every map. He's just not optimal on every single map. Is Winston a decent choice for Colosseo? Very, very bad first fight, but pretty decent on the bridge areas afterwards, which I would say a pretty large portion of fights happen around those bridge areas. So he's like, the meta obviously favors him right now, which is the most important thing, but also he is pretty good at that specific point of the map. You just save jump to jump out, right? Yeah. Reaper Bash and Moira lose your Junkerqueen team comp. How do you deal with it? You flank. You zap. Get 5 Fat Man cleave. Bubble. Force all their cooldowns. Force turret form. Jump out. Now your team has all the off angles, and you force cooldowns. And then your next cycle, they might not have turret form yet, because you will get your bubble back before Bastion gets turret form back, because he will use it continually after you've already jumped up. Remember, Winston bubble cooldown starts as soon as he presses the bubble. Bastion turret form starts as soon as the turret form is over. For going into heroes like Echo and the Busan up, I'm usually afraid to go into original direction, so what would you bring when they are grouped? Try to take an angle where the Echo isn't. I mean, Echo is a tough one because she has high burst damage and high mobility to deal with you. What supports bear best with them? Anything that can heal them from range. Usually Ana, Zenyatta, Kiriko. First point attack, you would have to like utilize the high grounds to try and stage dives in the backline, but it would be tough. But Winston on second point is definitely a lot easier. You'd have to try to path in a sneaky way to jump their high ground without taking too much damage, and then use that high ground basically for the rest of first point as like a stabilizing hiding ground. Or honestly, even thinking about reaching into the spawn at points. That's a tough one, though. Winston is all about problem solving, right? You know what you want to do, so how do you do it? And that's where, like, understanding the fundamentals, but then also a lot of just experimentation helps a lot. But it's hard, right? If it was easy, more teams would be doing it, right? Or more players would be doing it. Wrecking Ball is Winston, but with higher uptime. In other words, he's not as reliant on having his bubble to go in, and more speed. Wrecking Ball is a hero that has a little bit less direct kill threat, right? Now, I know some people might be like, well, actually, no. Generally with Wrecking Ball, it's like you can do more with Winston when you have bubble. When you're on the backline with bubble as Winston, even if it's not just kill threat, even just the threat of distraction, the ability to block cooldowns, Winston just does more. But the problem with Winston, as we've discussed, is it's a very hot and cold hero in terms of when he can do it and the difficulty of setting up. Wrecking Ball is not difficult to set up. His speed and lack of head hitbox and his increased HP makes it very, very simple for you to set up on flanks without taking any damage, and for him to also be self-reliant, not only with his shields, but also with his ability to get health packs. So Wrecking Ball is like the dive tank for dive tanks that want to play by themselves and want to have high uptime, but maybe without the same level of immediate kill pressure off of the bubble. The key thing with Wrecking Ball, though, is transposing your high uptime from thinking I have to be shooting something and doing something all the time, into instead going, Winston looks like this. High value, basically zero value. Wrecking Ball, some people think is this, but that's not the best way to play a ball. Ball does this, and then down, then up, then down, then up and down, and up and down. You want to kind of cycle your cooldowns here. You want to take a little damage, pay some attention, roll out. Get a little shields, go back in again. Go back out, go back in, go back out, go back in. You don't really want to be in permanently, but you also can go back in and out much more frequently than Winston. Wrecking Ball, in terms of decision making, is a lot easier to play than Winston. But outside of Winston's ultimate, he is a lot harder mechanically to play, which is why he's more of a specialist hero, because the rollouts, the grapple spots, how to grapple, how to slam, when to slam, all the numerous techs, not to mention the fact that you have to actually aim like a hit-scan hero, makes the hero very hard to play. His movement is unique. I remember when Wrecking Ball first came out, I couldn't believe my eyes. I was like, this is no way this is an Overwatch hero, and yet here we are. So, okay. Well, people are like, Ball is just Winston if your team is trash. Well, no. I mean, we're being a little facetious, I know, with that. But, like, the key thing with Ball is that when you talk about what maps work for Winston, short maps with lots of high grounds, things like that, what maps don't work well for Winston? Well, Havana, right? Havana, Junkerqueen, anywhere where the high grounds are there, but it's wide open, and it's really hard to not take damage and get close to people. Wrecking Ball thrives in those hostile environments because he's so fast and his head hitbox is so good that, no comment, that you can very easily go on these broad open maps and end up on the flank in an instant. You don't care. You don't care if it has a lot of space. You're going to get there anyway on the flank. In addition to that, because he has high uptime versus some compositions that are putting out a lot of damage and want to rush you down, you can just harass and harass and harass and harass and harass and harass and just be a total nuisance without demanding a lot of healing. Winston is more of a higher investment, but more rewarding in terms of what your team can put into it. Whereas a Wrecking Ball is more selfish in terms of he doesn't need the help, but he'll be able to put out consistent pressure. Okay? One thing about Wrecking Ball is, like Winston, he does have some soft counters, some heroes that do well versus him, specifically supports and DPS. He struggles with much fewer tanks. There aren't many tanks that do well versus Wrecking Ball. I mean, Queen and Orisa can do okay, but like it's not really that much of a concern with Wrecking Ball. For Wrecking Ball, heroes like Sombra can be a little bit difficult. Heroes like Zenyatta can definitely be a little bit difficult, although those heroes also can be like two-edged swords, where like a Sombra can be a big thing to deal with because it's actually pretty easy to hunt her Translocator. So against a good Wrecking Ball, Sombra might be a little bit scared. Also, a good Zenyatta, a good Wrecking Ball can really murder a Zenyatta over and over and over again. But a Wrecking Ball's survivability can feel pretty fragile when playing into a hero like Zenyatta that does a lot of damage. and obviously Discord as well. Would Winston and Wrecking Ball as a duo hero pool cover maps well enough? They would, yes. There would be not many maps that you would have where either one of those wouldn't be good. Some small exceptions would be like the Lijiang Tower Control Center, where there's like no high ground at all, and it's a very short range map. You kind of want a brawl tank there. But yes, a Winston Wrecking Ball would cover a lot of maps in this game. Okay, so here's the thing with Wrecking Ball. Let's talk about playstyle. You are looking to go for pressure on the enemy backline. It's a lot like Doomfist. You find an isolated squishy, you kill the isolated squishy. If you can't kill the isolated squishy because they're all grouped up, then you put AoE value pressure through either your slam or through your grapple or even through your mines. And you're, again, not necessarily playing for kills, but for disruption, distraction, and pressure. The difference between Wrecking Ball and Doomfist is whereas Doomfist is more of a cyclical hero, Wrecking Ball is cyclical, but he's something that can do very frequent cycles, right? A lot of things that you could do with Wrecking Ball is like, let's say I roll through the enemy backline, shoot, oh, they're starting to look at me, I hide, maybe I bait a cooldown, I go back and I shoot again. This time I roll through again, they use a cooldown, I shoot, okay, I shoot again, my shields are regenerating, right? You guys notice that? Then I go for a slam, I shoot again, go back out, whatever. If you can set up your slam without even using your grapple, that's even better. And then I can grapple out and then double boop. Like, you guys kind of get the idea. It's like cycling your cooldowns and using covered to kind of bait cooldowns. Oh, there's sleep dart. You know, oh, there's javelin, and finding ways to kind of bait, and go over and over and over again. And not only does like your self-sufficiency through like health packs and stuff matter, and through your E, which is your shields, but also the fact that you have shields that regenerate is actually such a big change. Remember, your shields start regenerating after 3 seconds of not taking damage. So if you shoot here and like duck behind a wall and shoot, they might put a lot of attention on you. They're like, oh, where's the ball? Where's the ball? Where's the ball? Meanwhile, your team is just walking forward. And then they're like, oh, okay, never mind, the ball doesn't matter. Like, they're like an NPC in an MMO, right? And then you go back in again. And by that point, you've generated 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 of your HP back from your shields. That's such a huge quality of life change for Wrecking Ball that I don't think enough people really understand. Let's talk about abilities here. Ball form, damage. Non-ball form, greater speed, okay? The big thing with ball form as well is that it hides your head hitbox, so you really don't want to be shooting as Wrecking Ball unless you are doing more damage proportionally than the enemy team. I see a lot of Wrecking Balls stay at distance and like, hey, look at me, I'm helping, mom. Meanwhile, their head's just getting blown off. You do have a big hitbox. You do not do a ton of damage at range, and also it exposes your head. So that's something that you need to kind of keep in mind. E has a relatively decent duration, and you see the number in the middle of my screen. That tells me how many people are near me, which tells me how many hundreds of HP that I will get. I'm at 550, I press E now. There's 150 HP, or 100 HP, even though there's nobody near me. If there are more targets near me, I'm going to get more HP, depending on how many targets are near me. So what you might do is you'll exploit the fact that this E has a duration and pop my E like, you know, now there's 2. There's an extra 200 HP. At last, there we go, 7, 6. Now I can shoot a little bit. I can go back in. So you don't even necessarily need to use the E immediately. You can pop it, shoot a little bit, distract, then go back in and use it afterwards. And that's temporary HP that goes away anyway. And it's on top of your normal HP. When in combination with your shields, you could bait and take a lot of damage. So Ball wants to isolate people. But if you do end up getting grouped up with a lot of people, your grapple, your slam, and your E and your mines are all going to benefit from the more grouped up targets. Okay, in terms of grapple, 50 damage for roll throughs. There are ways to double boop, and I believe even triple boop. A lot of it is a lot of tech stuff, which there are a trillion videos that are more qualified people that talk about that. But it is kind of similar to Doomfist, where you want to be utilizing it in combination with your grapple, either as an escape tool or as an engage tool. Generally, a lot of people are going to do the grapple slam, and that's great, but that does mean that you've used both of your cooldowns all at once, which does expose you to damage. So sometimes you will see people set up with a grapple roll through and then go into a slam, or slam from a high ground and then grapple out. So grapple is something that you can definitely be exploiting. You can quad boop as well, yeah. And you could hack, you could spin to win too. Spin to win is, while the grapple does not last forever anymore, it lasts long enough to where like the consistent 50 damage and the boop is pretty good. Lastly, slam, I believe, what is it, chat? Is it 100 damage? Is it 100? It's a lot of damage. It's the slow, it's the boop. It aligns them for shots that are easier. That in tandem with your weapon, which has decent range, it is hit scan, is really, really helpful. I think a full clip of your weapon does about I want to say 300 damage. With body shots, I think with body shots, but obviously with headshots it does a lot more. Mines, big AoE ultimate. The higher in the air that you release the mines, the further they're going to spread. Great at area denial. Really, really, really nice at forcing the enemy team to split and distracting their attention. It's a seriously underrated ultimate. It's, I think, one of the most underrated ultimates in the game. Lots of techs that you can do with this hero. I'm not going to go into the detail of every single little detail. One little thing worth noting is that you do automatically reload while you're in ball form. So if I go here, 3, 2, 1, now I'm full back on ammo. So always check that one out. Okay, so yeah, I'm not going to go a whole lot more. Look for squishies on isolated targets. Try to play around enemy cooldowns. Bait enemies' attention. You don't have to always be shooting as ball. That's the #1 mistake I see with balls, where they try to force uptime instead of just baiting attention, rinsing, repeating. Baiting attention, rinsing, repeating, and exploiting shields more. We're going to be taking a look at a gold ball, FIZ83H. And if you guys haven't already guessed it already, Ball is an excellent tank on hitting AoE targets or squishies. He is a terrible tank versus tanks. He basically does no damage versus enemy tanks, and especially with the lack of boops that you can do with the tank passive now, it is a bad no-no to focus tanks. So let's hope that we don't focus tanks. So I'm looking at Genji, I'm looking at Cassidy, I'm thinking, are any of these targets isolated? I think we tried to go for the double boop there, but we messed it up. That's okay. Definitely would have used your adaptive shields there. It's totally fine to use your adaptive shields here. You would have gotten 300 damage or healing out of this, and would have allowed you to continue to shoot the Cassidy, and maybe even a wall boop into a slam. That's probably the most important tech that you can learn for balls, is being able to set up your slams off of the wall. And this Cassidy might have died. Worst case scenario, not the end of the deal. Not a big deal. But yeah, this, no bueno. If the Reinhardt is in your backline and you're in the Reinhardt's backline, then we're good to go. You do not want to be chasing the tank around the map unless the enemy DPS are doing nothing, and they are not doing nothing. They are killing your team. This is a huge mistake. First time of the VOD, stop focusing tank. You not only do not do well in the 1v1, you actively lose the 1v1. Nice boop. Grab the mega. Set up on backline where you're closer to shoot the squishies that you oh so love to shoot. You notice, by the way, that we're regenerating our shields there. A little bit of a goof up with the grapple. I appreciate we're trying for the boop, but it would be much better if we were actually able to get onto the backline and pressure Cassidy here. We can play around the mega. We can play around the ledge here. Ledges are really good for ball, not just for boops, but it allows for easy slams where you can walk off the ledge and slam back onto the ledge without having to worry about the bunny hop. Not the bunny hop, but the wall hop. But guess what? We get caught in the tank trade again, and it's going predictably poorly. You see, we would have a harder time if the enemy team was all grouped up. It would allow for a lot of big slams and a lot of big grapples, but it would be a little bit tougher. But the enemy team is not doing that. They're taking splits and off angles. This is something that you need to be playing around with. Okay. I'm getting a little tired of us dealing with Reinhardt's crap. Oh my days. Oh no, that's unfortunate. So it's okay. If you mess up your grapple like that, don't commit. Cut your losses and peace out. And also, you really should not be engaging right now. Your team is in spawn. You need to reset. Literally run to their spawn and hide. Wait. Set up for their backline once your team is respawned. And see, the problem is when you go back towards your team, you're now rolling into a Reinhardt. There is no off angle here. There's no element of surprise. There's no isolatable squishies that you could push out here. It's all frontline damage. And now you're getting freaking life ripped. And now you're slamming a Reinhardt. So, unfortunately, we're going to have to click the clacker. What are you guys fighting about? What's going on in chat? Grab the Mega. You could also force point. Fine. One of the things you have to understand about crowd control, whether that's, you know, hack or sleep dart or whatever else, is that it's to expect it and to focus on one of the aspects of the CC at a time. You can't track everything at the same time. But if you expect sleep dart, you can roll through the Ana, try to bait the sleep dart. Maybe slam, then grapple away. Maybe peek and shoot the Ana, then duck behind a corner. There's lots of ways to play around it if you're thinking about it. And you'll get better at playing around it when you're thinking about it. Mine's on point. Slam. Great. No sleep darts. There's the kill. Isolatable Cassidy. We have done more in 1 second or 2 seconds than we did in the entire 2 minutes prior to Deathbot. Now, obviously, we had ultimate, but we actually went for squishies. And shockingly, it went pretty well. Get out of here. You need to let them walk through the choke. Stop shooting. Remember, your gun is only good when you're finishing a 1v1 kill. You're trading in the open space versus a Cassidy in the entire enemy team. It's not going to work. Flanking. Very nice. Let them walk out. Part of ball is letting them take space so that you can punish them for taking that. It's setting a trap. Slam. No CC, so you could go for it. Very nice. See, even the Genji, you just did basically 50 damage to a Genji. You know, it doesn't feel good shooting squishies like this all the time, but the damage matters, right? So now we could roll through in the Genji. We could wrap around and go back to the Moira. All sorts of things that we could do right now. This is where you could walk up and do what I said, like the ledge slam right there. You'd have to be careful with the Orisa. I know you're thinking about that, Boo. But you see, as soon as you turn your attention to that Orisa, she just lives. And here at this point in time, honestly, you could consider spawn camping now. Or finding the Genji and Cassidy. Because while you're playing patty cake with the Orisa on point, the Cassidy and Genji are taking every off angle in the world. You're not contributing here. You're not contributing. You're giving this Orisa value. Otomi, thank you for the sub, mate. What is going on in my chat? Stop shooting Orisa. Find that Ana cast. Find that Genji. Mines in there are not great. There's not a lot of people in there. Yeah, that's not very valuable space. Very easy for them to walk out. Cassidy is for free on the high ground. You need to find the Cassidy. Thank you, sir. Get a slam. No reason not to slam and to combo your abilities because there's just an isolatable target without CC. Brilliantly done. You can grab the Mega if you want to, or go for the slam. We missed the grapple. That's okay. Great slam. Great shot. Great roll. Roll away. You can catch it in a second. You can even give up point if you want to. Oh, wait, what? I forgot the rule. I thought it was 97%, but I guess you have to touch. That's my bad. My bad. Hey, Rashi. Okay, so let's stop here with this VOD review. Too much attention onto the wrong targets. So, you know, also, not the grapple mechanics need some work and finding better ways to utilize things like ledge slams. I think those are the big priorities for me. Okay, so let's move on to Grandmaster, which we will pull up on Esperanza. He doesn't know the map routing as well. That's true. I believe this is ZZ or Tutu. I didn't know. Which one is this? Grandmaster now? I think. Yeah, Z2E. Yes. This is Grandmaster.
Welcome to Esperanza. Ready for battle.
Okay, let's take a look. Now, the reason why I chose this VOD is if you look at the enemy composition, there's a lot of red flags, right? You got Kiriko, you got Hog, you got Torb, and it's about to get worse if I remember correctly in the rest of this code. But this is perfect, right? The map is very wide. It's very easy to avoid Hog hook and play around it. But there is so much value. So we're going to talk about the good things. We're going to talk about the bad things. How can I dive Ana if she saves sleep dart for me? You bait it. You shoot her. You roll through her. You put pressure. Or you just eat the sleep dart and get a fat slam. And then roll out afterwards. Soldiers isolated. Easy grapple. would not be rolling blindly through there, so that was a little bit spooky. Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. Not the smoothest of rollouts, let's put it that way. So like here, I probably would have isolated the Torbjorn instead. He's completely by himself. Why roll back into the middle of the enemy team when you can easily just pressure out this guy right here? He's for free, right? And Torb isn't a terrible 1v1 for you. So don't just roll blindly through, because that's not going to allow you to set up your slam. Hook is unfortunate. We get our adaptive shields in time. Good slam. Gonna force TP or Suzu or both. I wouldn't chase if she's able to get out. I would not have used grapple here. I would have found my next engage route. So from here, probably go back in and roll once again on the Torb and then set up a slam off of this ledge. So our pathing and our engages is messy. Ooh boy, this is scary. So now we have to fully disengage out, so that's not super clean. Soldiers out. Now I want you to notice one thing, chat, and this is what I was talking about, the microcycles. This was not executed well. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, right? However, while we were running out, we grabbed a 250 HP health pack, right? And yet by the time we come back in, we're at 450 health. That's utilizing the shield's regeneration. There's the queen. And there's the brig. Don't shoot this here, please. Don't shoot this here. It's a negative HP trade for you. Don't grapple here. That's silly. So you need to trust your shields. Look at your HP. You're going to either get healed from your support on high ground, or you're going to regenerate this as shields. Going back in here to grab Mega is ironically going to cost you more HP and cost you a cooldown instead of just chilling and setting up for the next engage. So this is a tragedy. In addition, we don't want to fight them here. We want to let them out and then we fight them. Very crucial that you get this right. Your timing here is atrocious. You're fighting in like point blank range with your SMG versus the queen. No bueno. Find that tracer, soldier, rather. Good, keep shooting. Oh, that's a disaster. We might not be able to get the kills. We have to use the mines. We find the Torb isolated, grab the Mega, we steal the Mega. Excellent. Waiting for the reload. We're gonna grab the Mega. The health pack grabbing, it doesn't matter if your supports don't heal you. The shield HP would have regenerated what we needed. Moira fade. You need to get out. Okay, this is where we need to utilize what I like to call microcycles. So let's slow down for a second. We've been going real fast. Okay? Right now we are down one. So this fight is probably lost. Let's just put it that way. But we're going to go in for a shoot, and then we're going to combo that with a slam. Now, I'm going to ask you guys a question. Where is the enemy team's attention being put right now? Right now. You should know. We should always anticipate this as a ball player. It's going to go on you. All the attention is going to go on you. So at this point in time, you need to anticipate the pressure being put, go into ball form, tuck the corner. Let them waste time looking at you for 2 seconds, 3 seconds, go back in and go for another cycle. Let them put attention on you, rinse and repeat. And while you're doing that, we will regenerate the 40 HP that we're missing and put ourselves in a better position for the next engage where we'll be 2 to 3 seconds closer to slam. The problem here is you've done a lot right there. You got a burst of value, a slam, and some shots, created a lot of space for some attention. But what you're going to do right now is this. So because you are too slow to run, and you even re-enter shooting form with 46 ammo, you're going to, yes, continue to bait their attention, but you would bait their attention if you rolled away. You see what I'm saying? You don't need to shoot to bait their attention at this point in time. You've already accomplished that aspect of your tanking. And in terms of the kill pressure of you doing damage with your gun, the pressure is almost zero right now. And you are taking significantly more than you are doing. So capitalize on the distraction aspect of your tanking and not the kill aspect of your tanking, so that instead of you being basically dead right now, you're full HP, rolling through them and slamming them again. It's not that, and so now you're worried about uptime. But the irony is because you were worried about uptime in such an immediate fashion, you're out of the fight instead of maintaining it in. So you slam in, you roll through, you shoot, exit. 1, 2, go back in. Bam, 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 exit. 1, 2, 3. Bam, 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 exit. 1. It's a tempo, right? Now there's obviously exceptions to that rule. If that Mercy had been like 1 HP, the soldier had been 1 HP, worth the greed just to finish the kill, I get it. But that tempo is what separates bad or mediocre ball players from really, really, really good ball players. Leveraging that shield regeneration, leveraging the baiting of the attention, and then, okay, I guess he's gone. Oh, no, he's back again. Okay, no, I guess he's gone. That is amazing use of your uptime. The only time you'd go in for a slam and shoot and keep shooting is if they were literally ignoring you. And then you shoot them to force them to look at you, and the second they look at you, you enter ball form, roll away. And then grapple back in and go back in. Does that make sense, guys? Like, I hope that I'm explaining this well, because it is unbelievably crucial. It is everything to ball play. Everything. It is the rhythm by which you play this hero. So right now, we slam. Oh, we shoot. But as soon as I see that this Mercy's not killable, don't continue to shoot. Re-enter ball form. Go back in. Now shoot again. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Okay, now we roll away because he's doing more damage than I'm doing, or I'm taking more damage than I'm doing. We kind of messed that one up. So the idea here is much closer of what we're looking for. The execution is just atrocious. Slam. Shoot, 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 shoot. Now we stay. Because even though we're getting like absolutely sandblasted by this soldier, this Mercy is killable. So we want you to continue to shoot. And then as soon as we see the opportunity to miss, you don't even need to go out and grab a health pack. You can just roll away. But do you notice, guys, compared to our gold player, how much more time is spent on the back line than spent on the front line? Incredibly important. Ball is terrible versus tanks, but he doesn't need to worry about versus tanks. That's the way that the thing is. That's the way that the hero is balanced. Is you can cheat that. You can avoid that. And as long as you're timing it at a good time where the distraction actually matters, it matters. Now, please don't do this here. Please do take the flank that you were on, and you can even you could do a drive-by, grapple, mines, and just roll away, and then go back in and slam. Or you can slam off of that as well. Because you're gonna mines from frontline, but I don't like that. Why mines from frontline when you could mines from the angle, bump them into your team? You see how this is a little bit easier to kite? It's still a good mines. But you take so much more damage because you come in directly at the enemy team. Let's watch this again. Look at our HP, look at our HP, look at our HP, look at our, even with mines. Even with E, look at how much damage that we took there. Holy mackerel. And it's all about the pathing that we took on that engage that needed to be better. Let's watch one more fight. Maybe. And so you could even do cheeky stuff like this here where you're like, oh, I don't have any cooldowns. So here's what you do. You ready for this one? Here's how you tank. You shoot like a couple of bullets and then you hide. And the swarm's like, right? That's tanking. That's tanking. And then you got your grapple again and you go in, right? Because he's not looking at your team anymore. He's distracted. And it costs you 0 HP, right? Here, you just peek a little bit far. Good. Maybe go for the kill here. Oh, you messed it up. That's okay. Oh, that's okay. Would definitely be going for the slam here. You're spending way too much time with your gun, and that's going to put you guys in a hole. Okay, so let's stop there. Questions with ball. This is GM. Questions for ball. Definitely one of the most specialist heroes in the game due to the number of individual mechanics that are unique to the hero. Sometimes I boop the enemy tank away or slam the tank when they enter my team. Is that a bad habit? It's a bad habit if there's other things to do. If the enemy supports and DPS are grouped up with the tank, then no, it's good. It's big AoE value. But if there's an isolatable support instead, then yes, it's not the most efficient use of your time. It's not that booping a tank is bad. It's always that there's something better to do. Can I get a Spilo bot where you only use noises to explain things? No words, just noises? That would be funny. I probably could do that with a replay review. Any tips versus Sombra? Yes. Really control the angles and flanks. Hunt her locator. Harass her. If you're on the periphery, it's a lot. It's usually only when you're in the middle of the enemy team or in the middle of your team where hack really gets punished. But if you're on the periphery, it's a huge issue. Look for locator. Find her. Like, your job should be make Sombra's life miserable. And if you're on the back line, a hack is a lot less likely to get punished as well. Same way that you deal with Sleep Dart. Any other questions? Definitely a unique hero. I struggle a lot against pocketed hit scans. How do I improve against them? So you will generally do your, like, by mercy pocket hit scans. Yeah. So your job versus mercy pocket hit scans is to do exactly what we just saw our ball player there. Get a good slam, shoot the mercy out, force her to reposition. Maybe she dies during that relocation. Remember, it's a 2-for-1 trade, so you don't have to consistently get the kill every time. What if Samra's waiting for you every time you dive? Then bait the hack. Find her translocator. Attack from the outside in, from the back line, to where it's hard for the enemy team to lock you down. A lot of the things that a ball can do is do quick roll-throughs, which try to bait the hack, but still gets attention and value. And then if you're able to destroy a translocator, you can engage hard and focus the Sombra, and she's kind of screwed. Like, Sombra's gonna hack you. It's what's it gonna cost to her team and her? Right, that's pretty much it. Right. She's useless if she's sitting outside of her backline. And you can still do roll-throughs, you can still shoot and distract, you can still hunt her translocator, you can still do slams, get hacked, save your adaptive shields, grapple out, rinse and repeat. Anytime that you play somebody that's actively going after you, that means that you have passive value, passive income, right, guys? It's just not always very fun to deal with that. That's the problem. Doesn't mean it's not useful. It's just maybe not as fun. Any other questions? Inherent value. I like passive income. But yeah, inherent value, yes. Exactly, Pinning Paul. Exactly. That's the key thing with ball. Don't do anything. Just sit there and take Discord. Passive value. Okay. Zarya type. Now, Zarya is one of the most unique tanks in Overwatch, along with D.Va, in terms of the things that she wants to do, because her playstyle is very different from other tanks. Because while she definitely classifies as like what we call, okay, what's the difference between the ball players and masters and others in GM? Everything. Mechanics, decision making, understanding of matchups, cooldown usage, everything. Okay, Zarya is a very unique hero because the way that she makes space is extremely dynamic. For example, Zarya can be a brawl tank that just bubbles herself twice and shoots the people in front of her, right? Just walk forward like an Orisa, like a Reinhardt, like a Junkerqueen, and just walk into people and kill them, right? Easy, right? But the thing that makes Zarya very unique is that she doesn't just... yes, I did right away. She doesn't just do that. She can also help other people win their 1v1s and create space that way. For example, if I'm playing versus a Zarya and there's a Winston that jumps my backline, I can bubble my backline to prevent that Winston from making a proper amount of space or for doing enough damage. If I see my DPS going in aggressively like a tank, I can bubble them and they will create space for me. So Zarya can be a very selfish, but can also be very selfless in how she uses her bubbles to create space. And a lot of it depends not just on your comp. I think people focus too much on comp, but focus more on what's actually happening in the fight, right? If I'm playing Hanzo, who's taking these crazy aggressive duels, I might win a lot of games just by bubbling my Hanzo, who's taking crazy aggressive duels, because of the amount of aggression that he's playing. So what I would want you guys to do is to focus on what's happening on your screen. Do you want to bubble yourself and play aggressively to take space, right? Do you see that your backline is getting aggressed on and therefore you can deny the enemy aggression on your backline? The key thing is to bubble aggression. Either your own aggression, your teammates' aggression, or the enemy team's aggression. And so everything about Zarya is making that decision and making it quickly. And if you make the decision quickly, not only do you create a lot of space, but you get rewarded by getting a lot of charge. You see, if you're not getting a lot of charge as Zarya, you don't need to sit there and worry about bubbling Reinhardt fire strikes and all that kind of micro stuff as much. You need to actually be looking at how you're positioning and how you're playing the hero as a whole. Because even if you're bubbling, not for charge, but for space, you will get charge. Charge is what happens when you play Zarya correctly, not when you understand little micro tips about what you need to be doing to do the hero better. So for Zarya, it's all about understanding, do I want to bubble myself? Do I need to bubble against the enemy aggression on me or my backline? Is there somebody else to be bubbling? And then responding accordingly. And that's it, guys. So we're talking about cooldowns. We don't even need to talk about cooldowns. I just described what I'm talking to you about, right? It's 200, it's a temporary HP, but it also generates charge for you to do more damage. Right click is a burst. It is an AoE. It does 25 ammo, costs 25 ammo. Beam is technically more DPS, but isn't AoE and isn't burst. In terms of the best weapon play for maximum DPS, there are ways that you can kind of like min-max your weapon damage. One little thing is that you can always shoot out a right click when you're almost out of ammo, because your left click, right click costs at most 25 HP, but at least like one ammo still can launch out a full right click. So that's something to be like a micro tip with your weapon to be leveraging. If you're within beam of a target, within range of a target, one target, I would almost always be beaming and then only throw the right click to kind of finish them off, or before you reload. Right click does do AoE damage, so keep that one in mind when you are shooting as well, and it has much greater range. So here is my maximum range with Zarya beam right there. Anything else, it's like there-ish, right? Can't quite reach that, but I can reach that. But right click obviously has a long distance. Graviton has the same arc as your right click and does a nice sucky. Solo grabbing somebody is totally fine. Keeping them still so you could beat them down is awesome. Do you think lots of Zaryas are too selfish with Bubba? No, I don't think so. I think it's hard. I think it's hard to say. I think some Zaryas can be too selfless. Bubbling for charge can often get you 100 charge before you die being out of position without bubbling left, right? One of the big things that A10 talked about when Zarya was meta, which I think is a really great way of thinking about the hero, is if you're bubbling for charge before the fight starts, that might mean that you don't have bubble when the fight starts. And so yes, you have a lot of charge, but you die with it. And the key thing with bubbling when the fight starts is not only do you have your cooldowns available, but you have your charge when you need it, right? If you bubble pre-fight, your charge starts to decay as the fight goes on. If you bubble mid-fight, you're maintaining that charge right when it counts, which is mid-fight. So yes, you lose a little bit of early poke damage, but in the fight, you have the charge when you need it. Okay. Let's look at some Zarya here, okay? A very unique hero, but also a relatively simple hero in execution, especially when compared to heroes like Wrecking Ball, Winston, and so on. Oops, that was the wrong one. I think I typed it wrong. I don't know if this is a Z. It's a 2.5. 2.5 AM 5K. This is Diamond. This is our low-ranked Zarya. I figured mixing things up a little bit, not only doing bronze, silvers, and golds. We had reviewed a Diamond VOD, so I was like, hey, why not? So Heracles, if Heracles is here. I know Heracles was here earlier. We're going to be looking at Heracles VOD. Yeah, it's you. Let's take a look. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Zarya. No, how do you play versus the enemy composition? Because the thing with Zarya is technically she does have poke damage, right? Like if I'm playing versus a Reinhardt Reaper May, I need to be really careful about getting too close. I might get nuked, right? I might get run over, even with double bubble on myself, right? However, you look at the enemy composition, and you're like, these guys are going to murder me at range. They're going to poke me down. They're going to force my bubbles. They're going to blow my head off. So you almost play like a Reinhardt, or you allow somebody else to play like a Reinhardt to close the distance. You don't need to play fast. You just need to get close. You can play slow once you get close, but you need to get close. Let's take a look here. Good bubble. Why is it a good bubble? Because our Mei was going aggressive. It's a shame that she used her ice block there, but, you know. Good patience with our bubble as well. Why use it when we're going to need it in just a moment? Case in point. A little bit slow psychologically. With Zarya, you have to be very focused on who you're shooting, because if you get in this thing of like, oh, I might bubble somebody, you're not doing damage. You're beaming the sky. This Symmetra needs to be dead. And you flick and bubble as necessary. You gotta be decisive with this. Good. Next target, get up and close. Zappy, zappy, zappy. Very good. You get up close to people, you win. Bad bubble. I need more predictable spam damage coming in. It's fine to use one bubble for pre-fight charge because you'll most likely have two, but you need two by the time the fight starts. Focus on backline. Now, chat, what is the mistake here? I know why we're pushing up. But what is the mistake? Remember, what is the essence of tank? The most important concept with tank, what is it? If I turn my camera around, what am I gonna see? How many times have we said this in this session, right? You see it? You're by yourself. You don't know where your team is. There's nothing wrong necessarily with being by yourself if your team is also doing something, but your Ana's not doing something, your Mei's not doing something. Timing, guys. Timing, timing, timing. Even if you're pushing up for charge, you have to be so very careful with this, because what's going to happen is this is going to force you to use a bubble, and then we'll force you to use another bubble, and yet now when we need our bubbles, we don't have them. Because now you would be at a high charge, you'd be able to keep your Ana alive, and maybe even kill this Brig, but you don't have them. You greeded for a little bit of charge early, which meant that you lost track of where your team was positioned, which then meant that you didn't have charge or bubble for when you needed it. Well, by the way, Zarya is one of those tanks where there is a little bit of nuance about who you shoot. I would not say Doomfist is a priority target for me, but I won't be mad if you shoot a Doomfist who's not blocking. You do a lot of damage to Doomfist. Same thing applies to Orisa. Same thing applies to Junkerqueen. Even applies to Sigma to an extent. So Zarya, there is a little, because she does such high raw DPS, there is a little bit more flexibility of who you can shoot. I want to know why we don't have any bubbles. Didn't need that bubble off of a Doomfist slam. I know you got jump scared, but that's not significant damage. He's not actually pushing. You are not actually pushing. Nobody's actually pushing. Don't use the bubble here. It's always opportunity cost. And you can tell because you only got 24 charge out of the bubble. So we almost guarantee that it was a bad bubble. Or if Doom's blocking another bubble that was not necessary, right? What does this bubble provide? Were you pushing with this bubble? Were you being pushed? You see, the thing with Zarya is if you have a lot of bubbles, you generally want you or your team playing very aggressively to bait them, to bait the bubbles, essentially. Because what's going to happen is if you go up here on this corner right now, and you have both bubbles because you've been playing cover really well, and you say, come on, seriously, come at me. Try and hit me right now. You know what they're going to do. They're going to hit you. And they're going to hit you hard. But guess what? 2 bubbles. You position aggressively. You position aggressively to force them to shoot you and then punish them for shooting you. If you position passively and bubble anyway, then you're not going to get charge, and then you're going to have to back up because you don't have bubbles. If they ignore you when you're positioned aggressively, then you just do damage for free. I don't care if you're 0 charge. You do damage for free. Right. So here you need to back off. You don't have any no bubbles, no advantage. Good right clicks, AoE damage, good range, hitting on squishies, good. I still don't know if I would be using bubble here. I know it's Doomfist, but I just would not be scared of Doomfist right here. It's not the end of the world. Good. Very good grab. But you got to be really careful about bubbles because again, it's not that the bubble is bad. It's just there's always going to be better bubbles. It's been a long day, guys. It's been a long day. Why are you bubbling? Why are you bubbling? You're full HP. Go up there, shoot her in the face. And then bubble if you start taking damage. Make them earn your bubble. You know? You're starting to do damage to me. I guess I'll bubble you now. You know what I'm saying? That's how you guarantee charge. That's how you guarantee the ability to control space. Don't almost never predict unless it's something like a sleep dart or you see like 12 fire strikes coming in a row, right? Make them earn your bubble. Make them earn your bubble. Hey, Will. I got your message, bro, but I have had so many messages, I haven't had the time to respond to all of them. I'll try to respond to all the messages on Monday morning if I get a chance. I'm sorry, mate. Is there anything super important? Again, wait, you didn't bubble that, did you? No, you're good. You see, you don't need to bubble. Just keep holding space. I would be cautious about turning around in the Doomfist when he's that deep. This is when you can just turn around and focus the Pharah or focus the Symmetra. Better return on investment. Again, there is a little bit more nuance with target priority. If this was like a Reinhardt shield, it'd be mad. But like for here, I get turning on the Doomfist now, but then immediately turn back around and focus on the Pharah or focus on this. And then obviously if you need to, you can bubble the Doomfist ult as well. I think that's kind of what you're focused on, but your brain's kind of turning off. Now, I will say, because you have been very disciplined with your bubbles, okay, cool, Will. Because you've been very disciplined with your bubbles, you can still have a bubble right now, which is really good. So now, when you have the bubble, or when you need the bubble, you have it. And you also had high charge there. So I think this was more, honestly, it just looked uncomfortable mechanically, more so than anything else. Let's watch, we'll watch one more fight before we go to the next one. So I want you to earn, they have to earn your bubbles. Or your team has to earn your bubbles by going aggressively. Or they have to earn your bubbles by being aggressed on. You kind of see what I'm saying? Make them earn it. Either your backline, the enemy team, they have to earn your bubbles. Fine. Walk. Like right now, if you have a bubble and like you have a pick advantage, walk up. Come on, what are you gonna do? Shoot me? I'm gonna bubble for you. And I also have cover too. Don't bubble for charge, bubble for life. Yes, I'm a big fan of A10's the way that you start. You need to bubble aggression. And what's happening right now is you're aggressing, you're bubbling then aggressing instead of aggressing, oh no, I'm getting punished, then I bubble. Like right now, do you see that? Do you see that? What are they gonna do? I'm gonna shoot your bat. I'm standing right in front of you, shoot your bat. What are you gonna do about it? Oh, you're gonna shoot me? Oh, okay, well I have a bubble. Right? But the problem is then you pressed bubble and then you got spooked instead of standing your ground. The whole point is bubble is that you don't have to back up like this. You can stand your ground. And so therefore you get no charge out of it. Ramattra's another one that I actually think, like, honestly, like, anything that doesn't have a shield, I think you have a pretty favorable tank matchup. Zarya's weakness has never been her tank matchups necessarily. It's been that her utility elsewhere other than tanks. But here, what's the problem with this bubble, chat? What's the problem with this bubble? Did this Ramattra earn this bubble? No. He popped Nemesis and was right past you. He doesn't want to shoot you. He doesn't want to shoot you anyway. He wants to go past you. So if anything, you should be bubbling Ashe because the Ashe deserve the bubble, right? And so what happens is you end up in a mid-fight thing where you've kind of panicked and you're only at 46 charge. You should be at 60 charge, 70 charge. And also done a better job protecting your backline. That's right, you heard me, protecting your backline. One of the few tanks where your ability to read the battlefield and protect your backline is going to make you do more damage. And then once you get that charge, that's when you play aggressively. Or if you want to play selfishly, stand up there and ego, but like, come on, what are you going to do? What are you going to do, shoot me? One more fight. Selfish with your own bubbles is fine. Just do it right. Make them earn the damage. I like the right clicks. Nah, see, they didn't earn it. They didn't earn it. Look at that, 8 charge. And now the fight's starting, and you're down a bubble. You're fixing to bubble this Bob, aren't you? Ah, no. Bob didn't earn it. Bubble yourself instead. Okay. Let's keep moving on. So make them earn your bubbles. Keep playing cover. And if something gets dove, you bubble it. If somebody on your team dives, you bubble it. If you get shot at because you're holding a corner aggressively, then you have something to deal with that, right? Let's keep going. Grandmaster now. So this is top 500 lobby. You guys might recognize some of the names in here. Cheers, mates. So, knowing what we know now, does Rarest earn bubbles? Kind of feel like that bubble wasn't super necessary. Is this Heme Sky? So we've used one bubble here. But what did we get out of this bubble push here? You see that? We got to walk forward a little more aggressively in backline. But that's not a huge thing. Wait, give me 1 second. So, we want to hug this corner here, launch right clicks at Sam. At some point, walk forward, ego, press bubble in response to actually walking. Hi, I'm Sky. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm calling it Heme Sky. So the problem here is it doesn't feel like at least one of those bubbles felt like it wasn't deserved with the amount of aggression that we were playing with. And then here, we're walking forward. But as soon as we don't see this bubble has to come out now. That's good. Honestly, I think that was okay. Good. So, down 1. This is a situation where you can just use a bubble for charge. But be careful about pushing because you are down 1. Notice that we used both bubbles for charge there. Both bubbles for charge because we're waiting for somebody anyway. So it's okay if we ego a bubble here. Because now we know that if we get pushed, we're just going to disengage anyway. It's totally fine. Totally fine. Okay. So let's keep going. Now, be very careful. This is too much. This is too much. This is too much. We still have a tracer in spawn and we're down a bubble. This is how you lose HP really fast. Be very careful here. And this bubble is no bueno. Because here, you're walking forward, but you don't need to walk forward to push Sam out, right? So you're walking forward with the bubble. Okay, let me put it this way. Remember we talked about earning your bubbles. You need to behave in a manner. You're holding the corner, launching right clicks. You don't need to walk forward half an inch further to force Sam out. The bubble needs to enable something that you wouldn't otherwise be able to do without it. So for you, you might just sit here and spam right clicks, and then if they do this foolishness with the Zarya's pushing into you, the Sombra's pushing into you, maybe Sam hits a rail on you or something like that, then you can bubble. But you're bumping forward here and using bubble, but there's no really reason to do that. And I will say that we've used 2 bubbles for charge now. The fight started, and we've never really gotten back to the 2 bubble scenario again. And so now, Hi, I'm Sky is saying, oh, well, now I have a bubble to push, and I have another bubble to push. That's what's happening here. That's what's happening. You need to go, this bubble is going to allow me to do things that I otherwise wouldn't do, and create space through that, either selfishly or selflessly. And so while we use 2 bubbles for charge, we never actually get back to the point to where we had both bubbles comfortably. And even the one bubble that we did use, there wasn't really a real reason or justification for it, right? Right now, there's no reason to bubble. Okay, now you're crossing out in the open, so there's absolutely a reason to bubble. But where's that second bubble coming through? Oh, by the way, I would not, absolutely should not be going for backline here. So, or for frontline. Sam's right here. Get him out, then turn your attention here. You actually use a bubble to cross open distance because you're turning your back to the backline. That's the problem. And not only does that cost you 1 bubble, that costs you 2. And you don't even get a lot. Like, you're lucky the EMP hits because that's the only thing that actually feeds you charge, and now you're cooked. Uh-oh. 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 Good? Maybe winnable? No, not really. Am I gonna stream for 24 hours with the entire DPS testers? I don't know. I'm probably gonna split up the DPS in half. Okay. Don't be here. This is out in the open. Don't bubble to rotate when you should just be playing up the stairs and playing with cover, or rotating away from the DPS in the first place. Your open positioning and focusing the wrong targets like last fight forces a bubble. That's the mistake. And so now you're at a bubble disadvantage, but oh, Ajax. Wait, no, not Ajax. Why was he in the motion of beating? Or am I smoking something? Oh, never mind. I am smoking something. And then here, we're all in, smoking it in, running it down main. Meanwhile, Sam on an angle, which we could have controlled instead of running it down on the Zarya, is absolutely popping. This is why I like this pathing here, right? You're running a tank that doesn't have a lot of poke damage, right? So take this angle here, zoom these guys out, force Sam back this direction, then take him I am Sky. Hit scan day versus projectile day? Yeah, possibly. Okay, let's keep watching. Totally fine to use a bubble there. Just keep in mind, you need to give space, you need to give space, you need to give space. Okay. Hi, pretty girl. You can sit in my lap. Oh. Boop turns the gun green, yeah. Okay, now, I don't want to see any more bubbles, because I anticipate, because this is the weird thing, okay? You used 2 bubbles. And then you think, oh, I'm charged, I can push now. But no. You are now at danger of being pushed back, especially with where your team is. If you're going to use 2 bubbles for greed, if anything, you need to play more defensively and more spam oriented, because you are more open to being pushed, whether that's a nano. Like, I think we're about to see a nano. And I think you're going to be caught wide open. And there it is. They didn't even use nano. She just run you down. And look at how aggressive you're playing with only the old 1 bubble. At least here, I feel like this bubble allowed you to do something more aggressive than you otherwise would have done. So at least there's consistent logic here, but you need to really back out now. Good, careful, careful, careful. Back, 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 back. Now you don't have any bubbles, so you need to play very carefully. I would also consider as well, especially if you don't have any bubbles, bypassing the tank trade and taking this off angle here and going for high ground and spam along this angle here, right? Because it's easier to use cover versus backline spam, and harder for them to like cash in on things like bubble advantage or whatever from like a nano Zarya. And see, again, it's just sloppy positioning that's forcing these bubbles, and so then it's just giving High Sky like, okay, well, it's over because you don't have bubbles. You see that? Yeah, exactly, pinning Paul. The difference between that is there are times where you can quote-unquote greed a Reinhardt Zarya bubble and get some sort of value out of it pre-fight, but then you need to understand that that does put you at a disadvantage when the fight actually comes push to shove, and we're not consistently doing that. And like Reinhardt shield management, it feels like sometimes our lack of cover usage or target priority is costing us resources, and it's not really enabling us aggression. High Sky overextends for bubble greed, and then gets caught with grab. Very nice. Get her. Get her, get her, get her, get her, get her, get her. Nice. Lucio escapes. No big deal. Let's keep going. Take top. Take top. Better access for targets other than Zarya if they present themselves. Good bubble and aggression right there. Unfortunately, your Sombra Translocated out, but that's going to isolate High Sky because you did a great job controlling the right targets there. Very nicely done. Good. Great target priority there. Nice. They TP out. Let's go. Classic Hansen. See, do you see that? High Sky just greeted both bubbles. So who should be playing aggressively now, ladies and gentlemen, or more aggressively? Us. We can afford to peek this Zarya, or we can afford to be lobbing right clicks at this Hansen. Right? Heck, if you have like a Kiriko, you could pop your ult, double bubble, and just pop right up here. And what's Sky gonna do to stop you? Hansen's Shimada. Why did you bubble this? Don't tell me charge. What space were you able to control or create that just holding the corner and shooting would not have done already? Both bubbles, really. And now, like, we should be able to run it down their throats. Oh. Cover usage as well. Cover usage is going to cost you. Let's watch one more fight. You were scared of log. Fair enough. So shoot the Hanzo. Make sure they don't get logged. How you determine the fight has officially started is when they officially... Once the teams have reached proximity and we're start trading cooldown seriously. Yes.
Ultimate is almost ready.
If you didn't have bubble, that wouldn't be possible. And you got the charge when you needed it. Brilliant. You guys see that? You guys see that right there? One charge for bubble for charge pre-fight. We come into that fight with a bubble and 2/3. And then we got both bubbles when we need it, enabling us to do things that we wouldn't have otherwise been able to do. This is absolutely trolling. Please play the cover. You swing too far, you get your head blown off. That's going to force bubble number 1. And now you have no tools to actually push or hold space. Doesn't matter because you just cap it. Okay, so I'm telling you guys, this stuff is complicated. It is not easy. I know I am essentially repeating myself, but it's like the equivalent of like, what's 7 times 100? So what? Easy, right? But then what's 7 times 121 or 7 times 324? It's the same kind of problem, but the way that it's represented gets more and more complicated depending on the circumstance, right? So what I want you to do is to make a decision about, first off, am I bubbling for charge or bubbling for space? Can I get away with bubbling for charge? And then when I'm bubbling for space, whether it's personally or on somebody else, am I doing something that otherwise wouldn't be safe or otherwise I wouldn't be able to do? And if the answer is yes, then good. And if the answer is no, then why are you bubbling? And utilize that to enable more aggression. That in combination with your cover usage, really important. If a bubble gets 40 charge, can it still be an unearned one? Yes. Yes. And a good bubble can still get 0 charge. It's not a perfect litmus test for it. And so what I saw a lot from this Zarya was significantly better bubble usage than the previous Zarya. Obviously, this is a GM top 500 lobby, right? This is a great Zarya player. But the theory of what we're doing with those bubbles is still, there's always room for improvement. Okay, chat. Zarya questions. Zarya questions. Does anybody in chat have Zarya questions? Yes, Dr. Joe, exactly. Do you have space to give? Then you can bubble for charge. If you don't have space to give, then you cannot bubble for charge because that means that you're going to have to back up. And that's the key thing. That's the key thing. How close do you think pros are to perfect bubble usage? In ranked, it's a lot harder because it's a little bit more inconsistent about whether people are going to be pushing or pulling. But at very high level Zarya teams in the past have gotten really, really good at bubble usage. I wouldn't say perfect, but pretty darn close. Because it's a lot easier to communicate your pushes and things like that, and so on. Try to greed your bubbles more. Just look objectively at each bubble and be like, did I get space out of this? Was this contributing to me controlling space or pushing the enemy team? I wouldn't say greed bubbles. That's a bad term to use. Did the bubble allow me to do something that I wouldn't have otherwise been able to do if I just held the corner and held mouse 1? It would have allowed you to counter more ults, hold space better, push space better, and so on. Is the defensive grab a value? I think defensive grabs are very fine. Yeah, especially if they use cooldowns to close the distance. What are good maps to play Zarya on? Usually brawl maps. The tricky thing is that other tanks that are sometimes better than brawl are also played on brawl maps. So oftentimes you'll see Zarya played on brawl maps with a DPS that would benefit from a bubble. That's like the unholy combo, right? If you're 100% charge, is it worth breaking Ryan Shield from landing? It's always the same target priority because if you're 100 charge, you also annihilate backlines with your right clicks. Ryan's shield isn't a waste of time to shoot. It's just one of the least important things that you can be shooting. Now, if there's nothing else to shoot or the right clicks are like really hard hit because they're all the way across the map, then shoot Ryan Shield. That's fine. I bubble my E-girls to strengthen our relationship. Well played. Nearly half of Zarya's health is shield health. Is there a way to utilize that? Yes. Playing cover really disciplined and can similar to balls can kind of help take some of the pressure off of your supports to where you demand less healing if you're jiggle peeking off of corners a little bit better, but it's more of a niche usage. There's also technically a little bit of things that you could do if you utilize your bubbles to kind of heal underneath them as well. So you take a little bit of damage, hide behind a corner, bubble will pop out, and you'll start to regenerate HP while you're being healed, but it's a very small thing. It's still worth doing, though. Any other questions? Chat? We're done. 7 hours. I am toast. Very tired. It's been good. I've tried to give every hero the same level of attention all the way through. Obviously, there are a lot of stones unturned. You really can't. You could talk about one hero for 7 hours, to be honest with you guys. But I hope, if nothing else, you guys have a good guideline of how to start approaching here. That was my goal. Whether you're top 500 or bronze, you need to understand not just how to use cooldowns, but how do you play Overwatch at the tank level, and then how do you start playing a tank hero. You guys will find micro tips and matchup tips elsewhere, but that's not what we're here for. How do you actually play the hero? How do you actually pick a hero and start playing it? What am I thinking about, right? That's what we're trying to